Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since 1926.
Hi, I'm Grant. Hope to see you in store soon.
Hi, I'm Peter, Royal Answers Track Replacements in Fishwick. Hope to see you in store soon.
Hey, it's Michael from Tractor Replacements.
So were they also a producer of offshore boats?
Yeah, and ski boats as well.
Yeah, ski boats.
Yeah,
That's
so
right. I've
social
heard the
boats.
name.
So yes, Fleetline dipped their toe in the water into this type of development. Didn't last too long in it, as everybody sort of went aluminium. And really interesting, the aluminium when that came out in the hulls, everyone went, "Oh, that'll never take off. That stuff's too soft." And now we see one of the few fiberglass boats on the water at the moment, and aluminium has just gone gangbusters.
27.96 to the split. Oh, just caught the island with the back of the boat on that right-hander, that sort of narrower part of the course.
Geez, lucky you got a neck brace on, because that would have been a visit to the chiropractor. Otherwise, that boat bouncing around. But Andrew and Jason will not be worried about that. And across the line is 72.10. 72.10.
No mistakes. A little bit wide on the run out of the finish line.
The biggest issue about that is he missed the exit chute to get back to the boat ramp.
He's doing a victory lap. We got the rotation right.
Yeah,
Woo!
yeah. I'll tell you what, there's a celebration across the nation.
What is it about nuts? We've got gone nuts and we've got nude nuts.
And then we've got Nutsy over there as well.
And Nutsy, yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. And I've got a nutsack, which is my beanie, and it keeps my nut warm.
I had to ask the boys with nude nuts what the meaning was. Was it grubby? And I said, no, we got no hair.
Yeah, no. So PK 40 Racing.
PK's going to be in this. He
Paul
will
Kelly
be right
and
in
Naomi
this.
Gow.
Launched up out of the start chute. It's got the huge air intake on top of the engine. One of the new methanol fueled boats. Stingray hull.
Yeah, they're testing, because they're not allowed to use aviation gas, or what was known as avgas in these boats in Australia anymore. They're just testing to see whether methanol in this class with aluminium heads is going to be the future.
22.57 to the split, so 3/10 down on Roylance, 4/10 down on Jody Ely. So look for this to be sort of somewhere in that 56 to 57, probably in the 57s if he can keep the second half of the lap going. The boat looks nice and settled on the water at the moment. It's crossing over its own weight nicely.
Yeah, PK, former Australian winner, so certainly knows his way around the track. Great to see him back in, and a 58.37 puts himself in to P2, about 0.148 slower than Justin Roylance. So, yeah,
Quicker than Brendan Doyle. So that, puts them into P2 currently. But again, like Doyle, I think they lost a little bit of time in that second part of the lap. Going into the split with a 22.5 versus a 22.2. It was the second part of the lap where they dropped a couple of seconds to Roylance.
So Darren Kesper coming out now in the Let's Boogie machine, and Jake O'Day doing the navigational duties, brought to you by Oz Pebble. And Darren Kesper, we said that he sunk this boat at Cabarita only a month ago, so great work to see him back out on the water. And looking really tidy up the top there, but he's run wide, hasn't he? He ran wide and nearly got
That
a
went
gutful
from
of-
very tidy to untidy in the blink.
I tell you, this is just amazing. This is why, ladies and gentlemen, I tell you, it's knocked the confidence out of him a little bit, because he was on the throttle. He's now starting to gather it back in the latter part of the lap. Very upright seating positions in this particular boat.
25.86 to the split. Now, I knew it got untidy because the rescue guys down the far right to us actually started moving. Because that's where the boat was going to head.
And I bet you they weren't moving forward.
They weren't moving. It was a left-hand shuffle. Because that's where it was going to go, and it just sort of got up and bounced out, and it nearly got up on the grass, and it was going to just
a little bit of Fred Astaire,
exit stage left.
So good to see that Darren Kesper all really bouncy around Spitwater roundabout. He'll just cruising eased off at a 50, he's at a 67.05. So he was looked very confident until he got wide up on that top sweeper, ran it wide, and when you get sucked up into that grass, he was lucky not to end up with a lot of weed on the intake of the water jet unit. As soon as you block that unit up, you've got no steering and you've got no thrust, so it makes it hard as we go to Hugh Gilchrist in the Matrix. This is Hugh's second lap in this brand new boat for him. Narelle's surname, I always have trouble with. It's Docky, so I just, it's Narelle Pello. I don't know how to pronounce her second name properly, and I've spoken to Narelle about this, and she goes, you know what, it's okay. It's just to say Narelle Pello.
I was going with Dukage.
I think it could be something like that.
Close to that.
But
You
I
say
have-
it really fast, you can get away with it.
Yeah, that's it. So Narelle Pello,
Perfect. You've just nailed it.
But you looking quite good out here on this lap. Second time on the
28.
course in this boat. So
28,
well down on the
1-2.
split, but that is okay because
Rotation error.
No, Hugh. What are you doing, mate? He's realised it.
He's going, which way?
Okay.
No, I think
and
it
the
flamed
boat
out.
Shut down.
I think it just flamed out.
So we might. Get
I thought he was slowing to maybe sort of collect their sort of minds and which way do we go, but it's actually shut down.
So what we might do is take a short break, ladies and gentlemen, while we effect the rescue of Hugh Gilchrist. I'll duck out
Why
and
is
get a
he-
breath of fresh air, and I'll be
Who's
back.
he waving at?
Oh, his mum.
She was waving to someone in the crowd. Hey, how you going? Safety crew down there just poking it back in the water, but I'd say we'll need the jet ski if it's flamed out and shut down. So a little delay there. So just one boat left to run in 400, but that should be Danny Napick and Toughen Up, and they have not made the boat ramp for Q1. So some issues for the Toughen Up boys by the looks of it, because we've got the Unlimiteds starting to head down onto the boat ramp, getting parked up. We've got Eliza about to hit the water in the little junior development boat, but no Toughen Up. See if we can find out why. Right, just a few seconds and get this boat retrieved and back into the pit area. So as I said, no Toughen Up for Q1 to end out our Group A/400 class. Jet ski's going to retrieve Matrix and bring them back in. Unlimited Superboats, first three are parked down in the water ready to go, but we've got young Eliza about to hit the water for the second time after her first up effort where she got the rotation correct. And after Unlimited, that'll head us straight into Q2.
All right, so Hugh Gilchrist. Hugh, you look pretty sexy on the bow of that boat like that, mate. You're looking very sexy. Righto. So Hugh just explaining that he turned it off, couldn't get it going again, so no foul there. But Hugh just gracing the bow of the Matrix, hoping he's going to be on the cover maybe of Who Weekly, one of those lovely sorts of things. We go racing now with Eliza Roylance in the junior development. And I loved when she got around through the sweeper last time. She thought right and slowed it right up to work out where she had to go. And this is awesome for Patriot Campers, Universal Welding Supplies as well, the sponsors on there. And of course, the Roylance family, the Burke family as well. They've been very intrinsic in this. So Kobe, Burke, either you're heading back to Bathurst, mate, or you're watching people in your boat, and hope you're enjoying it. And I know you'll be absolutely gutted that you're not here, but Liza doing just a wonderful job. Loving the look of this. Isn't it amazing they give kids a go in this? I don't think anybody with any sensibilities would let me behind the wheel of that. Well, a little bit of a hesitation up into that little right-hander. And ladies and gentlemen, certainly keep your eyes on the jet spreading. There's plenty of other action out in the back of the showgrounds there, and it is a great day for the Keith and Tintinara Show Society to be able to put on another fantastic event here at Keith, and supported by all the businesses in this area. And it is just love coming to this town. The vibe of the town is always positive. The people are fantastic, and the hospitality just absolutely brilliant. G'day to everybody out there on a live stream land. So we'll be live streaming now on V8 Superboats. Just remember, you are not required to get your credit card out to watch the live stream. It is free. Eliza, and up on the dirt. Oh, so close to the finish line. And that is both of the juniors going to cop this song.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, I'm beached, bro. I'm beached ears. What are you doing, bro? Dude, I'm beached ears. Oh, you're beached ears. Tell me something I don't know.
All right, so we'll just effect the rescue there. And the safety crew going, oh, well, this one seems a little bit easier to pull around and push and pull and shove. And Eliza has learnt from all races before her, don't get out of the boat. We don't want to get your feet wet. So well done. As we now have the unlimited methanol sucking Superboats coming out onto the course. Eliza just got the fire in the belly. I love it. It is so awesome. So we should expect to see Fonzie Mullen in the Ramjet machine. He'll be aiming to get this lap time. His last time out was around about a 53. He'll be wanting to get this round about sort of 51 and a half, I would think. We've got Daryl Hutton in hazardous. We've got Chris Edmonds in non-hazardous. We've got the Mouthfresh machine of Rob Coley. Glenn Spider Roberts is on the dummy grid as well. And backing down is just Toughen Up. So in the Group A, they're going to be out. So this is the swap to the unlimited Superboats. Fonzie Mullen in the Ramjet machine. It is Lee doing the navigational duties. Lee Stewart. So these guys are 53 thereabouts for the last time out. I reckon 51 and a half this time.
Watch this space.
So Ramjet, Fonzie Mullen. Oh, the boat hooking up beautifully off the start line. Wow, look at the speed he carries around that sweeper and into the Spitwater roundabout. If the hairs aren't standing up on the back of your head, ladies and gentlemen, you're probably dead. Where's the split?
19-1-4.
So Fonzie on a flyer, a bit of a misstep there. Oversteered it on the left-right combination, but experience, skill and boat setup got him out of that. And now coming towards commentary, this is opening up that right-hander and utilising all of the available water here at the Spitwater Arena in Keith.
Mid to high 50. Mid to high 50.
So where are we across the line? 50.08. So Fonzie Mullen has actually gone his quickest ever time at this track on this rotation. Where does it go to from here? He will be aiming for 48 come the end of the day.
He found some speed in the second part of the lap. The split was right up there. Had a couple of little moments. Certainly wasn't lifting as much as he did in that practice run, but a 50.08. Put your hands together, Keith. Current Australia 1 world champion. I can see a 49 coming, and I can't sing. Quick update from the pits. So Toughen Up's on the boat ramp. They will not run Q1. They had the engine temperatures soaring in the first practice.
So they're on the dummy grid, right? We'll get back to that. Hazardous. Daryl, Nuts Hutton, Mick Parry. So these blokes, have a look at Nutsy flying out. He's gone, Fonzie, you can do that. Have a look at this.
Here we go.
This is game on. This is qualifying round number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Nutsy, Daryl Hutton, a lot happier with the throttle position on this hazardous machine. A bit of
19.849. So he's only 7 tenths down on Fonzie. Got a little bit untidy out the back.
It's popping and it's farting and it's carrying on.
Stopped.
And it is Daryl Hutton has eased right off it because this is a borrowed boat.
We just got a little bit excited because he was only 7 tenths down on Fonzie's split, but an issue. So has he shut that down? I don't know if that was...
No, he just eased off and it was popping and farting and carrying on. So something has gone wrong there and, well, Nutsy just went, there's no point carrying on when it's playing up like that. So he's just wandering back there. Fonzie Mullen in the Ramjet machine. They're having a bit of trouble getting that boat back to the trailer as well. There's his crew in there. Gilly just bringing that back onto the trailer. So that means Nutsy sitting out there with Mick Parry going,
All right, so quickly coming back. So Toughen Up will not make Q1. They are on the boat ramp just firing the boat up. They had some engine temperature issues going through the roof in that first practice. So that's what their issue is. Chris Edmonds was about to go in the water. I just quickly ran up to him and said, what happened at the end of that practice lap? Because it went flat.
Yep.
Ran out of fuel. It's using a lot more fuel than they're used to. All right, so they've now got the thing running right, and all 8 cylinders and fuel going through the injectors properly, and it just simply ran out of fuel.
That is just amazing. All right, so Rob Coley, the man from Wanganui in New Zealand, racing both series here and across the ditch. So Rob Coley, Scotty Munro doing the navigational duties.
If you want to see a really neat package, check the race boat out because this is a twin-turbo Nissan, and that hauled out of the start chute. It screamed.
This is just Rob Coley. Yes, he's just heard that Fonzie's gone out there blistering. Nutsy started off the lap with a blistering time, and Rob Coley's gone, well, I can't let you guys get too far in front of me because the chase will be too big. The split we haven't got, but that's all right. We'll get back to you. So Rob Coley started off very, very aggressively and has just eased into the lap now.
It's a very different sounding boat to both Fonzie's and Nuts's because it's a twin-turbo Nissan, so it's a little bit quieter. You can hear the turbos spooling up and squealing, and it doesn't look as fast as it is.
But geez, I tell you what, it's
carrying
certainly
some
got
speed.
Point-to-point speed. Don't worry about that. Rob Coley, very reactionary driver, and through the line, we're going to have to get a time off the stopwatch.
He was on the wheel in that last sequence, man. There were some big direction changes.
57.50 there for Rob Coley. 53.50.
Okay, well, that's a good start for Rob.
Stopwatch, ladies and gentlemen. We've got 2 stopwatch keepers here. So we've got the backup on that, and we've already sorted out the average of it. So Rob Coley Rob Kolieski can be very aggressive, very reactionary, but he started off very smooth.
There's more time left there. Absolutely, there is more time left there.
So Glenn Spider Roberts, now no steam, no smoke, no water coming out of the blown budget machine, as Glenn Spider Roberts and your local man, Paul Blotto, Otto Kelly. It's actually Daniel Kelly. How do I get that wrong? I've known Daniel for a few years now, and I'm calling Paul, so he can't hear me. He's sitting right next to Spider, and it's interesting because Daniel Kelly in navigating, he used to do a lot of navigating for Mick Carroll. Mick Carroll stepped away from the sport, and Glenn Spider Roberts has hearing issues, so he's, oh no, Spider! How have you done that, son? That is an absolute cracker. That is crash of the day so far, ladies and gentlemen.
He just
up, down, in, out. How far can you travel? Glenn Spider Roberts, well done.
He just wanted to come say hello in the commentary box. Was there an island he didn't hit?
Yeah, I think the far one on the outside of the track.
Yeah, no, he's got everyone through the centre. I thought there for a moment it was actually going to drop back into the water, but it was carrying too much speed across the grass, dropped back into the water and fired it back out just with the momentum. Oops.
So, Glenn Spider Roberts, that was very, very exciting indeed. So, the blown budget machine.
Split was a 22.9.
So, thereabouts. Well, ladies and gentlemen, did you like that?
Cavy's just about fallen out the commentary box window.
That is spectacular. I love that. I'm looking forward to the replay on that one. And
can we ask for a replay, please?
Yeah, I don't think you're going to
probably
get
be
it.
one on the live stream. Ooh, wow.
1, 2, 3.
He's hit everything except the recovery jet ski on that pass.
Yeah, ready, set. Come on, everybody, let's get behind the safety crew. 1, 2, 3.
Just while you're doing that, boys, how cold is it? They're not listening.
1, 2, 3. All right, that's what we got. We got to get in. We got helping him. Can't get down there physically while I'm helping him mentally.
Whatever you do, don't sink it once it's back in the water.
And funnily enough, ladies and gentlemen, you will see that the driver and navigator never get out of the boat because they don't want to get their feet wet.
I don't know about the jet sprint, boys, but when it's raining with circuit racing, you see those guys getting in the cars and the crew guys are wiping their shoes and that for them. And
yeah,
have we seen that here in jet sprinting? I reckon that'd just cause a laugh.
If you saw that behaviour in the pits at jet spreading where people were washing one another's shoes,
that should be a fine.
Backhanders and biffos and slaps upside the face.
I think there should be a fine for something like that.
Nah, that's just... hey, well done, safety crew. That is awesome. Love your work. Now, they've, it looks to me they've got like 3 ropes on the bow of that. If you can't tie knots, tie lots.
So if the air temp's 13 degrees with a little bit of a breeze that brings that chill down a little bit more, what's the water temp going to be out there?
Oh, I reckon about 32.
Fahrenheit?
Yeah.
All right, it's running, so that's good.
So that's fantastic. And the only thing, ladies and gentlemen, at the back of the boat, either side of it, they've got fins, and they're like a mini surfboard fin. And that helps with the handling of the boat. So the only possible damage that would have gone on there would have been a bent fin or two.
Yeah, it was sort of that. Up. It was that sort of the first big jump over the sort of that jelly bean shaped island down here in front of us, where it got fairly high and landed hard. So they'll be having a look underneath the boat for sure.
You reckon that's shaped like a jelly bean?
Well, it's a big jelly bean. Okay, maybe is it a boomerang? This one here.
Yeah, no, I'm
boomerang.
I'm thinking, well, boomerang.
Should we Google Earth it? Actually, see what it looks like.
Wide smile, lamb chop. I don't know.
Lamb chop.
Now we are going back into kindergarten shapes and colours.
Well, I'm just trying.
For
us, it's actually island number. Well, it's not number 1. It's between 1 and 11.
Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since 1926.
All right, so Chris Edmonds was on the dummy grid in non-hazardous. He went back to the pits. They are now going to bring this back out again. So we'll get down there and have a bit of a chat to him pretty soon.
I spoke to him on the dummy grid
category out there getting warmed up. And so now we've got a bit of a blockage with the rip shift guys. They're sort of jumping into their room. It's a bit of a, it's
traffic
a bit
control.
of they do need a traffic controller down there. And somebody's taking aim at that. They're walking up there. They're controlling it all.
All right,
Of course, it was the New Zealander who went against traffic directions. He's got an Australian driver, to be fair.
They were on the dummy grid when I spoke to Chris before. So, yeah, they've gone back to the tent to sort something out. But as I said, they just simply ran out of fuel at the end of the practice run. But it sounded good up until then. About 900-odd horsepower of blown LSA Chevy.
Oh, isn't it? How can you? There's one job that somebody in the crew has to do. Fill the
No,
tank.
to be fair, as Chris said, it's using a lot more fuel than they're used to because it's now running cleanly.
Just put more in it.
If they can't get any more in it, what do you?
Well, just
backpack?
take a jerry can with you. Like, take one of those camel packs.
I don't know that that's allowed.
Oh, righto. Is there certain rules involved in this?
We'll bring bring one of the Australian Air Force air tankers in to service it.
So Chris Edmonds now in the non-hazardous machine blown LSA, and you can just hear it hunting up to the line. The man originally from New Zealand, been living in Australia, the farmer.
Farm manager.
Oh, that is angry. That is very angry.
And funnily enough, it's not as angry as the blown big block in the other boat.
And this thing, he is doing an absolute cracking job in this. This is a whole new thing for him as well, this boat. So Chris Edmonds and a 21.37, not untidy at all.
Not bad at all. So it's only the second time this boat's been on the water. It's a brand new Stinger hull. It's a boat and package they slayed and put together. Never actually raced.
Yeah.
So Chris went, well, I'll buy that one too.
I'm going to have that one just in case. He's got a theory. He'll keep racing until he bins them. He'll bin them all and then start over again. So
It's looking good here.
But this is looking...
No!
Oh, no! And that is going to be right to the
Won't
safety crew. The safety crew don't have to move too much. I might suggest that could be a trailer job. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Chris Edmonds with a fail. So it is a little bit nasty, mate. What we're going to do is I'm going to go and find out some information outside about what the weather's going to do. I'm going to look up into the sky, I'm going to hold my finger up, and then I'm going to contact the Bureau.
I'm going to take that as my third one. I literally just said it's looking good here. Gone.
Yeah,
I'll take
mate,
that. I'm 3-1. I'm leading 3-1.
That anyway.
I will take that one. I will take that on the chin because I've absolutely given him the commentary curse like you would not believe.
All right.
Because that was on a lap. That was
he
on
was absolutely
a lap.
flying. So we'll have a chat to him as he walks past commentary and have a look at him. He's out there like a farmer, got out of the boat and he's helping the boys. So,
And that's
good
as
work.
far off course just about as you can get here because that's a fair way off the racetrack. Didn't
I would've
get
pushed
to
it
the hay
this way.
bales.
Would have been quicker.
Oh, jeez. I'm going off of your
They've
assistance,
gone the
Katie.
long way.
So you talk about towing race boats off distances. You've talked about river marathon boats a little bit earlier on. I've told the story at Cabarita. You know a river marathon boat is way off course and in the bush off the rivers in the deep south of New Zealand when they call a helicopter in to tow you back onto the racetrack, onto the river, like hundreds of metres.
That's too far. What's wrong with all that? They can't
And then all the bush sort of folds back up behind them, and they can't find where the boats ended up. But yeah, you know you're far off course when they have to call the helicopter in to tow you back out to the river.
These guys from the Keith Crows, they don't need to go to training for another year after the workout they've had today. I'll be back in a minute. I'm just going to check out the weather. All right, so just had a chat to Chris Edmonds, ran out of fuel again. He's only carrying 13 litres and it's getting him about 2/3 of the way around the track. So my calculation is he needs about 25 litres to be able to complete a lap. And how you physically get that into a 13-litre tank is a question that I can't answer.
I need to get the Air Force in one of the KC 330 tankers.
All right, we go to LS class now. So this is Ron O'Day in the aggravation. Last time out, Ron stuck it up on the dirt.
So we're no time in practice, no time in Q1. We're into the second qualifying session. See if Ron can get it right this time and get a time put on the boards.
So interestingly, Bastian Mullen not out on the track as he normally would be. Ron O'Day has got the rotation. Bastian Mullen in the rib shift now coming down. But Ron O'Day has got the track rotation wrong at the moment. So this is qualifying round number 2 for the LS category. So Ron... Oh no, that's another one up on the dirt, ladies and gentlemen. And well, is it the rain or is it just a misstep?
Can
From
I just...
there, he's going to be rowing home.
Can I just say, I didn't say a word on that one.
So 3 out of 3 DNFs there for the aggravation machine under the helm of Ron O'Day. So he'll be pretty disappointed with that. But look, the safety crew, they're working pretty hard indeed, and they are doing a fantastic job.
That first rumbo later on this afternoon for them after 5 o'clock is going to taste very nice and warm them up.
Yeah, geez. I had a chat to one of the safety guys. I said, how you going, mate? And he said, it is fresh.
I thought you were going to say something else there. So Cabarita for the first round was incredibly unseasonably cold. They actually shut down getting the pit set up on the Friday because it was blowing so hard and they couldn't kick the easy ups.
Oh.
They were going everywhere, so we actually set up Saturday morning and delayed the start.
Wow.
But it was cold,
Speaking of that,
windy,
should we turn
raining.
the heater on in here?
No, I'm good, mate.
No, you're right. Just
Got a
checking.
t-shirt on, I'm a Kiwi.
No worries.
I got here yesterday afternoon from Brisbane, 19 degrees when I left Brisbane at 9 o'clock yesterday morning. Got here and I don't even know what temperature it was, and we got out of the rental car and I've gone, oh no, I didn't bring a hoodie. I had to go buy one off Justin Roylance in the Outlaw team.
Oh, is that why you support now?
They were the only shop. They were the only shop that was open.
So, well, aggravation, Ron O'Day. See, I come from east of Melbourne, up in the hills.
So your theory, like Auckland, is just hang around for 10 minutes. The weather's guaranteed to change.
It will indeed.
Yeah.
And, you know, look, I moved up there and my lovely lady lived up there. She said, well, why don't you move up this way a bit? And I said, what, into the country where the hillbillies are, where the axe-wielding, flannelette shirt-wearing, chainsaw-loving hillbillies live.
You forgot the banjos.
Yeah, well, they don't do banjos up there. They're not that far advanced. And I'll tell you what, she said, you know what, I reckon you'll fit in. And I did. But the thing is that you know that every bearded man and woman up there in the hills can swing an axe. They may not be able to spell axe, but they can swing one.
Oh, I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay. Right,
All right,
Bastian
Rich,
is out. Out of order, but Bastian is out. So 54.8 in qualifying session 1. 7/100ths of a second down on Daniel Salter.
Oh, a bit of a sharp turn out of that transition. Commentary to ground side, but got away with it.
So if they make some changes, the front of that boat's sitting a lot higher in the front than maybe we saw in that first run.
Yeah,
The
not
boat looks
too
very
sure.
different.
I think just on the change of direction, what you're seeing is the front of the boat lifting up when he's a bit heavy on the wheel through the flip-flops. So
21.32 to the split, 21.32.
oh no, he's gone the wrong way. He's up on the dirt. No, he's managed to land it back in the water. And the frustration is evident. Bastian Mullen throws his hands skyward, and that might be red flags out on the course. I tell you what, the safety crew aren't feeling well. The guys on this side are doing a lot of work. The guys on the other side, not so much.
Yeah, they need to pick their act up.
I bet you half time they'll go, right, I'm swapping to that side, you swap to this side, and then all of the stuff will happen on that side.
So the interesting thing here is there's the winner of the first 2 rounds of the championship making a mistake.
Yep.
So anyone can do it. Notably, the split was a 21.32. I can't remember what Salter's split was from the previous Q1 round, but I've got that. That was up there. That was well and truly up there, and there was only 7/100ths the difference between Bastian and Salter going into Q2.
So I was just trying to it is the Spartan coming out now, Luke Walters and Juzzy Calvert. They got the track direction wrong. So, and as they have done again, too early in the lap for that to be happening, guys. So, now it is the question, can they get back to where they went wrong?
So that was basically straight off the sweeper with that first sequence of numbers on the rotation. So very, very early in the run, and they've still not corrected it.
And they will do what they did last time from the look of this. They get so far into the lap where they went the wrong way that it is impossible for them to work it out again. So 2 out of 2 is not a good start for Ron Way. So let's hope that somebody down on the trailer there, someone through the crew chief can say, hey guys, let's have a bit of a look at this. Let's have a look at where you've got it wrong and try to work it out from there.
So already here at the start of Q2, we've gone no time, no time, no time with the first 3 boats. We only had a handful of those in Q1, so now we're starting to step things up. The mistakes start, the pressure, the mistakes start happening.
Oh, the pressure is telling. So the DNF there for the crew of the Spartan. So Luke Walters and Juzzy Calvert, they're actually going, they're not having a good run. They missed the exit chute. Oh no, they've gone, oh, I wonder if they're selling donuts over there. So they will make their way back to the trailer. The team, the Spartan. So Drop Bear Racing, Laurie and Karen Howlett, they got it wrong last time out as well. So can they achieve a lap? Because so far in qualifying round number 2 for the LS category, we haven't seen some great results.
It's not started well.
Oh, you're onto that one, my apologies.
I bet you took, Cavey.
Look at that.
You got your own page turner.
Jeez, I'll tell you what, I just need someone now to paint toenails and I'll be happy.
I've seen the state of your feet. That is not happening.
Oh, no, mate, I can't even see the guys that bad.
All right, see if Laurie can get a lap in here. So coming off the back of a no time and a rotational error in Q1. The wonderfully named Drop Bear. Who in Australia hasn't dropped that on any tourist that's come in from overseas?
I think it's just so wonderful of our culture that we have an entire in-joke out of 25.
Oh, rotation error.
No, and I think he's realised it. I think Laurie and Karen have realised that they've gone the wrong way.
But he's going to try and get back to that point, which is sort of pretty much a whole lap. So going to do it now, maybe? No, just about
from where he started from.
Just about ran off as well.
So you can't go back to the point. You've got to come back from the direction in which you
Hey,
head
it's
off
off.
and into the hay bale and nearly back into the course.
Actually,
and
beautifully.
Laurie is absolutely frustrated. The frustration evident in the throwing of the hands into the steering wheel, and the safety crew were getting bored.
So the hay bale's actually done a nice job and just sort of guided it back into the pit chute.
Yeah, a bit more speed than they
and
would
the
have done
3-2-1 ignition signs also aided with that.
Yep.
That shut down rather than that was a mistake. I'm pretty sure it actually lost flame.
So,
see what Laurie says when he gets out of the boat.
Yeah, I might. It's always tricky when you've got a live microphone and you ask a driver what's happened, because you never know how it's going to go. I'll turn the microphone off and ask him.
So just a slight delay here. We're going to grab the trailer to actually get it up off just down here beside us at race control and commentary. Cavey's just having a chat to Laurie down here in front of us. We do have the roving mic, which will get up and going for the Q3, I reckon. Go down and jump down onto the ramp and talk to a few of these guys throughout the coverage in the afternoon as well. So this shower is still a bit of grey out to, I believe, the east of us, but it's not too bad other than being a little bit cold. So hopefully that rain sort of stays away, makes it a little bit more pleasant sitting out there in the around the venue here at Keith. And a huge thank you to our naming rights sponsor for the championship again this year, Penrite Oil, of course, Australia. The Australian Championship V8 Superboats presented by Penrite. Some of our other sponsors as well and partners, Pure Art Creative, CTVS, Hardy's Haulage, Orcut Hire, Truck Hire Solutions, Coastal Turf, Southport Printing Co. and Pottsville Landscape Supplies. And I'm glad I didn't have the microphone down there with Laurie because some of the language was just a little bit colourful there, Caveman.
Oh, yeah, sort of. It was a light grey.
I thought it had actually shut down, but I think it was a, yeah, no.
No, it's their first time racing at this track. And so they're having a lot of trouble differentiating landmarks and islands and channels and things like that. But they'll go back to the drawing board, have a look at it again. And when you're at a track like this for the first time, it looks beautiful from an elevated height. But when you're only about 4 feet or about a metre, your eye's only a metre higher than the water level, it is very, very hard to find the entrances to each and every channel.
Are you pointing another height joke at me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That was the thing I got yesterday talking to some of the crews and sort of trying to, as spectacular looking as it is, and yes, the island's a different shape, but from that height, with so much beautiful green grass, they do look the same. So you've got to try and pick various things around the track to try and give you a reference. But how do you do that when you're doing 100 mile an hour and something that accelerates to that in about a second and a half?
Yeah,
that's the trick. Whereas Cabarita, which we've just come from for the first 2 rounds, there is a little bit more definition
in
across the islands
heights.
with the heights.
Yep.
And then when you get down to Benny's, you've got this super sharp hairpin that goes nowhere.
Yeah.
If you miss the corner,
You're in
you
the
get
dirt.
the bag. So you've got a few more reference points there. Some of the other tracks around Australia, Temora, how does that figure compared to here and Cabarita?
Again, you've got different heights in the islands, and you've got some pretty obvious structure or visual aspects that are outside of the track. So here we've got back behind the crowd opposite commentary where the caravan's over there in the caravan park, a lot of trees through there, so you can't define the trees to sort of go, right, we turn right when we get to here, we look for that tree.
I mean, I'm trying to be sensible here. We've got a commentary position that stands out. You got the silos out the back, but again, take a little step back and try and do that while you're swinging 1,000 horsepower and accelerating to 100 kilometres an hour in like 1.5 seconds.
Yeah,
you know?
it is
that's
hard
That's
work.
the factor that we can't get your head around because we're sitting here doing the easy part, talking about it.
Well, mate, it's funny because in years gone by, I noticed that we've got the sponsor signs around, and it's not overly done here. But I've seen guys in the past, they try to line up, say, for example, a Spitwater flag or a Penrite Oils flag, and then that flag blows over in the day. They don't realise it. They're looking for the flag, can't see it, bang, they're up on the bank.
Or someone for TV coverage goes, that's not in the right position, so for tomorrow we're going to move that. I've seen that happening in circuit racing. So they have brake marker boards at various parts of the tracks. But some of the guys will actually pick a sign or something like that to give them a reference to because it's a bigger thing to look at than an 80-metre mark on the side of the track.
Yep.
And then the next day someone goes and moves the sign and they've gone
they're
hustling down into turn 1 and gone sailing off into the gravel.
Mentioning hustling, and this is the hustler, Daniel Salter. The man from WA out on the water at the moment.
Fastest so far with a 54.73.
So how's this going to go? Because so far we haven't had a lot of success in qualifying round number 2 for
This
the
is
LS
fast.
category.
21.2 to the split. Bastian's was a 21.32, so he's already a tenth up. And the first part of Bastian's lap looked very, very good before he made the mistake. So 54.73 is what we're looking to go faster than. And at the moment, no one's gone quicker.
So Daniel Salter really opening up the apex. Geez, he got wide on that transition coming towards commentary. And you think, geez, you're only getting away with that by millimetres. But millimetres is what it is all about. So Daniel Salter across the line in a 55.23. Absolute cracker, ladies and gentlemen. Daniel Salter for the LS category, qualifying round number 2, 55.2.
Notably, half a second slower than his first run in Q1.
Unbelievable.
Now, I can't remember what the split was in Q1. I reckon it was better than that 21.32 from Bastian. So has he lost a little bit of time in the second part of the lap, but he's still fastest.
They are happy. They are happy. The boys are touching one another up, or patting one another on the lap.
There were a couple of moments there where the boat just sort of got up on the on the, well, I was going to say chines, but it's not quite that, with those fins you were talking about underneath the boat, where it's actually skipped up a couple of times. It wasn't as bad as what we've seen with some of the other boats, but it didn't maybe look as clean as the first run.
Yeah, so now we've got Matt Malthouse and Leighton Collins, the locals here. From Matson Motors is Millie, and in the first, he's gone wide. How hasn't he hooked that out? That got right up on the grass coming towards commentary. Got a great view of that. The split to the 21.27. Matt Malthouse really putting it down at the moment.
He is on Salter's pace right now from the split that previous run. So this could be into that high 54s, 55-second range, which puts him right in the mix.
Oh, he's
rotation
gone the
error.
wrong way. Oh no, and now he's exited. I'll tell you what, he slingshotted himself out of the Spitwater roundabout, and there is that trail of black smoke coming out the back of it again. We saw that during practice. Qualifying one, it wasn't apparent, and Matt Malthouse and Leighton Collins across the line in a 58.78, and a couple of laps around the Spitwater roundabout just to get the slingshot back across the sweeper at the top, and the boys will be happy with the speed and frustrated with the direction.
Actually was faster than Q1. Actually went faster. So their split, they were up on the Hustler by 5 100ths of a second. 5 1,000ths of a second up on Salter to the split.
All right, as we go, almost there, racing with Rob Johnson and Grant Dodd. Stout Automotive and Good Guys Performance Centre, the sponsors for the Almost There vessel, as they shoot up towards the sweeper at the top. These just plenty more power left in this boat. Last time out from memory, they didn't have a good run, and he's gone the wrong way. Had a look into the channel, and that is going to be frustration. Now going to find his way back to the other side of the course. Turn left. Now you're on the right track. Turn left. Now we are back on track proper.
Nearly ran it aground over there as well at the same time. So you're coming off a rotation error and a no time in Q1.
So this is the one where if they can just get this boat around, they've corrected themselves now, get this rotation sorted out, and obviously plenty of power left available to Rob at his right foot. Maybe he drives with his left foot, I don't know, but well, he's on par for the moment to complete this lap, which get one in the bank, get the confidence up, and away you go.
Split was a 38.7, obviously down with the rotation correction, but now he's just settled back down. He'll bring it home this time now with just that centre run through here in front of us. Get a lap booked. 81.82.
81, geez.
81.826, but it is a time.
Yep, the boys just making their way back to the trailer as Solid Gold is coming off the trailer. It is Lance Edmonds and Peter Sendy. So what can these guys achieve? They what was last time out? Did they do anything last time?
They were in the minute 30 range.
Ah, yes, that's right.
So they were heading towards Q2 in their Q1 run.
Yes.
Definitely got a rotation error going there. Right, see if they can clean this one up.
So
You got the first corner right.
Well, he's he's a very good start, and you've got to remember that this is this bloke's second meeting, so you can never be too harsh on the rookies. And at the moment, they seem to be having a decent amount of boat speed without overstretching it. The split's well down to 24.
24.5 to the split. So part one complete.
All right, so that little flip-flop section there, he's managed to work his way through that quite nicely. Still plenty more left in this boat, but driving a smart lap here for the rookie. Oh, have a look at the Navigator. It just armed right out there. Peter Sydney, mate, going. There is no doubt where he wanted his drive to go.
They'll be losing a little bit of straight line speed because his arm's that high in the air to be catching air.
Oh, he's
just about ran it. It'll get a time. 63.25.
That final left-hander coming towards commentary before the finish line got right up there in the grass. You can still see the muddy water.
How's this for an improvement? They've just bettered their first Q1 time by half of that time. A minute 30 versus a 62.5.
Right, okay. See, you can't do that. I don't get it.
So like for an improvement game, like there's only one worse, and that's going from a no time to actually registering time.
Yep, so that is...
Go from a minute 30 to a 62.5, that's a good effort.
Yeah, that is not bad at all as we go. Kyle Elphingston racing. We are still in the LS category. And Jacob Bellamy doing the navigational duties.
57.75. So they were in the top sort of 4 after Q1. These guys will be on the money now. Watch for a good lap here from Kyle and Blackout Racing.
Yeah, looking very smooth. And since we've seen Kyle get into this new boat, had a few engine problems a couple of years ago. Very disappointing for him. Been knocking at the top end of the LS category for some time. Oh, geez, I tell you what, that was a little bit untidy, but the young bloke got big eyes and plenty of ambition, plenty of talent, managed to stick it, so looking good at the minute.
3/10 up on Bastian Mullen's split.
That's not bad at all. He's really coming to the fore. This is Q2. So Kyle Elphingston now got to go left around the Spitwater roundabout, slingshot back down towards the finish.
This is going to be fast.
Nice. 54.50.
Goes fastest.
Mate, that's straight to the top of the table for qualifying 2 for Kyle Elphingston. And I'll tell you, in that finish sequence there, he had that boat perfectly placed in the middle of the channel all the way through. Wasn't taking risks, cutting the lines, trying to find the apex, trying to find the short way. Because sometimes with jet spreading, it is not the normal apex you'd see on a car track.
No, well, we saw some different lines from Bastian at Cabarita off the race start, where he sort of straight lines that first sequence, which no one else was doing. So you got Kyle Elphingston at a 54.50, Daniel Solder at a 54.73, Bastian Mullen at a 54.80, just 3/10 covering the top 3.
So Smoke and Mirrors, Mitch Curtis and Georgia Ungle. Last time out, they got the boat right up on the jet unit off the start line. I wonder if they're going to approach it different this time. So the Smoke and Mirrors machine, the shotgun hull with the Doan jet unit, the water jet unit. Much smoother on the takeoff that time. So, well, we've got to learn from everything, and Mitch obviously learned from last time out in Q1. Geez, there was some interesting water movement out the back of that boat. I reckon that jet, the reverse bucket on the left-handers is just catching a little bit, and that is why you're seeing that spray coming right up out of that boat. That is definitely the reverse bucket catching.
24.999 to the split.
Oh, he just drove over that island and then spun it out and has kept going. Mitch Curtis, he's like, you know what, I can figure this out. Don't worry, I know where I'm going. That just goes to show the handling capabilities of a jet sprint boat, ladies and gentlemen.
You think he knew where he was going when he was doing a rotation in mid-air?
That is just amazing. He's landed it somehow.
So I was about to say, trying to improve on a 65.99. I don't think he's going to do that, but on the spectacular scale, he's definitely laid it out there.
Yeah, when he's going around the corner, the water from the back of the boat's getting up into that reverse bucket. So the time there's 72.46. And a nice little spin out and continuation there for Mitch Curtis and Georgia Ungle. A Smoke and Mirrors machine.
That was genuinely a case. You want to see a magic trick?
Mate, I love jet spreading. How good is it?
Well, you sort of see something like that where it's in like 1.5 feet of water, and you start understanding why these style of boats were developed to run around in the rivers of New Zealand and down the back of farmers' farms and things like that, because it's the easiest place to get into. I've just got Grant and Kobe Burke watching the live stream. Hey to the guys, missing you. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Eliza's doing a great job. So's Connor.
All right, hot shot out on the track, and an older style of hull. A little bit of a bite early on in there. So this is Norto and Pam Moran.
Coming off a no time, so they had a navigation issue in the first qualifying session. So this will be get one in the bank, get it right first and foremost, and then start trying to find some speed later on in the day. So they're going to get down to the split first. Part 1 achieved with a 33.10, 33.10 to the split.
So big g'day to everybody watching out there on the live stream land. Kyle Patrick over in the good old US of A, watching from there in the west part of the country. So near Portland in Oregon, kind of that direction. He's over there. So people right around the world, did you know that the Ukrainian base station in Antarctica tuned in to the jet spreading? Wrong way there, Nordo. You needed to turn right. So now you're gone really wrong, and you're going to find it hard to get back from there.
I think that's the same mistake they made in Q1.
So you'll need to turn right there to go over there and up there and back around again. No, that will be a DNF there for Rodney Norton and Pam Moran.
What were you saying about Oregon?
Oh, that was where Kyle Patrick was coming from. He's saying a big g'day. It's fantastic. We are on the live stream, ladies and gentlemen, so V8 Superboats. Share it with all your friends and family, and tune in. If they can't make it here, that is where they can see it. So our next boat out is Quiet Time.
So Noel and Nathan, they started off in Q1 with a 71.11, so they need to find some time. Tell you what, they hit it hard off the start. It sounded very angry out of the start chute. So looking to improve on a 71.11. Bring him down to the split. Coming in the mid to high 20s, 27.33. No, hang on. 24.106, sorry, 24.106. So they found some time straight away.
Yeah, look, it's just amazing how the confidence level on this pairing is improving. But geez, it was a bit awkward coming out of the split water roundabout there. Oh, very late into that right-hander.
Any later and that was going to be on the bank.
Oh, geez, any later and they would have docked in time off the clock.
Right, they're going to get it right. Little bit of a big turn on the last run.
And well done to the Quiet Time team, Noel Verning and Nathan Garrett. Nathan, and they just rubbed it up on the bank right up there.
63.11, so they've definitely improved from their 71.11. But
and they've rubbed it up onto the bank, got a gut full of grass on the intake of the jet unit.
Should be able to get, no.
And they're going, they will make it back.
Slowly.
It may not be today, but they will make it back.
So what happens there is it's just ingested a whole lot of grass and material up into the jet intake, and it's trying to get that cleared. It's not pushing much water out the back of the boat. So that's all right. It's a good improvement though. 71.1 to a 63.11.
So the Quiet Time team just quietly making their way back as our next boat to face the starter will be the Purple People Eater of the Slicer.
So just looking at the splits here, KB, for LS. So Kyle Elphinston at a 21.0, Salter at a 21.2, Matt Malthouse with a 21.2. The second half of the lap, that's where Elphinstone really shone with a 33.4 versus a 33.9 for Salter. And Malthouse will out to that 37 with the mistake. The next boat's out on course.
Yep, and Paul Hill and Alexis Singleton out on track at the moment. Now, they've had a couple of good runs. Really like the way that they're managing this. Have a look at Alex Singleton, the navigator, hand right out and making sure that he knows where Paul's going. Paul
That
just
was
drove
right.
very deep into that area.
23.26 to the split, so a couple of seconds down.
Oh, ran it wide around that right-hander, now a bit wide around that right-hander, so it come unstuck a few corners ago, seems to have gathered it back together. You make a little mistake in one corner, easy to carry it 3, 4, 5, sometimes out in the dirt, but Paul Hill back in control of this lap.
This will be a big improvement because they've only got a 122 in from the Q1, so this will definitely be an improvement. They've got the rotation correct as well.
And a 60.03. So they are pretty happy with that. Have a look at Alex Singleton, the navigator. He is fist pumping like he's a truck driver on an air horn.
They just found 22 seconds.
22 seconds.
They just found as much time as it takes to get to the first split.
Great work for the boys, and sponsored by Simpson Contracting.
They're pretty happy. Just got the hang loose sign.
Twisted out on track now. The leaders, Jade Atchison and Erin Kearney. Erin.
Kearney or Kearney? I'd go Kearney.
Kearney, yep, Kearney sounds good. So,
no time last time.
So, this, I really like the way that this boat looks. There's something interesting about the yellow writing on the yellow and black hull. I don't know what it is, but I'm quite...
It's done well to the fact that you can actually read yellow on a yellow boat.
Yeah, so quite very appealing, and Jade really like the way she's going about this.
27.66 to the split, so got the first half of the lap correct.
Oh,
little
hesitation.
Had to think about that, but
when
she
you
is
take your
going
foot off the throttle, there's no water going through the jet unit. If there's no water going through the jet unit, you have no steering.
It was a big lift.
And geez, very, very lucky to see a lot of rookies do that. They get off the pedal and then they're looking for the brake. There are no brakes.
So back through the infield, so got the rotation correct. I'm now starting to get my head around this rotation. This will be around the sweeper.
I'll have a chat to Laurie and Karen Howlett because they're having a bit of trouble with it.
All right, they're going to get a good lap.
70.62. So great lap there for Jade Atchison and Erin Kearney. So
That's
well
a huge,
done, ladies.
That's
That
a huge
is awesome.
improvement from an NT. No time previous one. So they've got a lap banked.
We've got our drone operator over there. Jason, as we said, ladies and gentlemen, we got our drone up there, fully licensed.
Our train operator.
Train, choo-choo. So the drone operator, we're not allowed to have any drones flying over this arena through the course of today, except our official operator. And he's not going too bad. I think he's actually got the camera looking in at two very good-looking commentators.
So I've got a similar issue at home up in Ipswich out of Brisbane. We live right next door to Amberley Air Force Base. That's definitely a no-drone zone. So we've had a couple of real estate agents in the last year they're selling houses in the area, and all of a sudden there's either a police car or a blooming Australian Air Force security car arrive going, get that out of the sky.
That is just ridiculous. Why wouldn't you just get up there in an F-111 fighter jet and blow it away?
Yeah, it's all fun and games and you get landed on by a C-17 Globemaster.
All right, so we are getting towards the end of qualifying round number 2 for the LS category. It is going to be Nate Mullen, or will it be Tyler O'Day, or it will be Mike Hessel off the trailer. Looks like it'll be Nate Mullen in the B driver for the Rip Shift machine. We saw his brother, get it all wrong during the earlier part of qualifying round number 2 for this LS category. Will Nate be able to nail this one? So it is, not sure who the navigator is there. We've
Pretty sure it's Talia in the boat today. Talia James?
Talia.
Talia.
Talia, that's the one. That's the one. We're going to get that right. Geez, I'll tell
I
you
went
what,
the
mate.
Kiwi way and said Tilia, but it's not quite that.
I think by the end of the day, mate, our elocution lessons should be just about incomplete.
Well said on elocution. That's a good start.
So Nate Mullen out there in the Rip Shift machine, brought to you by GM Motorsport down there in Melton. All very tight into that left hand of the Woods commentary. Where's the split?
23.94. So they're looking to improve on a 62.12 in Q1. Big direction change there.
Isn't it amazing when they come into this part and turn right at that part of the track just there? A lot of these guys and girls taking advantage of that low little peninsula and driving the boat straight over the top. I reckon that's a dangerous move myself. Nate Mullen got away with it though.
So already for me, the boat is sitting a little bit flatter on the water than what we saw with Bastian. So I don't know if they've made a little change for Nate, but he's
And
going
the time
to...
there is a 59.23 there for Nate Mullen.
And that's what Nate does. Starts off, sets the benchmark, and then progressively improves through the day. So that's an improvement from a 62.12 in Q1 to a 59.23 here in Q2.
So, just trying to, yep, we are, how's this? We are nearly running on time, except for the people who keep falling out and extending their thing. Tyler O'Day in the aggravation with Xavier Jackson sitting in the silly seat for Panton Hill Welding Services.
So they're looking to improve on a 69.47 set in Q1. Aggressive out of the start chute.
Oh, geez, I thought he was running a little bit deep there, so he had to get on the wheel and straighten that one up quite aggressively. Well, actually, not overly aggressive. He's gone the wrong way. Tyler O'Day, geez, the aggravation team are having a lot of trouble today with
When it ran wide
rotation.
the first time, he had to make a correction, and then he gave it a second correction about 30 metres further down
He
because
squared it.
it got sort of sucked up into the bank. But that's going to be an NT, no time for the second run. So
the
they'll
DNF
69.47.
just thrusting his head back into the seat, looking skyward, going, why? All right, but we move forward with Mike Hessel and Rory Crilly.
If it was easy,
We could do
everybody'd be doing it.
Well, you or I could do it.
I found it's a lot cheaper to talk about it than do it.
Ah, yes, see. Smart. You're a mathematician.
And I also decided I couldn't live in a cart, so I bought a house.
But you can't drive a house
65.48.
around a track.
65.48 for these guys in Q1.
I'll tell you what, when you sort of talk Q1 and you talk Mike Hessel and Rory Crilly, and these guys are good and they've said, mate, you can say whatever you like, I reckon their combined IQ will be 3.
You said that, not me. I tell you what, they were lucky to not stick it on the island because they were up on the bank down here in front of the race control. Oh, a couple of moments there.
And big ease off there for Mike Hessel.
23.9 to the split. 23.9 to the split.
Just moved it out wide to open up the apex around the left hand, go around the Spitwater roundabout.
I think it's going to be improvement on the 65.
Right now, the last time around the roundabout, slingshot out of there, cross the crosswash, eased it over the line, and it's a 62.19. They'll be happy with that one.
So just over a 3-second improvement for the boys, but that was fairly wild.
All right, we are now going to go to junior development, and then we are going to step up to the international Group A. But first, we are going to see the Patriot Campers junior development vessel with Connor at the helm. Connor Smith, the student, the Sea-Doo Rotax, custom fiberglass, climate control systems, drop bear racing, Patriot Campers, UWS, and Oceanic Trailers, and of course Grant, Vanessa, and the normal driver Kobe Burke.
You're welcome, Grant.
Thanks for having us.
What the boys do coming into the pit chute?
Oh, I don't know. All right, so last time Connor went out, he parked it up on the dirt, just in front of commentary here, so he'll be having the game face on, going, right, make sure I don't do that again. And fair enough too, because he doesn't want to hear that, oh no, I'm beat, bro.
No, not again. So looking to get a lap in here. So did a good job in practice. Actually got the rotation right the first time. It didn't quite go to plan in the second run. Little Sea-Doo power, and I think Connor is still on one of the starter keys to just limit the power output compared to when Kobe's been racing the boat. And Connor did a really good job at the first round at Cabarita, first time ever in a boat out of kart and junior speedway. Actually got to within a couple of seconds of what Kobe was doing on the first weekend.
Oh, that's fantastic, isn't it? When he's gone the wrong way.
I was just about to say the split, but yeah, no, he's got the rotation incorrect.
The thing is, I've only just got the rotation of the other ones. I haven't worked this one out at all.
No, it's definitely a different rotation, so that's the hard part. So the start's the same, it sort of shortens up through the middle, so it's not quite as complicated, but Connor will have a little bit of work to do.
And there's now there's a hold up in the exit chute because the boys from Borrowed Time, it's amazing that these guys can get around a jet spring track quite fast, but they can't manage to get the boat from there to the trailer in
They've just done what that container ship did in the Suez Canal a couple of years ago.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going international Group A, qualifying round number 2. Justin Roylance in the Spitwater machine off the trailer, being held up with a bit of a boat jam in the launch pool. So Justin Roylance with Michelle Hodge in the navigator seat. They're off the trailer. The starter has called them forward, so just that little bit of a hiccup before they get out on track. And does that upset the rhythm? We're about to find out.
I would expect them to improve here because the 56.02 had a couple of little moments in it, the reigning Australian champions.
Geez, Roylo looking a lot more confident at the start of this lap, I think, than the last one out. So really getting the speed up there, but not getting into full speed as well. So into this transition through the split. 21.17 on the split. Oh, Roylo! Bang!
Oh, it's up and over!
That is going to be another newsreel. Ladies and gentlemen, Walla Walla Big Bag, that is going to rattle your brains.
Wow, that got some height too. It's landed on the cage, but the last part of it wasn't as vicious.
All right, so the rescue crew, they're both out.
Yeah, Justin's just released his belts, and they
landed
are
on
both
their
out.
head.
Put your hands together, guys. They are out of the boat, but that is a huge one for the Spitwater team. Wow, that had some height going. It pirouetted off the tail and then just dug into the earth down there with the cage, and it's upside down.
That is from the 10-metre diving board. That will, I'll tell you what, I reckon that Justin and Michelle may not be overly happy with the outcome of that one, but the positive is that they are okay. And there'll be a few bruises, I would imagine. So the safety crew to that. What we'll do is we are going to take a short break. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Michelle Hodge and Justin Roylance.
Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since 1926.
Jody Eli, or Ellie. Justin Roylands, Outlaw Racing, Spitwater, Big Bin, mate.
Spit dummy. Yeah, mate, that's 2 meetings in a row I've done that. Just been accused of trying to kill me navigators. Probably need to ease up on that a little bit. Mate, just turned in a little bit too early. I'm pretty keen to watch footies, actually.
Yeah, that'd be exciting. Now let's talk while you're up here. Jody Eli, or Ellie, out on track. Jody E-L-Y. And tell you what, you guys have had a toe-to-toe. And geez, at the moment, mate, he's got it over you this season, but you had it all over him last season. You're the reigning Australian champion. He's got to get there.
Mate, you might have just
Yep.
Nothing more from Jody to take that big trophy.
Yeah, mate, and look, that's just well said. You're the president of the Australian Jet Spreading Association. We know all the work that you do behind the scenes, and it is just incredible the way that you guys support one another while you're fierce competitors on the track. There's a lot of laughter that comes out of the pit paddock area.
Yeah, mate. No, we got a bit of a man crush on each other.
So Jody across the line there in a 58.42, 58.42. Now, mate, what is the visible damage to the boat?
Yeah, I think the hull might be. It's going to look. It's repairable. I think we'll put it on the jig and see how it looks, but it's going to need a side in it. Not a biggie in jet sprinting, but it's still. We're going to have to look at it. We're in the air for a bloody long time, so.
Mate, that was up there, and I would have thought that you were sort of part of the Royal Roulettes there at one point, mate. You were up there.
Yeah, like I said, I'm pretty keen to see the footage and see how we landed. Main concern's obviously Michelle. She's pretty shaken, so I'm going to go down and check, make sure she's all right. But the boat is repairable.
Mate, hey, listen, we'll just talk through this one, mate. I know you want to get down to the boat, but another good mate of yours, Brendan and Rory Doyle, he was a little bit untidy around that sweep, but there's been a few turning it into a hexagon up there. Why is that?
It's really weird. This is what's been given us the bloody ECGs and any other going with the big sweeper up there. It seems to want to knife into a bit, but it seems to be pretty good everywhere else. So.
They've gone the wrong way, so Brendan and Rory, they needed to turn right there. Now he's gone completely bamboozled. He needs to go a long, long way back to turn right at the Witch's Hat, and now immediate right. Now they're back on course proper, then they've gone the wrong way. I'll tell you what, this could be a 3-minute lap the way they're going, or a run out of fuel a la Chris Edmonds. But, mate, while these guys sort of carried on, Michelle is a bit shaken. That's the adrenaline surge as well, isn't it?
It is, and I think everyone's biggest fear is in this sport you end up underwater. So that's all going through our heads. We didn't know which way we were going, but we knew it wasn't going to be good.
Yeah, it looked for one brief moment there that it could have been an underwater mission. But listen, mate, thank you so much for your time. It's really appreciated. I know you want to get back to your pit, down to the crew. All our best to Michelle, mates, and we'll hopefully see you next round.
Won't be today. We're going to go to the JCB bar and support the Fish Show Society there. So, it should be a good day. Doyley just needs to get a lap in. It'll go all right.
Mate, get down there, give him a bit of grief. Roylo, thanks again for coming up, mate. Really appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Justin Roylance, Brendan and Rory Doyle. Well, I'll tell you what, they have had better laps. So that is how it goes. So the Medlicott, Mr. Medlicott now out in the Gone Nuts machine. Jody Eli just put an absolute ripper down. So Jason Anderson doing the navigational duties here. So what can Gone Nuts again? I tell you what, qualifying round number 2 across the LS class, and thus far the International Group A has certainly been very interesting. And you heard that Roylo said as they're getting around the sweeper, his boat was knifing a little bit, and it's not just happening to the Spitwater machine. We saw it happen to Brendan and Rory Doyle in the Pulse machine. We've seen it with a lot of boats, so very interesting how this sweeper is causing a little bit of havoc up there. Not the sort of havoc that we saw in this same rotation back in 2018 at the World Series for round 1. But Gone Nuts again, out on the water, Andrew Medlicott and Jason Anderson. And they're looking okay, they're getting through it. Into the Spitwater roundabout for the final time. No, I've actually got myself a little bit confused there. Pretty easy to do. Get a round room, tell me to sit in the corner, and that's how it starts. So, and now the final time into the Spitwater roundabout. Out of there, and this looks like it is going to be a nice, except for the bounce across the line. Andrew Medlicott there with 69.86, 69.86.
Did you go a bit early there, Cave?
Yeah, mate, I've been known to do that. I have been known to do that.
So we've got a change coming up in Unlimited.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Chris Edmonds is going to drive hazardous. So he's jumping from
I thought I was Nostradamus. You already know that.
I'm Cavadamus.
You already knew that.
No, I didn't know that, but I thought it was we were heading
Chrissy
down
just
an
come up,
obvious path.
so they can't the biggest issue with it running out of fuel, because now it's got so much fuel running through it, it's running properly, they can't take the risk of it flaming out and doing basically what Justin just did.
Yeah.
Okay, that was a slightly different situation, but at the wrong part of the track and it flames out and he's got no control. So he's going to jump into the boat he already owns that he's lent to Nuts. So that story thickens even further.
It does indeed. So PK out on track. 4-0 Racing. Naomi Gow doing the navigational duties here this afternoon. We are only qualifying round number 2 for the International Group A category.
These guys are currently second after Q1 with a 58.37. In behind Rylands is 56.02. Just saw Jody Ely throwing a 58.42, so they're still a shade quicker than that.
And
to the split.
Coming down through this little flip-flop here in front of commentary there. Just you can see when a driver is seeing the channels as wide as a 4-lane freeway, such minimal wheel movement getting through that, quite a tricky part of that course. And this is a guy on top of his game in Q2.
22.01 to the split, so he was down on Roylands, which was a 21.17.
And a 56.65. 56.65 there for PK.
Which maintains P2, but effectively that's going to become P1 at the moment, because I don't think we're going to see Justin back. I'll shoot down the back and just see what the level of damage is, but as Justin was alluding to, I don't think we're going to see it back today.
What I saw at the top, and it's only the air filter, but that was, we got a bit of a fire in the 4-0 Racing, so the safety crew down there very, very quickly. Now, this boat is running on methanol. So, as you see them pouring water into it, water puts out methanol. It won't put out avgas, it won't put out petrol.
I was just about to yell, grab the extinguishers, boys, but they knew what they were doing too. So, well done, guys.
So, very, very well done. PK there just having a bit of a look and going, righto, let's just ease out on that. Geez, I tell you what, there is a lot going on. This is qualifying round number 2. Half the LS class have thrown himself out. We've seen a little bit of degradation in the Group A thus far. There's a few stories going on.
Yeah, welcome to rounds 1 and 2 at Caparita.
So,
56,
so if we can get
67.
the trailer for PK around, please. No, they're jet skiing it. Sorry about that, guys. You stay in the car via the ute near the trailer. We have Scruffy, the tugboat, the jet ski, coming to the rescue.
So has it dropped a fuel line off it, rather than it didn't seem to look like an oil fire.
I'm going to run down, or actually not run, I'm going to waddle and find out.
Don't fall down the stairs. As good a commentary position this is, Keith, man, you've got the sketchiest stairs. Yeah, talk about drama with a capital Q. Yep, that's right, I'm dyslexic. All right, so we should have Let's Boogie on the boat ramp to come out next. Matrix and Toughen Up are back out there after firing up, not doing Q1. They had some engine temperatures spiking and got it fired up down here in the pit bay and went back, so hopefully they got their issues sorted. Both guys are in the boat. We got Hazardous backing down into the water, the first of the Superboats, so it's probably going to be Chris in the boat first, or is it Daryl first up? I think they're going to run Daryl first and put Chris at the end of the queue and Unlimited sharing now that boat. So as I said, the issue with the unhazardous, the other boat, with it now running cleanly, they found that the fuel tank capacity is not big enough and they don't want to take the risk of the thing flaming out at the wrong part of the course, and just a lot of risk. So Let's Boogie, Darren Kesper, Jake O'Day, Atchison Hull, Atchison Jet Unit, sponsored by Oz Pebble. Big launch out of the water, out of the start chute. So they've banked a 67.05, ran it wide through the sweep for the first time. There are a couple of little corrections there to get it straightened back up. So looking to improve on a 67.05. And this this 400 mountain has just been turned on its head. And did that just flame out?
Yep, it
You
did
heard it,
indeed.
I didn't.
It, well, safety crew.
To the rescue.
Oh,
Are they
jeez.
trying to get it refired?
Yeah, I think he is.
No, they're going to the
Yep, no,
parade
they've
now.
gone. Can we please get a tow so the jet ski will be put back into use again? Just had a chat to PK and
Jet ski Steve to the rescue.
da-da-da.
Dun 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 dun.
So had a chat to PK. PK went, it's no big issue, a little bit of stuff out of the breather.
Some of the teams are on the little grandstand here in the pit, both telling the jet ski to go out and get rescued.
Oh, well, someone's got to lead the charge. So, yeah, PK, no big deal down there. He said a bit of stuff out of the breather, called a bit of flame.
So it was oil rather than fuel.
Yeah, he's not worried about it at all.
It was
he said,
either like if
"Oh,
a fuel line dropped off, like because the thing with methanol, you cannot see it burning.
But what the good indication is, if somebody's on fire when they've got methanol on them, they walk around like they've walked through a spider's web.
The Ricky Bobby scene from
Yep.
Talladega Nights.
That's the one.
Although he wasn't on fire. But that's the scary thing about methanol.
Yeah, you can't see the flame in the day.
At night you can probably see it, but like during the day you're not going to see anything. So just pushed a little bit of oil out of the breather, and that's what caught on fire.
So that's all A-OK. He's
Cool.
more than happy with it. So we've got a couple of more boats for qualifying 2 for the Group A before we move into the unlimited superboats. And it's going to be interesting to see where we are as far as time goes, considering that we are probably running out of boats and running out, oh no, we're only a little bit behind time. So let's see what race control does. They may not qualify for on the head. That is a summarisation. So we'll have we won't make that call until somebody official lets us know. So Darren Kesper for Redland Bay Towing and Oz Pebble, Ipswich Paint and Panel, just making their way back to the trailer at the moment. Toughen Up back on the ramp again, and hopefully they have their overheating issues sorted out. Gilchrist, Hugh Gilchrist in the Matrix, also on the ramp. But it is Toughen Up, Danny Napick and Darren Tickell.
Tickell, it came from Darren himself. Never corrector, but he corrected me.
Right, okay, so we'll put that as a tick. Tick L, so.
They haven't registered a time yet because they didn't actually start Q1. They had an overheating issue from practice. Toughen Up on the journey, former water ski racers. Australian Championships, long-time ski racers.
Yeah, this is actually looking like a reasonably tidy lap, seeing as though this is only their second time on course here today. So really just acquitting himself beautifully at the minute. Under the split there with a 24.16, I believe it is. A little bit of knife into there.
About a second and a half down on Jody Ely's split. They're not too far away, but they haven't had a lot of seat time here so far today.
So now going across the sweeper, it doesn't seem to knife the boats on the left hand around the sweeper. I think it's the speed that they're carrying in off the start line. Going around clockwise, it's causing the issues, but Danny Napick around the roundabout for the final time. Or the boat just didn't deal with the crosswash as well as he would have liked, and it's a 61.79.
And a big lift onto that last right-hander down here in front of us, and it was wide, and he knew it was coming too, but that was a pretty big lift.
61.79 there. And it looks like we'll have our last Group A boat coming off the trailer in just a second. That'll be Hugh Gilchrist of Australian Moulding and Door Company down there in Bayswater, Victoria. Rel Pello doing the navigational duties. Brand new hull for the team Matrix. brand new boat, brand new package. Always interesting to get into. So let's see if you and Narelle can actually lay a time down now, because that is what it's about. This is Q2. So far during practice and Q1, they haven't had it all their own way in any way, shape or form. So Hugh really heavily relying on the navigator at the moment. So far, oh geez, he's decided to cut in nice and tight. You wouldn't want to be a worm and poke your head up there. He's just gone the wrong way.
Should have been down here in front of us, making the left down to the split.
No, because he needed to go back up the track and come back down again. So while he's rejoined at the right spot, you need to come from the direction in which you were travelling. Now, go left. No. So Hugh and Narelle, theoretically, they are back on the rotation, but by the rule book, they are not. And it is the rule book that decides the outcome.
Did make re-entry back in from where they made the mistake, so this will be another no time. So a couple of those now, unfortunately for Hugh and the Matrix team.
Big DNF did not finish. So, well, they got closer. They got much closer there. So that rounds out qualifying round number 2 for the International Group A's. We are going to go to the junior development. Eliza Roylance, at least with her old man being sent out for the rest of the day, he'll be able to give her a little bit more one-on-one coaching, you might think.
So for 400, currently fastest is 4-0 Racing. Paul Kelly, Naomi Gow at a 56.67. Justin has gone faster at a 56.02 in Q1, but we ain't seeing that boat back today.
But have a look at this, mate. Paul Kelly at a 56, then Brendan Doyle at a 130, Jody at a 58, and there's the rest of it is just, you know, like over 10 seconds away from Paul Kelly. That was just a disaster for the majority of the fleet in the International Group A, as well as the LS class. Kyle Elphingston and Daniel Salter, the only two to get around and in that order without a rotational error or some other problem. The rest of them, yeah.
Q2 so far without Unlimited, so now
Unlimited,
10 boats with navigation errors.
Daryl Hutton, ladies and gentlemen. So Daryl Hutton, Phoenix Lubricants, this boat shut down last time out. Obviously, Lee, Mick Parry, Peter Franklin, and Clem down there in the pits have been working tirelessly alongside Chris Edmonds and the team from Hazardous and non-hazardous. Where's the split? 19.715. Oh my goodness.
So he's got a 10th quicker than what he did in Q1.
Wow.
So the boat didn't shut down. He made a mistake, hit an island, he just pulled the lap.
Jeez.
So it didn't actually flame out.
There you go. Have a look at Daryl Hutton, the Kiwi who makes Australia home for a number of years now.
He's still 6/10 down on Fonzie split from Q1 though, but it's closer than it has been.
Oh, where's this going to finish up? Daryl Hutton across the line, 51.12. So about 1 second shy of the last time that Fonzie Mullen posted a time.
50.08 for Fonzie, 50.08, 51.12. Come on, folks, put your hands together for Daryl Hutton. He's on the money in Hazardous, but we're going to see this boat back out again in this rotation.
Yeah, we are, but next will be Eliza Roylance in the junior development.
There was still a little bit of time left out there, Caveman. There was a couple of moments there, and again, it's that your Spitwater Island, you call it. The boat's just unsettled and losing traction and getting out. So there was probably half a second there. There was a couple of other little moments there, and again, Daryl's still trying to get used to the boat. He's not overly comfortable with the seating position. Slade had a very, very different seating position in the boat, to the point that Daryl actually couldn't see over the bow of the boat when he first got in.
Yeah, but the height difference between the two drivers is about a foot.
Yeah, I think Daryl's shrunk over the years. Happy birthday too, Nuts.
Oh, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Can't hear you.
Happy birthday, dear Daryl Nutsy Harton. Happy birthday to you.
Cavey, you've got the voice of an angel.
That's got its wings stuck in a car door.
Just got hit in the kneecap by a baseball bat. Eliza out there on course. That was a good lap from Nuts. That was a good effort. They'll be pretty happy with that. So Chris Edmonds is going to come back out in that boat. All right, so we got Eliza Roylance out there for her third run of the day. First ever time out in one of these boats here at Keith this weekend. We were all celebrating after the first one when she got the rotation right. I was actually down in the pits for the second one. What happened in the second one?
Oh, she parked it up just in,
did she?
Yeah, about that far away from the finish line.
Thankfully not as spectacularly as Dad.
No, that's it. We don't want to emulate Dad. Even Dad doesn't want to emulate Dad. Oh, yeah, just... Is that right? Oh, yeah, no, going fantastic.
Different rotation.
It is a different rotation. And the thing is, I still couldn't keep up with it.
I'm glad you didn't say there was going to be a navigation error, but you thought about it long enough and went, oh, hang on, maybe.
Yep, I'll just let my brain catch up with my mouth.
Well, you have that problem too.
Oh, I don't know if it's a problem or a curse or a blessing. I'm not too sure which way it goes. But come on, Eliza. Sneak around there. Keep onto it. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, lap completed.
Yeah, team's clapping down there on the pit bay and the boat ramp, so she's got that one right.
Well done. So, yeah, Chris Edmonds in non-hazardous, now jumping into the hazardous machine. And while he owns the boat, he's never driven the hazardous machine. So
again, the other boat's a brand new boat that only touched the water for the first time at the second round at Cabarita. Had some engine issues with plugged nozzles and things like that. They got it running cleanly. They figured out they need a much bigger fuel tank for the thing now, but he's never sat in his now other boat. So the story that we started telling at the beginning of the weekend from round one, where he's borrowed Daryl's boat after problems with his other supercharged boat, Yippee-Ki-Yay. He's crashed Daryl's boat, he's bought hazardous, he's put Daryl in the boat for round two, he's bought out the other boat he's bought for round two with the LSA in it, had problems, come here, he's had problems with that again, and he's put himself back in the other boat he owns that he's lent to Daryl Hutton that he's never driven before. Can you up with me?
Mate, so he's in another boat, another boat. So this is Chris Edmonds, this is round number 3, and this is the fourth boat. The fourth boat that he's going to be in. Pretty phenomenal. Fonzie Mullen in Ramjets on Vection GM Motorsport. On the trailer there, just getting some warmth into the world's largest LS engine, 583 cubes. His last run was a 50.08, the fastest he's ever gone on this rotation at this track, and that was during Q1. So what can Fonzie accomplish here? Can he go sub 50? Time will tell. We will not be far away from finding out the answer to that. And just
I'm going to say yes.
That this boat, acceleration out of the start chute, phenomenal. But it is good to see Daryl Hutton and this man, Fonzie Mullen, neck and neck.
He's already gone quicker than his...
I tell you, that's quick up there. This is 0 to 130 kilometres an hour, ladies and gentlemen, in under 1.7 seconds. The lateral G-forces on takeoff are 4 Gs into the back of the seat. Where's the split? 1909.
He's gone quicker by a tenth.
Oh, geez, I tell you what, through the flip-flops very well indeed. Now back up true and into Spitwater roundabout, slingshot into the sweeper. Line that channel up around the witches at Fonzie Mullen on a flyer.
It's sitting beautifully in the water. It's crossing over its own weight really, really nicely. He's on a lap here. Can he get into the 49s? Can he?
49.82, ladies and gentlemen. 49.82, so that is about 1.3 seconds quicker than Daryl Hutton in the hazardous machine, and this is only qualifying round number 2.
49.82, and again, I think in a couple of spots there's still some more time. There's still some more time, but he still has 6/10 to find to get Coe's 49.2 set here back in 2018 at the Worlds. But that was cool to watch.
Coley now coming out. The Kiwi from Wanganui in the Mouth Fresh machine, the Nissan Twin Turbo.
Now, if we're going to say it correctly, apparently, because there's an H added to it now, it's Wanganui? No, it's Wanganui, isn't it?
Yeah, I disagree. They might have changed the name of the town, but I disagree with them.
Yeah, it's Wanganui.
Rob Coley, in practice, came out very slowly. In qualifying round number 1, he came out with a bit of speed and then eased it back. This one is a drive with a lot more confidence, a lot more feeling, a lot more pace.
Water.
Have a look at this water up onto the window of the commentary tower. Rob Coley, all the Kiwis at home will be sitting on the edge of their seat looking at the live stream going, nailing here, Rob.
19.9 at the split, but I'm seeing Chris Edmonds' name on there, but at 19.9 to the split. And yeah, we need the squeegee for the windows up here in the commentary position. Rob's definitely on a lap though, the boat looking very sharp.
Oh, nice time, 51.31 for Rob Coley. His fastest time of the day.
He's only 2/10 off Daryl Hutton. Only 2/10 off Daryl Hutton. And he's found over 2 seconds in Q2.
Really ramping up in this unlimited category.
There's more left in that, okay?
Oh, there's
more left in that.
So the Poison Ivy machine makes its way back to the trailer as Blown Budget with Glenn Roberts and Daniel Kelly. Now, last time we saw that this machine had a spectacular over an island, into a channel, over a channel, into an island, and ultimately out of the track. So Glenn Spider Roberts, can he put a lap together here? He's certainly not putting his foot into this at the moment. He's just trying to get this one bank a time, get the rotation right, because he hasn't had a lot of luck so far here today. This Stingray hull, plenty of juice in this one, got about 1,200 horsepower.
26.18 to the split, 26.18 to the split. So I think Spider's just going to be happy to get a lap in here, although he had a thought about there, it just got right out of the throttle, so he just maybe had a thought about which direction to go, but he's on the right direction at the moment.
Now, interesting, Spider has hearing aids, and he says if he turns them up too much, he can hear too much out of the engine. So what he will do is, as he gets into the boat, he turns the hearing aids down so he can concentrate on the driving and not worry about what's happening behind him. Really interesting guy to have a talk to, and a great mentor for him, Def Big. So Glenn Roberts across the line there in a 69.06, 69.06 there for Glenn Roberts and Daniel Kelly.
Gets a lap in the book though, gets a lap in the books. So we got Chris Edmonds to come now. So he's jumped in two. He's jumped out of unhazardous. Non-hazardous into hazardous. The boat that he owns, that he's lent to Daryl Hutton, that's currently P2, and he's never driven this boat before. So we've already seen this once this year, but it's not Daryl lending his boat to Chris. It's Daryl lending the boat owned by Chris, lending it to Chris. Confused? Go, mate. Chris.
Who's in this boat now?
It's Chris.
So, Chris Evans.
If anyone's got a boat for sale, Chris will buy it.
Yeah, you probably will too. Boys loving the power.
I reckon Nuts won't get this back for the next round.
I think he will. I think that he's going to get shunted. Chris Edmonds absolutely looking like he's loving
He's only a second off Daryl's split.
And he's not even trying at this point. He's getting the feel for this boat. But mind you, he has had adaptability over the last 3 meetings.
He was putting 2 good laps together in the other boat before it shut down, basically, literally just running out of fuel. So this is a good effort for Chris. Oh, he's wide down there in the mid-water island.
Very, very wide.
This will be a good lap.
And a 56.59 there for Chris Edmonds. That is an absolute cracker. All right, that winds out qualifying round number 2. We are going to get set for qualifying round number 3. I'm going to let you do a little
Look
bit
at
of
Chris.
that. Oh,
You reckon he's happy with that? Come on. Keith, put your hands together for Chris Edmonds. Never driven this boat before. He's owned it for 2 rounds. Daryl's on the boat ramp going, oh, we're good. We're good. Not bad for an old boy. Hey, Nuts and Caveman sang happy birthday to you, and it was the worst happy birthday rendition I've ever heard.
That's why I sang it to him when he had his helmet
But
on.
he meant it with love.
Yes, it was pure love.
Good effort, Chris Edmonds. How good is that? What are the odds that Nuts doesn't get the boat back for round 4?
I don't know, I'm confused.
Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since 1926.
Day of it so far. Paraso Day during the navigation duties, and the aggravation boat has been wrong way, it's been on the dirt, it's been wrong way, it's been another wrong way, and he's gone the wrong way again. I tell you what, there is going to be a little bit more frustration with the aggravation, I would suggest.
I'm going to say there's going to be some aggravation on board.
There will be a bit of disappointment, and it is going to be bitter. So they still haven't, they've got it wrong right from the start, and they haven't realised it. So it's a very, very long way back to get back into the rotation, which they will not do at this stage of the lap, unfortunately. So that will be 4 DNFs did not finish in a row for Ron O'Day. So, well, they finished strongly. The drive was smooth. The rotation was wrong. All right, so our next boat out might be the Spartan or Rip Shift. So the Spartan making their way into the start chute. And that is Luke Walters behind the wheel, and Juzzy Colbert doing the navigational duties for Owens Contracting, OC Racing. And they have come all the way over from Western Australia. So let's hope they can lay one down here. So, so far, they haven't had a great day of the rotation, but their first time at the course. So we do see that quite often here at this facility, one of the world's best jet sprinting facilities that you will ever see. And ladies and gentlemen on the hill, hope you're having a fantastic day. Really enjoying it up here in the commentary tower, working with Jamie McCarthy. So the Spartan through the split there at a 28.04.
So they'll just look to get one banked here at the moment. So Blackout Racing leads on a 54.50. Hustler second at a 54.73. Rip Shift third at a 54.80. 3/10 covering the top 3 boats. And let's see if the Spartan boys can bring this home and get a lap registered in the LS class.
Geez, he went very wide out there.
And it went really wide on the next corner as well.
So he's picking up the speed. I think they're getting confident that they know that they're on the run home. And geez, I tell you what, Luke and Juzzy are going to be fist pumping all the way up the front chute now. So they've laid one down with a 67.06, and people in Western Australia will be celebrating.
Well, Juzzy was. There was arms going left, right and centre over the finish line.
So for Owens Contracting, great run to get one down. So Richie and, Laurie Howlett and Karen Howlett, these guys haven't managed to put a time down today either. So will Q3 be kinder to the entire fleet? Let's hope so.
Pretty frustrated after Q2, just struggling with trying to pick out the spots on the track in relation to where the islands are, having never been here before, and that's really where their issues should have been.
So far,
Or have they
so
been here
good.
before?
No, they've never raced here
raced
before.
here, okay.
So, yep, that's looking good so far.
Down to the split at a 28.20.
Up that way.
So they were two tenths down on what we just saw from the Spartan. So
Now,
look for the lap to sort of be
good so far for them.
If they can go sub 70 and get the lap done, that's going to be an achievement here at the moment with the start of the day they've had.
Oh, this is going to be okay. Shh. Maybe.
Got it right.
Oh,
Got
there's
it right.
concentration on our rotation experts at the far end of the commentary tower. Is this going to be good? Round the roundabout. Now, left.
Come to us,
Now
come
right.
to us, turn right. Yes!
Bang! Drop their
They
racing.
got it.
Bangs the time in.
68.770. 68.770. And nearly ran it wide out the back.
Oh, there is
I think Laurie was clapping and took his hands off the wheel. Hercules,
Oh, I tell you what,
Hercules.
I don't know that I've seen two people celebrate as much. That's almost like they've won the World Series.
Well, Laurie's not supposed to be clapping because he's still got to steer the boat.
Yeah. All right, so Bastian Mullen, Rip Shift, his last run ended up in a DNF, and it's the man who's won 2 from 2 rounds this year so far. So Kyle Elkinson's got the wood on him at the moment, but Bastian Mullen, he is a fierce competitor, and he will not like where he ended up last time on the course, so he will be trying not to replicate that. He will be concentrating. He will just be trying to put this pinpoint accurate.
21.4 to the split, so he's a tenth down on what he did in the previous run that saw it get it wrong at the end of it.
That left-right combination lost a little bit of time in there.
Currently P3, 3/10 off the front running pace set by Kyle Elphinstone, and Blackout Racing still to come in Q3. So looking to improve on a 54.80.
There's been water roundabout for the last time this lap for Bastian Mullen, the young man from Melton, across the line, and a 55.58. So he's gone out there in Q3 after the misstep in qualifying number 2 and went, right, you know what, I'm just not going to put it all on the line here, reset, get it all sorted out. And that is a smart drive from a young man.
He's still got that 54.8. Oh, and he's just parked it coming into the pit chute.
There's a peninsula there.
Thunderbirds to the rescue. Yeah, that ain't going. Oh, no, he got it off.
That's all right. Well done.
He even acknowledges the safety crew who are starting to make moves to him. All right, so 54.8 still sees Bastian and Talia James in the third position behind Blackout Racing, and this boat that's about to hit the water, the Hustler.
The guys from WA. So as Daniel Salter makes his way towards the starter, now under starter's orders. And Daniel Salter has just been doing what Daniel Salter does, which is just get better and better each time out. So I would expect we're going to see him getting down into the 53s.
Yeah, Q2 was a 55.2, so he backed it up a touch, but he's still got that 54.7 from Q1, so he's still got just over 2/10 to find to get to Kyle Alpenstone and Blackout Racing.
Yeah, and this so far he's looking like a very smooth drive, really nice transition around the roundabout into the split at a 20.53. He is trucking.
That's fast. That's half a second up on
Oh
Alpenstone's.
no! He just grabbed the inside of that island on that left-hand turn, and he was smart. He kept the boat going left instead of trying to straighten it up. So he's had a rotational error. He's back on track, but that is a smart drive. Had he tried to get back down to the channel he was heading to, it would have been all over. It would have been upside down, guaranteed. So that is a man who's got reflex, lightning reflexes, and amazing ability.
Time's going to blow out a little bit, obviously.
61.67, but that was a great save from Daniel Salter. Clipped the inside of that right-hander, and had he tried to get it into the channel he was aiming for, it would have been all over.
So I was concentrating and seeing where the split was in relation to Kyle in the Q2 run and Bastian. So Bastian went 21.32, Kyle went 21.02, and he's gone fastest. Salter was at a 20.53. He was half a second up on that split.
Wow.
So the first part of the lap, tick. Second part of the lap, not so tick.
So great to see Webb Haulage from Tintinara there as one of the sponsors on the Hustler. So fantastic to see that guys from WA getting support here from the Keith District, as we now see local favourite Matt Manel, Leighton Collins getting out there in the Nude Nuts Racing now.
So they have gone 59, 26, 58, 78. So they need to find a little bit of time to put them in the battle.
So Matt Malthouse last time out, he got the rotational error, a little bit of extra time up the roundabout. Started off a bit tentatively this morning. During practice, he went the wrong way during Q1. He got it sorted but was tentative during Q2. He got the wrong way but had the pace. Q3, so far he's looking confident. It's feeling good as far as rotation goes. I think the boys, they've got it wrong. They've got it wrong.
You get
now
that
they've got it right.
3-2.
Oh no, they got it wrong. But now the pace is certainly there.
All right, so I was just about to say before that, currently P4 on that 58, 7-8 from Q2. Well, that was a big lift.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of frustration starting to show from Matt Malthouse here.
So it went 28.69 at the split, so that's definitely a big time loss. Corrected it, but again, another one that's going to blow out.
Yeah, so 62.58, and Matt Malthouse and Leighton Collins there just going, oh, what do we need to do here? They're having a bit of a chat about it.
We're 3-2. You get that one.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'll take that.
You were calling them when they made the mistake. How good they were going.
Yeah, and then I was too busy watching them, not watching where they were going.
It wasn't far away though. Like it was in the right direction.
So
They are still the fourth place boat in LS.
Yeah, that's not podium.
No.
So
we know that they'll be somewhere in the mix.
Rob Johnson and Noddy coming in. Grant Dodd So almost
81.82 has been their best. They definitely need to find some time.
Yeah, they had a bit of a rough start today during practice and qualifying one. Got the rotation right during Q2. Just want to cement that rotation here. I think during qualifying 4, really sort of start nailing it would be my game plan.
Sponsored by Stout Automotive and Good Guys Performance Centre. Scott Hull, LS3 Chevy. Right, so the split was a 26.37 to the split. So he's up by a couple of seconds on the Spartan, which was in the 28s.
So Almo or Gizzy ran it wide there into that right hand and now back up the front chute at the witch's hat point and shoot into the Spitwater roundabout.
This will be a big improvement. Come down to us, turn right, got that right.
And a 66.58, 66.58 there for Rob Johnson and Grant Dotty Dodd. So,
what's that? About a 15-second improvement. That's not a bad improvement.
That's moving definitely in the right direction. There is no doubt about that. So just looking for Lance in the solid gold machine. Lance Edmonds coming out. Peter Cindy in the navigator seat. The Atchison Hull. Lance is Chris Edmonds' nephew.
Yep.
So that gets that's all good. We're onto it. So what can the young man provide for us here? I'm going to see that this is going to duck right down. We've got our race director up here, Brooke Lucas. We'll have a chat to him in a minute. Oh, we might not. It's not that interesting. No, he's really doing a great job down here. And I'll tell you what, the Anderson jet machine on the solid gold with Lance Edmonds in it. Not looking too bad for a rookie, I'm going to say.
So they've gone 63.25. Split was a 24.40. 24.40. So that's a couple of seconds up on the Spartan, or 4 seconds up on the Spartan, a couple of seconds up on almost there. So they're looking to improve on a 63.25. They should be on certainly that pace, but they're looking to find a little bit of time towards the end. Little lift over the back there, and it was pretty wide around the sweeper as well.
Yeah, look, these guys actually working very well together between sending Lance in the right direction. So we just ran that roundabout for the final time. One shoot for home, the left and the right, and that's already a successful lap with a 64.12.
So they lost a little bit of time. They're down about 9/10 on what they did in the previous run in Q2 at a 63.25. But it's another lap in the books. They'll be happy with that. Getting into the 12 will be the first goal. Fastest boat at the venue, and LS is about to hit the water. Kyle Elphinstone in Blackout Racing. Got Jacob Bellamy sitting alongside. These guys are currently P1. 54.50 from Q2.
Oh, just have a look at the way that boat has just transitioned all the way through there. That is smooth. Smooth is fast, fast is smooth. And Kyle Elphinstone really putting on a show here in qualifying round number 3 for this LS category at the moment. He's certainly laying it down to series leader Bastian Mullen, certainly laying it down to Matt Moldhouse and saying, boys and girls, what can you do? This is me.
It was 4/10 down on Salter's split, but faster than what he was before.
So this is going to be a fantastic run home, and it is going to be very tight between Kyle Elphinstone and Daniel Salter. So Kyle across the line and a 54.29. So the difference there is about 0.4 from having a look from this distance at our computer.
Well, he's just found 3/10. He's just found 3/10. So Maintaining
When you
P1.
say 3/10s, can you play? I don't get
0.3.
Yeah, all right. Is that tenths? Is it?
Yeah.
So what's hundredths? Is that point like
That's
one?
second,
At that
third
right,
one's
okay.
1,000.
See, I have a lot of trouble with those bases. So 0.3, bound 0.3.
I don't know what day of the week it is.
Fantastic. All right, now I'm onto it because when I get into thousands of stuff, I'm going, oh, this.
So it's probably a little bit old school with the speedway stuff, but yeah. So anyway, 54.29, he has improved over a 54.50 from Q2. So, but notably, he was 0.4 down. Sorry, 0.4 down on Salter's split before he made the mistake in the second half of the lap.
Wow.
So Salter's got pace.
Oh, there is no doubt about that as we go. Mitch Curtis and Georgie Ungle into the smoke and mirrors. Now let's have a look as this boat's cornering. Have they got this reverse bucket sorted out? I would suspect, Brooke, is that what you're thinking? Reverse bucket catching the water out of that? So our race director and retired racer of many, many years, Brooke Lucas, up here and confirming that the reverse bucket is catching a bit of water. So I'm suggesting that's going to slow you down.
What was the split? 25.611 to the split for Mitch.
The smoke and mirror racing.
The start of Q1 was spectacular out of the water, out of the start chute. He had a couple of moments in Q2. So far their best has been a 72.46 in Q2. Doing all the right things at the moment, at least going in the right direction.
Yeah, absolutely. So, really, geez, I'll tell you that bucket over there catching that water is going to be slowing them down. So that was a 64.31 there for Mitch Curtis and
be happy with
Georgia
that.
Ungle.
They've just found 8 seconds.
I just wanted to lift the reverse bucket up a little bit, and I reckon I'll probably find a second and a half, maybe 2 out of it.
Well, they did make an improvement. They just found 8 seconds, so they've locked in a 64.31. 64.31. Brooks behind me telling me that boat dates back to the mid-90s. That's a while ago. Right, hot shots. They've had a couple of rotation errors, no time so far, and it's the last, literally, the last probably fifth of the lap. And for KV, that's 0.5. No, it's not. That's a different number. I'm so used to saying tenths. All right, hot shot on the water, the world's fastest organic garlic farmer. They need to try and get a lap completed here. They've got the first half sorted. They've got the majority of the second half sorted. It's just the last little sequence on the run down to the finish line that they've had some issues with so far today as the sun comes out over Keith. This is what we wanted to see earlier on today, so hopefully it's warmed up a little bit out there. All right, so that'll sort of bring Rodney down to the split and hot shot. 32.33 to the split. So they've got the next sequence correct. It's right at the end where they've had the issues. So just will them home, guys. Get this rotation correct and get a lap on the boards for the hot shot team, Rodney Norton and Pam Moran. So around the sweeper, head back down through the center. Got it right this time. The last 2 times they've come down that next island towards the commentary run. So they've got it right so far. This will be the tight run. Hook it left, through the middle, through the islands. Get left, get right. They're going to complete the rotation and get a lap in the books at a 78.348. 78.348. But more importantly, they've got the rotation correct. Put your hands together for the hot shot team. Pam is. Hercules, Hercules. Good effort, guys. Well done. They're pretty happy in the boat. Just their 3rd time ever in a jet sprint boat. They debuted at Caparita at round number 1. So they've got that one completed. They've got the bogey off their back and have a time registered. Quiet Time is next. They were a big improver from Q1 to Q2, from a 71.11 to a 63.11. Pretty aggressive out of the start chute. Couple of little corrections over the back around the sweeper. Just heard that lift and a bit of steering input to keep it off the bank. So Noel Verning, Nathan Garrett, Matt Craft Hole, sponsored by Agafab Contracting, JMV Create. The splits are $24.94, $24.94 to the split. Lowe's Petroleum and Tom's Tarps also sponsoring this team. If they can improve on that 63.11, they're definitely heading in the right direction. So around the sweeper the opposite way that we saw off the race start, back down through the centre. Through that central island, which sort of makes the run between what we've got on the markers as 7 and 8. Get it tight around this one. They've got it going in the right direction again for the second time. Looking to improve on a 63. A little bit slower at a 63.99. 63.99 for Quiet Time. So they lost 0.8 on their Q2 effort, but they got the rotation correct. They ran wide a couple of spots that just cost them a little bit of time on that one from their effort in Q2. Which was their best in Q2, as Twisted is now out on track. Jade Atchison, Aaron Kearney, Central Coast Kitchens and Wardrobes, Leader Machinery, New South Wales, Camera Warehouse. Another one of the Stingray holes, running an 8.25-inch jet unit. So far today, they got a time banked in Q2 with a 70.62. Down to the split at a 27.874, 27.874. Little hesitation in the lift there, but they're still going the right way. So they're going to look to improve on that 70.62 from Q2. So they'll head around the back, so around that reverse direction through the sweeper, back down here through the centre. To the right around that central island. That sharp left-hander here, and the run down to the flag. Picking up the RPM. They'll get the Q3 lap complete with a 71.185. 71,185, so just a touch slower than what they did in Q2, so they've still got that 70.62 from Q2. So Slicer with an oil issue. They do have time to try and make Q3 at the end of this rotation. Still on the boat ramp, we've got Rip Shift B, Aggravation B, and Borrowed Time.
So Nate Mullen now coming off the trailer. As we see Twisted make their way back towards the ramp. Nate Mullen, so tell you what, Daniel Salter certainly leading the charge at this point. Kyle Elphingston hot in pursuit. Bastian Mullen. Well, I tell you, I reckon young Nate is going to rip one out here.
So went 62.12 in Q1, improved to a 59.23. That was a big lift.
Yeah, he went wide, grabbed a little bit of grass on the outside. I'm having a guess at. So I'll tell you what, Nate Mullen just going to have these today. This is one of these things. I had a chat to Nate yesterday. I said, righto, mate, as the B driver, your older brother's leading the charge. Where are you going to go? Are you taking it easy to protect the boat, protect the team? He said, no comment. No comment from Nate Mullen.
23.86 to the split, so it's lost a little bit of time in the first part of the lap with a couple of moments. It lost some traction with a big cavitation out of the Spitwater Island.
So Nate Mullen in the rip ship machine, now into the final part of this lap.
He's carried some speed down to there.
Certainly did. Across the line, Nate Mullen with a 58.77 puts him into P4 at the moment in qualifying round at number 3 for the LS category. So it's Daniel Salter, Kyle Elphingston, Bastian Mullen, Nate Mullen, Lance Edmonds.
So he's just, 58.77 versus Matt Malthouse's 58.78 from Q2. So it's only a hundredth between them.
0.1.
0.01.
0.01. Right, okay, I'm now onto it again. I'm following this. I'm getting onto it.
I had to think about that.
Yeah, I did. I saw your brain ticking over. I tell you what,
smoke coming out my ears.
You're like a slow paying out poker machine. Then aggravation.
Is that another Kiwi joke?
Yep. So Tyler O'Day last time out was a DNF. So all he's got to do to beat his old man is get around.
Keep it off the island. So one lap in the books at a 69.47 from qualifying session round number 1. Going to plan at the moment.
Yep, this is looking all right. So into the split, and that's a 26.6. So Tyler O'Day, well, these youngsters looking okay at the moment. Nice and tentatively through there. Really thought about that. Went right. We need to get this bit right.
At the moment, he should improve. If he can get the last part, the last few corners sorted, he should improve on that 69.47. 26.6 split was on or about Rob Johnston's pace with a 66. So he should find some time on the run down to the flag. He's got the rotation right. Lots of wheel work going on.
And across the line in the 65.75. So Xavier Jackson and Tyler O'Day lay one down. Big improvement from last time out. So they'll be very happy with that indeed moving forward into qualifying round number 4.
Just under 4-second improvement.
Yeah, that's not too bad. Mike Hessel in borrowed time along with Rory Crilly. So the Irish are over there. They've put down their hurling sticks. They've put down their Gaelic football, and they've all got their eyes glued to the live stream.
And we've talked about rugby and my obvious connections to the All Blacks, being a Kiwi.
Slanted, that
the
is.
only team that I will allow and I'm happy with the All Blacks to be beaten by are the Irish.
Oh, you have become weirder and weirder as the days gone on, I reckon.
A bit Irish in the family too.
Right, okay. So Mike Hessel really laid one down. coming out a lot more aggressively. Very
He's
wide
used-
around there.
He's used all of the width of the course. Half of the boat was up on the bank. Goes to the split with a 23-23.
These guys really laying into it. A big quick lift off, lays the bow of the boat right over the island on that right-hander. Geez, I tell you what, some of these guys are getting braver and braver as the day wears on. Grabbed a bit of dirt on the outside,
It just
heading
picked
into
the boat
sweet
up.
water.
I was waiting for it to skip across the island.
Moved the whole boat sideways, but Mike Hessel not worrying about it. Rory really just going, come on, son, get on with it.
Looking to improve on a 62. I reckon they're going to do it easy. A spectacular easy, but they're going to improve.
I'll tell you what, there are some brave lines there with a 60.38, 60.38. And the boys after that lap
They'll
could
be happy.
literally be on borrowed time.
They will be happy with that. And yeah, there was a couple of moments out there.
If you go
So
to
my Jelly Bean Island down here in front of us to our left in commentary, he's cleared half of the bank with half of the boat up on the grass and the other half still in the water coming down there looking front on. So he had a couple of moments. The boys are celebrating in the boat.
Oh, of course they will be. If you have a look onto the V8 Superboats Facebook page, there's a very spectacular photo of Justin Roylance getting the boat up and sideways and airborne. So they're posting regularly on V8 Superboats as we go to the junior development class with Connor Smith at the wheel. So Connor got around last time during Q2. He parked it up on the dirt.
Does that become you can't park there?
I think it is.
Yeah.
That's not a parking move. So the young student, geez, he's only 12 years old. That is just amazing. In the 215 horsepower maximum on this, he's just rubbed up on the island there a little bit.
And a navigation error. So very, very different coming into this out of karting and junior speedway. Karting, you got to turn left and right. Speedway, you just turn left. It's corrected it though.
So good to see. He's got a little bit of pace, the young man. Like to see it. He's got the GoPro on there. So
I'd love to have a run in this thing with the key off.
Mate, what? Turned off?
The starter key.
Oh, the starter.
One that limits the horsepower.
The
Mind
limited
you,
key. I thought that you'd be safer without the key in it.
maybe an issue trying to get into the thing, to be fair.
No, look, I think you'd get in it. I don't know that we'd get you out of it.
You sit behind the seat with my arms wrapped around it. Oh, it ran wide. He kept it off the bank. He kept it off the bank.
Oh, well done, Connor Smith there with a, what's the time? I can't see the clock.
76.1.
Well done, young man.
76.100 with a little nav error in the middle of it, but I think that's his first lap he's actually got a time to, because he's had a couple of navigational errors. Young Connor.
So we can see the remainder of the Group A category on the ramp. Some of the super boats now starting to come down for qualifying round number 3. So see what they're doing. They've got the hazardous machine down there. Just what is going on there? I have no idea why hazardous is out. However, it is hazardous.
Maybe just to give them a little bit more time between driver changes and trying to get the thing refueled, and I'm just going to guess that.
I would suggest that you are pretty close to right.
First time today.
So let's see what hazardous can do here, I dare say, with Daryl Hutton. Have a look at this out of the blocks. That is Daryl Hutton behind the wheel. No doubt about that. That is Mick Parry. And geez, these guys absolutely no, talked them up. They've got a gut full of weed. They were looking good, but now
I was just looking down to see what the split
that
was.
That is a very unfortunate ending to that lap for Daryl Hutton and Mick Parry. So they were looking like they were flying out there. Nutsy a little bit wide around the Spitwater roundabout, and you saw the outcome of that, ladies and gentlemen. And, well, the safety crew had just about dried off. They'd nearly got warm, and we decided, nope, we want to get you wet and cold and uncomfortable, and that is where they are. So, it is, I reckon, this one. So unfortunately, Daryl Hutton and Mick Parry are going to be, well, scrubbing the tugboat out to the rescue. So, mate, I reckon
that was
we're
on a
starting
lap. That was on a lap.
Yeah, he was certainly looking really good up until he had to turn left.
Until it went wrong.
Now, the safety crew, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the safety crew. They are doing a splendiferous job here today. And like I said, we were worried that they were getting dry and warm.
We were staving off hypothermia earlier on this morning.
So now we are going to go back to the Group A. So what we did is we ran Nutsy out of order in normally what would have been the Group A category to allow more time between the driver change, now with Daryl and Chris sharing the drive in that boat. So that was the reason for that. But now we step back into the Group A category. Jody Ellie in the Rampage.
Job was just made a hell of a lot easier with the demise of Justin Roylance, the reigning Australia one.
Oh, what an amount of speed he's carrying up there. The Super Cheap Auto Group as well. So Jody absolutely just holding this thing flat. Listen to this engine just squealing.
So as a reference for the split, Roylance was a 21.17. That was a 21.925. And a rotation error.
So, as we look to check this out, there's
we must have got it corrected.
No, still got a hand up over there. So Jody looking quick. There has been a rotational error, is the information we've been given. So Jody Eli across the line, 59.95. So there is something wrong in there because he's been down into the 54s, 53s. So there's something wrong in there. They've got it wrong. So that'll be classed as a DNF.
So 58.429. So no time. No time.
So that was a DNF for Jody.
All right. Well, they're still, look, comfortably. Actually, no, they're not quickest because Paul Kelly did that 56.65.
So next out is Brendan and Rory Doyle. Their last lap out in Q2 was an abomination. It was all over the place. It was like a bulldog eating custard. And let's hope that they can get this one sorted out. So Brendan and Rory Doyle in the Pulse machine from Balrenal in New South Wales. They run the IGA down here. The boat is absolutely spectacular. The run thus far looking a lot better than last time out. A little bit of porpoising around that island. The split.
22.11 to the split.
So, geez, this is looking a much better lap. I think that Brendan traditionally has a bit of a flat spot in the middle of the meeting.
Only 0.2 down on Ely's split.
So certainly throwing himself in amongst the mix now. And it will be a lot easier now that Justin Roylance is out of the way to be able to step up onto the podium. They've just got to hold it together for the rest of this lap. Lay this one down. Cemented into the final push to the line. Brendan and Rory Doyle in a 56.31. A 5.6.31 there for Brendan and Rory. And that was a much better lap.
Nearly a 3-second gain from the 59.10 in Q1. So that'll comfortably put them in P3. 58.31 actually. Was it a 56.31?
So Andrew
Actually-
Medlicott coming out now in Gone Nuts with Jason Anderson in the navigator seat.
So that actually puts them P1.
Good run
That was a good run. Actually, Brendan Doyle's gone P1
for the moment.
for the moment.
For the moment. So Andrew Medlicott in Gone Nuts, Medlicott Excavations and Echuca Automatics. These guys, as you said earlier, mate, they've been mates for what, 50 years?
since
They've
they
known
were
one another
four.
since they were 4.
69.86 has been their best to the split. 26.82. So we've just seen a change in the lead in 400 class. Brendan Doyle's gone to the top now with Ely back to third, and 4-0 Racing 3/10 down in second at a 56.65. So those three are actually all pretty close, and Jody Ely's got some time to find.
Yeah, certainly does, particularly after a navigational error in that last rotation. But Andrew Medlicott and Jason Anderson out there at the moment, they're looking pretty tidy. I don't think this is obviously an old hull, the old sleek line, so we're not going to see these guys get to the top of the podium, and it's almost like vintage round. So across the line there with a 69.92, 69.92.
Consistent. Their last lap was a 69.86. So
So
only
0.05.
0.05-ish.
Yeah, well, there you go. No, that's pretty good. That is, that is very consistent. We like that.
So just going back over what we were talking about with a little bit of quiet time. So Brendan and Rory Doyle go P1 with a 56.31. PK, Paul Kelly. Now, we haven't seen them on the ramp. Okay.
No, they
After that
yet to
oil
make
issue
their
and a
way
little
down.
fire, they haven't come back out. But P2 with a 56.65. Jody Ely P3 at a 54.42. That's our top three in 400.
Toughen
As Danny
up.
Napick comes back out and toughen up.
Geez, I'll tell you, that was a bit of a misstep off the start there for Danny Napick and Darren Tickell. So this Stingray hull sitting very high in the water, very similar to the Stinger type of hull. But these guys, they had a heating problem. This engine was overheating earlier in the day, starting to come back to it now, so they're playing a little bit of catch up. But they're not going too bad out there at all at the moment. A little bit of an ease off.
23.33 to the split. So their best so far has been a 61.798, so just over the minute mark. They'll look to improve here, and that'll probably consolidate top four.
Yeah,
Boat looks nice on the water at the moment.
They've been very, a couple of little missteps, but they're not, he's not over driving, and he's just sort of like, just needs to tidy up a few bits and pieces here. But remember, they set out one of the rounds as well, so a 60.97, and they'll be pretty happy with that. So we've got Hugh Gilchrist and Slicer coming out for their Q3 run in the Group A category.
So they've improved by 0.8, 61.79 from the last round to a 60.97 that run.
So Hugh Gilchrist in the Matrix out there at the moment. Hugh, yet to have a posted time.
Yeah, it hasn't quite gone to plan so far, so let's see if they can get them. They're going to get to the first part. No, they didn't. They were supposed to turn left. And I don't think that's the first time they've done that particular error. I was waiting, I literally come down in front of us, down across the split. They've corrected it now.
So at least they're on the correction, but now do they realise that they've corrected it, or have they?
I would say they have.
There's looking a little bit of confidence in there. So the interesting thing with Hugh is we do know that he quite often will get it wrong. Once he gets it right, then what he has done in the past is put his foot into it.
He's just done it again.
And then spat it out. So he's gone the wrong way
He's
again.
hooked down here in front of us and gone long. So it's that section of the track here right in front of us that he's got the issue with.
Isn't it interesting? So far, he's made a mistake on every sector, which is very disappointing.
If it was easy, we'd all be doing it.
Mate, and the funny thing is, Hugh will laugh as well. He will just go, oh man, and because that's the sort of guy he is. And we can sit out there and be a little bit, well, we're commentators, so we're a little bit sort of judgmental, but we're not partially judgmental, because I'd be lucky to get up to, I could probably stick the boat straight from the start chute into the hay bales.
Look, in motor racing, everyone sort of has their bogey circuits, and it just gets into their heads. And serious amount of work that needs to get it out of their heads to get around that fact that we suck at this track. We just suck at this track. Not what can I do to get better. It just becomes we suck at this track, and it becomes a mate of mine in New Zealand. Christchurch, Ruapuna down in the South Island. They just struggled every time, and it just became their bogey track.
Yep, and this is where the cream rises to the top with the professionals. They can switch that little switch off, whether it's internal coaching or whatever it might be. They're the people that they will rise to the top, and sometimes you just can't do it. Like, I know that I get scared when I've got to try and get up these stairs.
I'm thinking about it every time as well.
So we got the slicer coming out. Just to tell you what, they've reversed that boat onto the ramp nearly beautifully.
Who else did we miss? So
they've just about jackknifed the trailer.
All right, so Slicer's back out there. So they must have done it in a time frame that worked, because I think they had 5 minutes after the last boat ran in LSQ3. Let's Boogie hasn't come back up.
No, after Darren Kesper stopped at the last round, so we haven't seen that. So at the moment, it is Brendan Doyle leading the pack in the Group A. Danny Napick and Medlicott. And that's it. That is it. As we see Paul Hill out on track in the Slicer machine, the purple lead leader. As Jamie finds the page, I was going the wrong way. He was going the right way. I tell you what, mate, we're like driver and navigator, just pushing and pulling in different directions, almost like Dr. Douglas, push me, push you. We are getting through it. The split is a 23.67, so not too bad for where they want to be at the moment. They've had a few issues with this boat, but they seem to be ironing out. Glenn Simpson contracting is on the list. But,
no, I've just realised I was looking through the Group A list. Of course, we're going back to Q3 and LS, so that's why I was struggling. It's all right. We know it's Paul.
But that's my mistake as well. So
and we know it's Simo sponsoring it.
Yeah, so if we...
Oh, he's gone rotation error.
No. So the...
we can't get the blame for that one. So we were waffling against each other.
We just didn't have a clue.
Boat looks fast though.
Well, it just looks fast. It's going in the right rotation. So these guys, A, D, N, F, they are not aware of it. That is a wrong direction.
Oh, I've got
to fixed it. Thank you very much. It is a fixed rotation,
so
and a blown out time of 73.95. Geez, I tell you, it's interesting how they've thrown Unlimited into the Group A, then they've thrown LS into the Group A. And
folks, if you're confused, we're confused.
Yeah, that's it.
I was laughing down here. Rolf's just down here in front of us, one of our cameraman team with the media, and he got absolutely hosed by Slicer going past down here. Short of getting a bit of water up here on the windscreen. Good shower, Rolf.
He reckons he's right, but he's gone back into the hut behind the commentary tower, I suggest.
Ask Rolf where he was for round 2 in Cabarita. Yeah, couldn't be with us because he decided to go to Bali. No commitment.
Yeah, no, there's no. What Eliza Roylance now in the junior development. So what's Eliza done? She hasn't gone too bad. She's posted a couple of times.
148.753 last time out. She's got the rotation right 2 out of 3 times. That's the most important part, considering it's her first ever time in competition on a rotation in a jet sprint boat.
Yeah, jeez. I love how they got the GoPros on these things. Oh, no. Oh. Well, ladies and gentlemen, at least the safety crew on the other side of the track are going to be doing something today.
Yeah, introduce yourself to these guys because they've been sitting there doing nothing all day over that side of the track.
Very disappointing run there for Eliza Roylance. But, well, at least we've got the safety crew over there doing something.
Whereas the poor guys on this side of the course are wet, cold, probably hungry now. All right, Liza's going to get back up and running.
Yeah, she'll just bring it back to the trailer. She'll have a gut full of weed into the jet unit there, so that'll make it hard to move back there, but she'll get back eventually. And that is okay, as we now going to move into our unlimited category. So Scruffy the tugboat has been called into action. So ladies and gentlemen, hope you're enjoying the facilities over there in the showgrounds. JCB Bar is making sure that the liquids are nice and cold. We don't want you to dehydrate, because there's nothing worse than being dehydrated when you're at Keith. Have a look at the tank over there. Lots of other activities out there.
There's a tank.
I've driven that tank.
Who in their...
Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since 1926.
Hi, I'm Grant. Hope to see you in store soon.
Hi, I'm Peter at Royal Enfield Track Replacements in Fishwick. Hope to see you in store soon.
It's an absolute weapon.
He's on it already,
So
well and
Monty
truly.
Mullen is an 8-time Australian champion.
So the
He's
split,
the reigning world champion.
we're
The
looking
split
for a
was
1901 or quicker. Here it is.
1869. He is on an absolute flyer.
Seriously?
Will he go sub 49?
Well, he's just found 4/10, so there's a big chunk of it.
Oh, this is massive. Bit bouncy around the roundabout, but the power. He's back down in the GM Motorsport 583 cubic inch. It is a Monty Mullen developed jet unit ramjet. Just driving on a knife's edge.
Here we go.
Flyer,
Here we
flyer.
go.
Oh, 48 48.72.
He has just smashed it. 48.7. He's just about got it upside down.
No. Fonzie Mullen.
He's just about got it upside down on the warm down lap, but Keith, put your hands together. 48. What was it? A
48.72.
Wow.
And I missed what was going on out there.
It nearly got upside down.
So that is unbelievable. So that's I didn't follow my own advice there. I took my eyes off the track for a second. But what they will do is bring that boat back. So we'll just catch a breath of air as we bring Fonzie Mullen and Lee Stewart back. That is a cracking lap, 48.72. Lap record on this rotation, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back in a minute.
I just said to Fonzie Mullen from the commentary box, 48.72, and he went, I know, that's why I crashed. I think he got a surprise when he saw the timing board. Well, Cabarita, first round of the championship on that rotation, which was from June or July the previous year, he set the fastest ever lap on that rotation at Cabarita for round 1 too. So, and with the rotation we used for the second round, which is a totally brand new rotation that nobody's ever seen, he did the fastest lap there too. Did you hear that, KV? I just told him what his time was out the window. He's taken his helmet off, and he said, yeah, I know, that's why I crashed.
All right, we are going racing with the mouth press machine of the Kiwi, Rob Coley. Oh, have a look at this thing.
Oh, it had a big correction out the back, though. He just tried to keep it off the bank on that first run around the sweeper.
Yeah, straightened it right up, but geez, Rob Coley. Oh, absolutely putting the pace on this one. This flick is going to be a cracker. Oh, 1945, he's in amongst it all. Rob Coley just really taking it up. Oh, what's happened there? Big spray of water, I lost him. I thought he was gone. He stuck it.
This should be, he's gone 51.31. This should be in the 50s if the first part of the lap's anything to go by.
Well, I'll tell you what, Rob Coley now in the mouth press machine. Poison Ivy across the line. 51 dead. 51 dead. That is blistering. I tell you, Fonzie still 1.28 seconds quicker than Rob Coley, but that was a brilliant looking run.
Again, as fast as it started, I think it lost a little bit of time to the split late in that first part of the sector. The second part, I think he may have given away a little bit too. So again, like we spoke about in the previous qualifying session, there is more on the table for Coley. Absolutely.
No doubt about that. As blown budget
But
Spider Roberts.
Is there a 48 in it?
Yes.
Oh, Caveman's confident.
You're braving up there, absolutely there is. But Spider Roberts going out with a little bit more aggression than last time out. Practice, he got it wrong. Qualifying, he got it wrong. Q2, he got it wrong. sorry, Q2. He put one down.
We got a lap. 69.06.
So now he's putting a little bit of pace on it. Daniel Kelly doing the navigational duties here.
23.06 to the split. 23.06.
Oh, he's right off there, Spider. He has a bit of trouble into that right-hander. We do know he has a few vision problems, and I think that coming into the sun a little bit on that sharp right-hander, he loses a bit of focus on where he's at.
Is it Usher's syndrome? I'm pretty sure they call it.
He needed to go left there. He's gone
Navigation
wrong way,
error.
so they need to go right back up to the top of the track. Spider absolutely knows where he went wrong. In there, he's where you need to go. He's back on track again now, but thrown away a lot of time.
So I was about to say, the boat at the moment is struggling in the tightest, slowest stuff. It's got the torque, it's got the horsepower, but it's got a lot more momentum in the back of the boat with that big block. Sorry, Kay, I'm standing away.
70.94. Yeah, it's really interesting because on that tight right-hander coming through the middle of the track, he's having a little bit of trouble in there, and I think that is just the vision problem getting into that corner. But we have seen a lot of guys getting over the top of that corner of that island, sort of in the middle of the track, and that is creating a problem. But Spider, he's starting to get the pace up now. So now these things are coming to him a lot quicker. He's developing confidence. Next run out, he's going to lay one down. Chris Edmonds now, ladies and gentlemen, the hazardous machine. He stepped from non-hazardous into hazardous. What will he produce for us here? This is going to be exciting. Last time out this boat with Daryl Hutton was looking brilliant. Oh, Chris Edmonds has gone, you know what, Nutsy, if you can drive it like that, so can I. And I tell you, Chris Edmonds isn't worried about bidding it, and I guarantee you he would have said to the A driver, Nutsy, don't worry if you bid it, we've got 3 or 4 more.
All right, down to the split. Needs to be solidly in the early 20s. 20.686, it's not far away.
It really isn't, considering it's his second time behind the wheel. Oh, he's had a brain fade. He's had a brain fade and got the rotation wrong. It all came a bit quick for him. Now, shoot down there, that's it, back on the rotation, correct.
So coming off a 56.59
So
in Q2.
James Moroney doing the navigational duties here. Oh, there's the wrong way.
Yep, definitely gone the wrong way there, and he knows it too.
Yep, he's just gone, oh no, how do I get back from here? And I dare say that Chris is going to go, you know what, the blood was boiling, the heart was pumping, and I'm just going to take it back to the trailer. No point bending it.
I was going to say, drive it like you stole it. Well, he can, because he owns it.
So, look, he won't be that upset by that. Can we please get the window wiper to the commentary tower? The window wipe, we've got a bit of spray up here, and our rotational experts are having a little bit of trouble viewing out of the window. I thought it was my glasses.
I was going to say, geez, our view's actually not too bad, but then I look to the right where the girls are, and yeah, it's worse down there.
Don't call Golden a girl. Funny part is he's got headphones
he's sitting
on.
He's sitting in the middle.
All right, we are now moving into qualifying round number 4. The final opportunity to qualify. Can Ron O'Day get through? From qualifying here, ladies and gentlemen, we go to the top 12 in each class. In the unlimited category, that will be a top 6 purely because we are down on numbers for that category. The LS class, quite a lot, so they'll be fighting for those top 12 spots, and Ron O'Day yet to post a time in qualifying. So it is all or nothing for Ron for this run as we move into our LS category, qualifying round number 4. Still plenty of racing left in the day. Don't worry about that. And it is great to see all of you wonderful people down here at the Keith Showgrounds. team of Ron and Paris O'Day. They really have to make this count, because if this turns turtle like all of their other runs, they will not be featuring in the finals, which will be coming up after this final qualifying round. So what can Team Aggravation produce here? Oh, I'll tell you what, Paris is really being very, very hard on the old man. You can see the animation. Oh, the doubt. Oh, no. That is gutting, and that is the end of the day for Ron and Paris. Absolutely gutting. You can see Paris just sitting there, just putting all sorts of power in there, but it wasn't to be. So very, very disappointing for those guys. Yes, well, yep, the commentator's curse. I was really hoping, I was trying to back him in, but it just didn't work. And so, well, that's the end of that. All right, so at least the safety crew, just as they were getting warm and dry again, the guys on this side of the track. I tell you, the safety crew have the best seat in the house when the day's running well. When we see as many officers as we've seen today, it's not the best seat in the house.
It was something I was going to talk about before, actually, KB, because if you want to get involved in motorsport, you don't have the funds to buy a race car, buy a race boat and get into it that way. The best way, the cheapest way to get into motorsport is to become a motorsport volunteer. Doesn't matter if it's boat sports, motorcycling, speedway, circuit racing. Like these guys have got out there, they've got the best viewing in the house.
Yep.
They're volunteering for their weekend. They're giving their time away today to do this. But they do literally have the best seats in the house.
Oh, and they love it. And it's interesting as you talk about volunteers in motorsport right around the world. We've seen a lot of volunteers come out of being safety crew originally, then going, you know what, it is absolutely hooked me. Then they go out and they buy a boat, and that is the start of their career, because they realise the people in the sport, the people surrounding them, and all of that just sort of generates that love of what they're doing. And bang, next thing, they're behind the wheel of some of these things, and long careers, short careers, doesn't matter. It's something that they look back on and go, oh, that was awesome.
And this stuff doesn't happen by itself. Neither does Bathurst, neither does the rally rounds around the world. Like, to run Rally New Zealand last weekend back at home takes a huge amount of people and volunteers.
Doesn't it? Like,
so as I said,
phenomenal.
Cheapest way to get into motorsport, go and make some inquiries, and just with the local car clubs or whatever, and you know, if you're available, it is the cheapest, easiest way to get into motorsport, and who knows, it can lead on to other things as well.
Oh, absolutely. One of the things that they say, your kids can't get into too much trouble when they've got no money because they're spending it on engines. So,
no, I just bought a car.
Mate, I reckon my last purchase of a car was a Tonka truck. Hey kids, I've got a question for you. It's a bit of a dad joke. Why did the toilet paper roll down the hill? To get to the bottom.
He's here all week. Try the veal.
All right, Bastian Mullen, rip shift, not having it all his own way this weekend here at Keith. But we know the young man is very, very competitive, the son of Fonzie Mullen. And, well, Brady, have a look at this. This is quick. Bastian out very nicely. They were saying this boat was knifing a little bit around that top sweeper. They seem to have absolutely ironed that out. And this is a very, very nice run indeed. Have a look at this. I'm very impressed with the way that they've made these handling changes. The split at a 20.83. Has he been playing with them? Oh, he just ran over the dirt. Like properly over the dirt.
He's up 0.5. He's up 0.5 already.
That is, how?
Cavy's not trying to choke to death up here in the comm box.
Just trying to work out how he drove that boat over that corner.
Well, he's just caught the back end of the one over there with that right-hander with the back of the boat as well. This is going to be quick.
Oh, 53.80. 53.80. And wow, I would say that there are moments there where they both close their eyes.
Well, you couldn't say he wasn't committed, and goes P1. Goes P1.
That is off its brain.
So Kyle Elphinstone now needs to find .4.
Right.
See what I did there?
Yeah,
I did that
no,
for
well
you.
done, thank you. Appreciate that. I'm a
For
simple
the old
man.
and for the old schoolers, 4/10. That was an impressive lap because, like you just about stopped talking there at one stage because it went off. It went across the bank. He's caught the left-hand end over the back where the cone is on the right-hander, and just sucked the boat into the bank there as well. So
Yeah,
he left nothing out there with that.
No, not at all. As we go Spartan racing, that's oh geez, you gotta love jet spreading, don't you? It's just awesome. I love it. And so it is Luke Walters and Juzzy out there at the moment in the Spartan. All these guys are building some pace as well, starting to get their eye in here at the Spinwater Arena here in Keith for the V8 Superboat Series, brought to you by Penrite Oils since 1927. Oh, the Spartan, Luke Walters, geez, I tell you, they are starting to take some brave lines. They're really starting to take some risk, and with risk comes reward, but also with risk comes culpability. So this is looking good. The boys from WA really onto this lap.
23.18 to the split, so that I'm pretty sure is a big improvement. So they're looking to go better than a 67.06, which you would think they are going to do pretty comfortably here.
Yeah, all going well around this round.
They're going to do it easy. They're going to do it easy.
Oh, smashed it out of the park, 59.90. And you can hear from down here in the pit area, there is screaming and shouting. These guys are talking about kissing babies.
Is that Hessel and Rowry?
Have a look at the love in the boat.
You might have to do a helmet check afterwards because they've been banging heads for the last 30 seconds.
Oh my goodness.
Like, okay, let's put this into perspective.
I love it when half the pits are going, yo,
It's
building.
6 seconds slower than Bastion, but how much quicker did it look in their previous lap? And they've just found 8 seconds.
Yeah, phenomenal. And this is Drop Bear Racing, and the Howlets actually laid down a time last time. Laurie behind the wheel, Karen in the navigator's seat. They had a mare right up until the last qualifier. So this is that opportunity to cement this rotation in ahead, because the pace they've been carrying might be well enough to see it move into that top 12 this afternoon. The split
24.2, so they're a second down on the Spartan, but this
wrong
should
way.
be an improvement. Oh no!
No, he's just realised it. Now they're going, how do we get back to there? So this will be quite tricky for them. They have finally got the rotation right during qualifying 3, qualifying 4. I think they've just gone, you know what? Where did we go wrong? Back to the trailer.
Is a 68.7 going to be enough to get them into the 12? That's the question. That's the question.
It'll be touch and go. It will be touch and go. Yeah, all the
Because we've got 17 boats in LS to get to the 12 for the first of the finals.
So Daniel Salter and Mitchell Haid now in the Hustler.
So they went 54.73 in Q1. They backed up slightly to a 55.23 in Q2. And then I think with a rotation error, that was corrected to a 61.67. So currently, they would be P3 behind Bastion and Blackout Racing.
So they will need to lay one down here to build the confidence moving into that.
Look, they're going to be
12.
in the 12 easy, but for them, it's, let's get back on the pace with what those boys are doing, because they were right on it early.
Yeah, it's easy to let that time just slip away a little bit, but now they are on it. Daniel Salter and Mitchell Hay. At the moment, it's doesn't look like it's flying.
So it's a low 21 or a high 20 is going to be right on the money for the split.
Yeah, good.
20.877. He's only 0.04 down on Bastian Mullen to the split.
Very interesting. It doesn't look like a particularly fast lap, and sometimes that deception means that it is quick.
So he's looking to go quicker than a 54.29 to put him in a P2 before the top 12.
So Daniel Salter, the man from WA, in the hustler. What's the time going to be? 54.43 into P2. So that is a cracking run for Daniel Salter. Has clawed back a little bit of that time and only 0.044 behind Bastian Mullen for qualifying round number 4 in this LS category. The final qualifying opportunity for all boats and all drivers to get into the top 12 where it becomes sudden death elimination.
So that's his fastest run of the day, and he's found 3/10 from Q1.
All right, what can Matt Malthouse and Leighton Collins do? They've got the speed. They have not got the rotation right, bar one.
Their best has been a 58.78 in Q2.
So let's hope that the locals here from Keith can sort this one out.
You would think that's going to have them pretty solidly in the 12.
Oh, geez, Billy was so late into that roundabout. I thought that they might. I don't know what I thought.
All right, he was on it straight from the start and really wide. Okay, down to the splits. 21.05 for the split.
Rotation so far, so good.
That's on a similar pace to what we saw from Elphinstone in Q2 with a solid 54.
So,
geez, he cut that time.
Bang, oh gee. I've got to tell you, Matt is driving really, really well here. This looks like this is going to be a very tidy lap indeed. Just that last push for home now. The sails have went across the line. 54.63 puts himself into position number 3 for this qualifying round, and nearly bins it where Fonzie just binned it.
4 seconds.
Not bad.
He's just found 4 seconds from his best.
Oh, this is qualifying 4. I think I've blown my voice out already, but that's all right. We don't need to worry too much about that. I'll get that sorted out a little bit later. Almost there. Rob Johnson, Grant Dodd.
All right, what have these boys done? So their best has been a 66.58. 66.58. So again, that sort of 65, 66 second bracket is pretty much going to be pretty close to where you need to be to get in the 12-ish.
All right, so Rob Johnson and Grant Dodd as they come out onto course, almost there. So they will certainly need to step up their game if they want to feature in the top 12.
Yeah, I'm sort of picking 63, 64s is going to be a sort of around that bubble, I reckon. So they're going to need to find some time.
Yeah, they really will.
So the split is a 24.725, 24.725.
It's a mad motorsport, isn't it? You've got the size of a footy field, and these guys are doing 130 kilometres an hour in water in a footy field. It's just off its brain.
It's like flying an F-16 in a gymnasium. That one of the Kiwi boys come up with that with jet sprinting over
Not
there.
a bad analogy, and I'll bet you that wore his brain out for the next 35 years.
And it's the same with sprint car racing and speedway, you know, that you can't beat. It's like an F-16 in a gymnasium.
Yeah, it is quite phenomenal.
This should be an improvement, I reckon. It should be an improvement.
63.93, 63.93.
So they've just found about 2.5 seconds. That's a good improvement. Well done to the boys and almost there. That'll definitely give them a good run to make a chance of getting into the 12.
So, news from the race director, we will have a top 12 for the LS category, but only top 6 for Group A and top 6 for Unlimited. From there, we're going to cut them down to 3, who are then going to race off to find our podium place getters. But we are going to go to Solid Goal and Lance Edmonds. Have a look at this. This is beautiful job on the window wiping. Not what we ordered, but the job is being done nicely. So, what can Lance Edmonds provide here with Peter Sendy? Oh, Jesus, buddy, he's thrown that right early over that island there. This is good. So, the split there is 24-6-7 for Lance Edmonds, and great to see that this boat is getting out and about. So what can Peter Sendy advise young Lance? I'll tell you what, there's plenty of support from, they got the wrong way. Oh no, Peter Sendy will blame that on a navigational error, so we'll blame the navigator. But I'll tell you, Jamie, did he take your 2 cents for washing the windows?
We'll come back to that.
I thought he's going to blame, so they're going the wrong way. That's a DNF there for Lance Edmonds.
All right, they're going to have to hope a 63.25 from Q2 gets them into the 12. I reckon that's going to be pretty close to the bubble. So we got one of the boys squeegeeing our windows. I couldn't help myself but try and offer a $2 coin. Actually, I was a cheap ass. It was only $1.
Yeah, well, at least this guy's got all his teeth too.
Didn't have so much of a problem here in Australia with that. It was.
Thank you.
It was an absolute just riot in New Zealand with the old mates at the intersections cleaning windows.
Yeah, no, there's.
But the biggest problem with it were the people that bought new cars that had automatic windscreen wipers as soon as they get wet.
Oh, nice one. So
they start cleaning the window and the windscreen wipers on, and they get all peed off because they're thinking they're turning the windscreen wipers on.
You've got to be real quick
when the car does it automatically.
So, Kyle Elphingston, Jacob Bellamy coming out, Black Out Racing. The time they want to beat for this round is a 53.809.
See if they can find 4/10. So their best split was a 20.991, which Bastian beat by a 10th. That was wide.
Hang on.
Oh, that was wide. That was wide.
I'll tell you what, Jacob Bellamy was reaching for the Jesus bar. I can guarantee that. The split
21-2, so he's lost a little bit of time.
Yeah, not surprised. Big he was late into that left hand on the far side of the track, has gathered it together. But this young man is just getting better and better with experience, knowledge, skill, determination, and boat placement. And it does take a certain innate ability to be able to get out of that position he put himself in earlier.
Brand new baby girl back at home, so Talia's not here with us this weekend, so hi to Talia and the team. As Kyle comes down to the line with
a 54.69, puts him into P4 for this qualifying round, and so that will secure a spot in the top 12 for him.
How's this, KV? Q2, 54.50. Q3, 54.29. Q4, 54.69. Last 3 laps within
half a second.
Within half a second. But there's more time, and that he left a little bit out there.
So for Central Coast Kitchens and Wardrobes, that is, I don't understand how you can be so consistent like that, but now what does he need to do to gain that extra little bit of time to catch up with the likes of Bastian? So he's 0.22 down on Bastian. There is so little in between it in this qualifying round. 0.22 of a second between first and fourth at the moment. So what is Mitch Curtis doing down here underneath the commentary tower with smoke and mirrors?
Where was he going? Was he coming out? Was he coming out the exit chute?
I don't know what he was doing. His navigator certainly didn't know. Georgia was going, "What are you doing, mate? You got to go the other way."
Oh, maybe he thought he was coming out at Cabot.
Maybe he was a Kiwi.
Hey, being directionally challenged is actually a thing.
Yes, and I get
It's
that.
like directional dyslexia. It is a real thing.
Oh, geez, have a look at the start there. He still hasn't worked out how to go smoother, really. Let's see what they've done with this. No, they've done nothing to be able to lift that reverse bucket up. It's still just catching the water there. And but look, he's not worried about it.
64.312. They're looking to improve on that. And again, I reckon that's going to be there or thereabouts to get into the 12 for the LS class. Split at a 24.85, so he's down by a tenth on almost there. And they made a big improvement.
Tell you, this is a pretty smooth drive considering this is a shotgun fiberglass hull. Now these weren't even great hulls back in the day. And I've seen these things pop and bounce and mono and honk and skip and jump, and this thing somehow they've managed to make it second.
He was impressive in the second round of Camarita, I've got to say. He made the 12 comfortably.
So,
down to the line.
Curtis across the line and a 63.07. 63.07 there for Mitch Curtis and Georgia Ungle.
1.3 seconds faster than their best, so that's a good effort.
Yeah, that's not bad at all.
That, I reckon it'll be close to seeing them in the 12, still with half the boats left to go on the class. Hot Shot should be next.
Yes, it's come off the trailer now.
They definitely need to improve up to 78.
Oh, yeah, but she's only talking about your face.
She's 21.
All right, so this is the Hot Shot. Nordo, Rodney Norton and Pam Moran.
So they're going to need to find some time to try and get into the 12. Just their third ever start in jet sprint racing here in Australia. So they finally got one banked at a 78.34 in the last one. But I'm thinking you're going to have to be in that 63 to 64 second bracket to get into the 12, which is going to be a big improvement. Get the first part of the lap done with a split at a 27.42. 27.42.
So they, well, they're not going too bad. And look, at the end of the day, they're going to walk away from this, whatever the result, happy little Vegemite, I would suggest.
With or without the organic garlic?
Well, probably with organic garlic.
I'm thinking.
Although I can't imagine that Vegemite and organic garlic is going to go that well.
I don't know, don't knock it till you've tried it.
Well,
Oh, that was wide.
Oh, yeah, that was very wide.
That was wide.
That was actually nearly down a fine leg.
Come on, Hot Rod. Shutting up now.
Right,
Yes, got it right. This will be a big improvement.
From Hot Shot with a 70.88.
Doing what they need to do, they've just found 8 seconds improvement from their Q3 run. Put your hands together for Hot Shot.
Yeah, that is well done.
Don't know that it's going to be enough to get them into the 12, but that's a big improvement, and they're pretty happy about it too.
They are going to walk away today, whether they get into the top 12 or not. Very happy indeed.
Pam's got the best seat in the house.
So, quiet time now coming out for their final qualifying run. So the idea, ladies and gentlemen, you get 4 qualifying runs to post your fastest time to get into the top 12 in the LS, or the top 6 respectively for Group A and Unlimited. And that is when it comes down to the sudden death elimination.
These guys are going to be pretty close to getting in the 12 with a 63.99 in Q3. Actually, a 63.11's been their best in Q2. So like Hot Shot, just their third ever start in jet sprint racing. And like Hot Shot, continuing to prove every time that this split should be pretty impressive. How about a 23.82? 23.82.
Yeah, Noel Burning and Nathan Garrett doing really well until they've gone the wrong way. They needed to turn, they realised it. That's it, well done. Very impressive to be able to work
That was a good
back.
effort.
I am very impressed with that.
That actually
Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since 1926.
I wouldn't be surprised if very few
These guys will be looking for an improvement. Currently a 60.03, which should see them comfortably in the 12, but they'll want to get it up further.
Yeah, certainly they will. They want to be really knocking at the door of that top three. And the way they're going about it, their craftsmanship and their dedication, their move forward is a really starting to pay off.
22-1-2 to the split.
Oh, grab a bit of dirt on the exit to the right-hander. They would have slowed it down a little bit, but not too much. Alex Singleton really just hands out over the bell. Won't say, you need to go this way, young Paul.
There's only about 7 tenths down on Kyle's split for this round, so they're not far away. They'll comfortably go quicker than the 16.
Shoot behind, a bit of a bounce off the crosswash and a bit of a bump over the line with a 58.24. 58.24.
Well, that'll see them solidly in the 12, but it's picked up some material into the inlet there because it just went flat as it come over the line as it was trying to clear the grill.
Enough to decelerate. Quite often that quick deceleration will drop the weed out of the intake of the jet unit grill. Sometimes it won't.
All right, well that should see them comfortably in. It's actually still their fastest lap of the day, but there was probably another good 2.5 plus left on the table there with Slicer. But they should be solidly into the 12.
Jade Atchison and Erin Kearney coming out now.
Right, so Jade's done a 70.62. So at the moment, probably one of the boats on the outside looking in to try and get in. I think a big improvement to get into that 63, 64 second bracket would be needed to make the 12.
So the only female, only all-girl team on the circuit at the moment in V8 Superboats Australia here. So great to see that their improvement has been just gradual each and every run out. They're just looking a lot more comfortable in the boat, feeling their way through this Keith maze, if you like, and just really sort of settling in very nicely in this twisting machine.
Boat does sound a little bit better than it did earlier on today. Split is a 24.85. I reckon at the moment they're on track for a big improvement. Just clip the bank on that right-hander through the centre of the course. Beautifully presented boat.
Yeah, the confidence is just really showing, and you're seeing Erin there just really starting to gain confidence in the way that she's also navigating. So the girls they've gone the wrong way. They've realised it.
They went too long. They went too long.
Well done. No, wrong one, girls.
It was their right-hander through around that centre island that they needed to make, and they were on target.
And we were winning the Talk It Up Cup for them. Turn right, now you're back on
You've
track.
just gone 4-3.
I tell you what, I'm just going to say that every driver navigator is no good at all from now on, and that way I can't give the commentators curse.
Some of this, to be fair, we're almost willing them to get the rotation right.
We want them to have a...
So you can't sort of help being the one that's talking when they make the mistake and it doesn't go quite to plan.
1 minute 23, so disappointing qualifying number 4. That might well be the end of the day for the ladies. So if it is, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Jade Atchison and Erin Kearney.
That's a shame, because I reckon that was going to be a massive improvement, but for that one mistake where they just went long instead of taking that first right, they skipped that last island here in front of us and made that right-hander down in front of the pit exit.
Because you come into that part of the track 3 times during the rotation, once comes here, once goes right, once comes here. That's why they do it, to trick you. Nate Mullen coming out now. Jaden Vella doing the navigational duties here for Nate Mullen. So the rip ship machine, the A and B driven machine out of GM Motorsport Garage in Melton in Victoria. The brothers Mullen, the split there with a 22.51 for Nate.
22.51, so it's about 1.5 seconds down on what we saw from Bastien at a 20.8.
Oh no!
Oh, that was
flame out.
That was going straight.
Yeah, he's grabbed on the when he's turned right there. He's picked up a gut full of weed, and geez, I'll tell you what, I thought that was going to be all over.
Well, he's done enough to this stage to be solidly in the 12, so they'll sit on that 58.77, which should see them in pretty comfortably.
Looks like he's going to complete this lap.
I thought that was going straight.
I thought that was into the fence.
That was going to go straight because it shut down. It had no steering as he lifted, having ingested a whole lot of material under the boat, and it just picked up throttle at the right time.
That'll go down as a DNF. So really unfortunate Q4 there for Nate Mullen. All right, aggravation. Can Tyler O'Day get the aggravation team into the top 12? The old man's going to be sitting on the trailer for the rest of the day. Can Tyler get this boat into the top 12?
They're going to be pretty close. So their best has been a 65.75 in Q3.
Oh, bouncing. That's not a good start. That will have rattled the brain cells, no doubt about it. Sometimes when you stab these things, the torque just gets the boat up too high off the start, and it's not the quick way to get up there. Oh, I tell you what, he's saying, you know what, I'm going to get it in there.
Well, it's going to be good on the split. 23.33 to the split. So they're looking to improve on a 65.75 and get a lap in here that's going to ensure they get into the 12, because they'll be sitting pretty close to the bubble right now, using all of the racetrack going through the middle.
That is very aggressive. You can see how much hand movement looking over the top of that front deck of that vessel.
Hand movement? How about the boat movement? It had the shimmy on.
That all the way this is working is not looking too bad. All things considered,
good
Tyler O'Day
good lap
with a 58.47, I think that is.
That'll be solidly in. That'll be solidly in, and that is a 13-second improvement from Q3.
That is massive.
That's a good effort.
Seconds.
That is a great effort. Hey, I love the rocket covers on that thing, J-Mac.
Not bad, but we're going to have a look at borrowed time. Mike Hessel, Rory Crilly. The people from opposite ends of the world.
60.38's been their best. They should be in, but I tell you what, this round's closed things up.
It really has. It's tightened up the pack.
These guys were spectacular in Q3.
Are they going to take this win down? Oh, jeez, I'm just looking at it going, oh.
When you can see air underneath the boat up on the bank, that's how wide that ran. To the split.
So this is exciting. This
22.51 to the split, so that's not far off what we saw from Paul Hill and Slicer. A little hesitation there.
Yeah, what they're, he's really pushing very hard. He knows that he's just God, there's a little bit of air under the boat again.
That was going off.
This is borrowed time.
That was going off.
His name is so apt. And I tell you, Rory Crilly and Mike Hissel, they are the only guys apart from these bike leaders to know how close it is to mud.
Another lift there again.
Oh, no.
No, it's gone wrong.
God. Oh, in, out, up, down, and into the timing loop. What have you done, boys? That is an absolute Barry Crocker if I've ever seen one. Well, that doesn't mean it is necessarily the end of the day for them, but I dare say we're going to have a little bit of a hold-up here, ladies and gentlemen, while we do some timing repairs. And what we might do is get Mike Hessel and Rory Crilly to do 20 push-ups for breaking the timing. They could. I've seen how fit they are. They could do that probably over a year, I'd think.
Easily. Put your hands together, folks. They're out of the boat. Didn't quite make the Penrite sign, but they got close. You're not supposed to go back in the start line area.
No. So, all right, well, I'm going to take a break, go get a breath of fresh air. We will be back very soon.
Hi, I'm Grant. Hope to see you in store soon.
Hi, I'm Peter, Royal Enfield Track Replacements in Fishwick. Hope to see you in store soon.
G'day, Michael from Tractor Replacements.
Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since 1926.
Wow, can Nutsy keep this one together? Last time out, he parked it up on the green stuff. He's got through that, no worries at all. He's learnt his lesson. Where's the split?
19.47.
So that is good.
Best. That's his
Oh,
best.
jeez, he's thrown that over the dirt again. How are these guys doing it? They are defying physics.
That's a rally car cut, that one.
That is just ridiculously back the back end of it around. Swung it in. Darryl
Nice and
Hutton
smooth.
And Nick Barry really getting the handle on this hazardous machine.
Oh, that was a lift.
Lock it down. What's the time? And it is a 50.56. Darryl Hutton's quickest time of the day.
50.561 for Nutsy. Darryl Hutton. Right. 50.561. So
And now we are going to go to the junior development, so I'll let you carry on the interview, mate. Sorry to jump in
we were
there.
just about finished. Pete. But, I mean, there's some fantastic information there and how it all started.
Yes, now we have the Australian Jet Sprint Heritage page, where I put all the old stuff up, and some of the modern stuff's coming in now, because it's all going to be history eventually, one way or another. So we try and keep the sport going in the heritage page. People can go to it anytime they like, and they can see a bit about the old sport and what's currently going on.
Awesome stuff, mate. Thanks for coming up and letting us know about that. That's it is an important part of the history of the sport, and again, that carries over from both sides of the Tasman.
And when we've got doyens like this man, it is just wonderful to see that. You know, and indeed across both sides of the Tasman, the other side of the Pacific. So it is truly a world sport. So Connor Smith out there for his qualifying 4 run. And I tell you what, the young man's developing some pace out there, having a little bit of trouble with rotation, but he's having the same amount of trouble in rotation as some of the adults. So
exactly, the kid, he's 12 years of age.
Yeah, but he's smart.
He's on it this lap. What was the split? 24.52 to the split. So he just needs the last few corners here to get a decent lap in. He's gone 76.1 has been his best. I think he's going to do that more than comfortably here. How about a 59.67 from a 70?
That's a cracking improvement. Big shout out to TJ up there at Jerry's wedding, and Kai's wedding. So that is just they're awesome. They would be here today, except somebody decided to have a wedding on a jet sprint day. How ridiculous is that? So I hope you guys are having a good wedding, but you missed out on jet sprinting, sucked in. Oh, the wedding was yesterday. Well, you could have made it. You could have made it. But anyway, big shout out to you guys and congratulations as well as we go. Jody ELY in the Rampage Machine Group A 400 style.
All right, so Jody with a no time last time. Best has been a 58.429 for the championship leader. Listen to this thing just howl.
Geez, let's hope that Q3, that little misstep, that rotational error is the only one that he's done. He's won 2 from 2 in the championship so far. So where will we see a Rampage at the moment? He's top of the pops, the split.
21.9, so he's already been there at 21.9 in about Q2.
So, and the day, the overcast conditions will really play into these experienced drivers' hands. We won't have any of that glare, the sun just hiding behind some clouds. So if that continues, it is just going to make it easier and easier for these drivers and navigators as this wears on.
Last couple of corners to go, that tight left and around and bring it back down to the line. Looking to
Judy
improve.
Eli on the run home with a 56.43. 56.43.
Oh, he's improved by like a good 2 seconds.
Oh, has he? Well, I actually thought he went backwards, so that goes to show my mental capabilities, which is pretty well on display every time I open my mouth. Don't you laugh at me, Mr. Race Director.
I'm going to say he's jumped back up to P2 after that overall.
That is a good run there from Jody ELY and Jess Webb. So now Andrew Medlicott in Gone Nuts.
So what have these boys done? They have got down to 69.86 was their best in Q2, and then they went 69.92 in Q3. So consistent.
Now, how are they going to bring more speed out of this, do you think? I reckon the only way to do it is do what they didn't do.
Don't do what they just did then. You had to pick up in the RPM, it cavitated, lost traction.
Oh, he's gone. That'll slip backwards big time. I thought he's just going to cut some fine lines in there, and then he bogged it down. And he's going to have to do a fair bit to come back from here. The split at a 26.48, so that's well outside of where he needs to be. But when I saw him doing this morning, he said, mate, have a look at this, as we just heard from Peter O'Leary with the Australian Heritage Jet Sprint Facebook page. I guarantee you want to get on it. Andrew Medlicott been racing this boat on and off for years.
It last raced 20 years ago, and that hull has won an Australian championship.
Yep. Back when jet sprinting was powered by 8 rowers.
Briggs and Stratton. Hasn't the sport progressed?
Absolutely. Geez, he bogged it down up the top there, but gets it across the line in a 68.98. 68.98 there for Andrew Medlicott.
It's their best lap of the weekend by a second. Of the day, I should keep saying weekend.
Of the day. So how's he managed that? He bogged it down half a dozen times. He nearly needed the tractor to get it out of that hole. He dug himself over there.
So he's gone
a second quicker.
72.1, 69.8, 69.9, 68.9.
Yep. I reckon they'll be reasonably happy with that.
Best mate since the age of 4. And Jason, the navigator, his first time sitting in the suicide seat in a jet sprint boat.
All right, so what can Brendan and Rory Doyle do here? We saw during Q2 they got it a lot wrong in that lap. They tidied it up in Q3. Their last opportunity to post a time in Q4 to move into the top 6.
Well, they're P1. They are fastest right now, overall, in 400.
So they will definitely make the top 6, but I must admit, that has somewhat surprised me, but it just goes to show the development that he's gone into this Pulse race hull with a JRE race engine. So the split there was a 21-5.3, so that's right where they need to be. Well, a little bit of a hesitation, I thought there, but he's managed to keep it on track, not through the flip-flops, not the smoothest we've seen, but he got it there anyway. So now across at the top part of the track, coming down towards commentary, that right-hander really utilising every part of the racetrack. Now across into the Spitwater roundabout for the final time, slingshotted out of there. Dealt with the crosswash beautifully across the line, 55.04. 55.04, so that is an absolute cracker. That is laying one down for the Group A boys and puts him in to P1 fastest.
Well, absolutely. And he's got 1.4 seconds on Jody Ely. I was just building up to say there was only a tenth between them before that run, and it was going to be close. And then he just went and smashed it.
So PK is out for the day. So that is a big issue there for those guys. But toughen up now coming through to the starters' orders. So Danny Napick and Darren Tickell. So these guys have been on the improve all day. Improved until they spun it out backwards.
4-3.
4-3. Oh no, the commentators curse on really ramping it up in the later parts of today. And, danger, Will Robinson.
Danger, Will Robinson. Danger. No, Will Robinson. Danger.
Oh, well, that's...
So, update on PK. So, Paul Kelly, with that oil fire, it's the issue with it, as fast as it got put out, it actually burnt the loom, damaged all of that sort of side of things in the boat. And that's
so for
not...
those of you who don't understand what a loom is, that is electrical wiring in a bunch and that's not good.
And if you're in the 1800s, it's a little thing a little old lady sat down to and wove wool with.
Oh, yes, and they sung things like Mary, Little Miss Tuffet sat in a muffet. No, I don't even know how that... I didn't go to
So it's the
primary
electrical
school.
wiring loom that provides all the cables and wiring for the things that make
indicators.
the engine run. Yeah, the indicators. Although we don't need indicators in a jet sprint boat. So toughen up. Look, we'll see them back out for the finals, but yeah, that didn't quite go to plan.
Interesting that you'll see, ladies and gentlemen, some of the fighter pilot style face masks. So what these are is that is a constant oxygen supply, and you'll see a lot of the teams. They're starting to become a bit more popular and whatnot, but as we see Hugh Gilchrist and Narelle Pello in the Matrix coming out. Now, can Hugh and Narelle post a time?
So, correct me if I'm wrong, if they can't get a time banked here, because they've gone no time, they won't make the 6. They need to get a time banked.
Yes, they do. They absolutely have to.
Think about it.
Yeah,
I know that's the fact, so I just asked the race director.
You are absolutely correct. If the race director told you that,
Now,
the
Vera,
wrong way. See,
this is crucial because they've just done it already early and need to correct it and need to get a time here. So wherever they went wrong, they need to find out now and sort it out. Otherwise, they ain't going to play anymore.
No, that'll be...
Pretty much that was within the first 2 or 3 instructions on the rotation call.
Now, if they go right back to the start and start again, we've been informed that they could get it right from there. So, Hugh, go back to the start.
Okay, here we go. So,
go.
This is the correction.
We've got everybody in the commentary tower.
They needed to go the long way around.
No, we've got everybody in the commentary tower. We've got our timing people up here. We've got our rotation specialists. We've got the race director, and we're all yelling, "Go that way!"
I think the GPS was set on Kazakhstan.
Okay, start again.
Right, let's have another go. You were talking about longest laps earlier on today.
I tell you,
go long! You were telling me a story about Spider.
Oh, no.
And then he's parked it, just to add insult to injury.
Oh, Hugh. Oh, that is so disappointing. And I reckon that is Houston. We have a problem.
Houston, we have a problem.
Oh. Hugh, I'm playing this one for you.
I'm confused, I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
So, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Hugh Gilchrist and the Narelle Pello. That'll be the end of the day for them.
Good Kiwi song, that. You guys will try and claim them.
Mate, we only claim good things.
You tried to claim Dragon.
Well, mate, we got Farlap.
Oh, now you're going to tell me you invented Pavlova.
Oh, who cares about Pavlova? You can keep that. Pavlova is no good at all. Like, I'm not going to argue about that, right? Now, Russell Crowe, he was born in New Zealand.
You can keep him.
You can have him back. We don't want him.
You can keep him.
Oh, very disappointing. As much as we have a bit of a laugh, very disappointing for Hugh and Narelle, but Hugh being Hugh, he'll just shrug it off. He'll have a laugh. He'll have a beer later, and that'll be that. As we now move into qualifying round number 4 for the unlimited category. We've already seen Daryl Hutton out on track in order to give the B driver, Chris Edmonds, a little bit more time to get ready.
So Daryl rocked in at 50.561.
So that is leading the charge at the moment in Q4.
Has anyone got a 48 in them to chase down Fonzie?
Well, Fonzie with a 48.72, that is a big deal. So this is Fonzie Mullen. His previous best was a 48.72, and after that, he spat it out. And that's the first time I've seen Fonzie Mullen do that in a very long time. So what can Fonzie produce here? Lee Stewart in the navigator's seat. Oh, and just typical Fonzie-esque right across the big sweeper at the top at pace. Easton out into the left-hander from the Witches Hat into the next left-hander. Bang, lines it up. The split is a 19.66, so down on his previous best split. Is not the tiniest lap we've seen so far today from Fonzie.
Yeah, well, it went 18.66 in the previous one.
He's a second down on the split.
Might be trying some things for the finals.
Yeah, you never know, but he's just not quite into the swing of this on this particular lap.
Still pretty impressive to watch.
It's not bad.
It's not bad.
It's okay, if you look at it like that. But Fonzie Mullen, and still a 50.52. So Fonzie, with not his best lap of the day, still posts a 50.522. Daryl Hutton posted a 50.561. So 0.04 of a difference. Remember, Fonzie also could have done a bit of damage to the jet unit after the last time out as well.
Oh, it's definitely plausible the way that it landed and come off the bank after the end of that run. Who next? Poison Ivy by the looks. Rob Coley.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting. Scott Munro doing the navigational duties here. So, what can the man from New Zealand do here? The Nissan Twin Turbo, Building King, HRE engines, mouth fresh, Rob Coley. Oh, have a look at the pace off the line. We've been talking about Fonzie, but have a look at how quick this Poison Ivy machine is.
How did that turn out of that right-hander? That was on a knife edge.
Oh, have a look at the way he's going about this. Where's the split?
19.1.
This is amazing. Rob Coley really into it at the moment. He went the wrong way. Rob. Turn right. Down to the next one. Turn right there.
Corrected it.
Oh, no. He's thrown that lap away.
So he was 3/10 up on his own best split.
And he's thrown the lap away, but what he's still doing is gaining the speed and keeping the speed up here. So this is not too silly either.
So right where he made that turn there, off that start to the split, it was stunning through there.
57.69 with a rotational error in there as well. So,
but his best first half of the lap by 0.3 of a second.
And
so
that is at the right time of the day to be doing
which
it.
would have sneaked him down into that 50-second bracket, and in the mix with Nuts and Fonzie. Apart from that 48 earlier on from Fonzie, which is just on another planet.
So Chris Edmonds coming out now. Jamie Moroney, so Pays Air Services, McCabe Harvesting, Gunda Windy Cotton, JMV, Create, Ag and Fab. So we have determined that Chris owns this boat, which is wonderful.
We
so
know
what
that.
Could he produce here last time out? He ended up getting it wrong. He got a little bit happy in the gum boots and just didn't get the rotation right. He came back in, put it back on the trailer. Now he's out there and looking pretty smooth at the moment. Just keep the concentration in. I dare say he's finding this boat very, very comfortable indeed. The split.
20.5. I'm going to say that's up there with probably his best. Yeah. Oi, rotation error.
No.
It's all right, he's already got a lap bank, so it's not going to hurt him getting into the finals.
No, he hasn't.
I was just about to compliment him and say how smooth he is, which is, from what I've seen so far, very unlike Chris.
Now let me check this out. That is his third lap in that boat. Did he post a time in this boat?
How many runs has he done? 2.
He's done three.
I think he had a 56.59 because the practice in Q1.
Okay, just
he ran out of fuel
because
and
you've got to qualify in the new boat. So he will make that top 6. So by the hair of his chin, he needs to tidy it up if you want.
Yeah, I had to think about that too because He only did practice in Q1 in the other boat.
That's right. So he's only posted one time today, but it was in this boat. So he will progress. Glenn Spider Roberts now blown a budget. Daniel Kelly, Otto in the navigator's chair. Can Spider put one together to give him a little bit of confidence moving into the top 6 for the unlimited category?
And that's the confidence he probably needs, because like he's got laps backed, but he's had a couple of issues on the way through. Down to the split with the big 632 cubic inch Donovan at a 22.687, 22.687.
Oh, see, that's that part of the track he's not confident with, and he slows down there, but now he's carrying on with it, so now the pace pick back up again. And, well, I'll tell you what, it is great to see that Spider, after a very, very ordinary start to the day, is starting to make some inroads and getting these overall times down. And I tell you what, a very popular man in the paddock, there is no doubt about it. So Glenn Spider Roberts has stitched one together, not blisteringly fast, but with confident drive. With a 59.67, 59.67 there for Glenn Spider Roberts.
So he's just found 10 seconds.
We are now going to hold our breath to find out who's made the top 12 in the LS category.
I can tell you who hasn't.
Right.
That's the easy way to do it, because the list got rushed downstairs.
Oh, it got sent away, did it? So who hasn't?
Okay. So, the 6...
Aggravation, Ron O'Day definitely didn't get through.
Aggravation, Ron, but yeah, Tyler has.
Twisted didn't make it through. Almost There didn't make it through. Drop Bear didn't make it through. And Hot Shot didn't make it through.
So 5 boats. I'm trying to figure out what boat was named out. I wrote down the word out because they are out. Jamie, you muppet.
All right, so we have these boats to the dummy grid, please. Bastion and Nate Mullen. We want the Spartan with Luke Walters to the grid. We want Daniel Salter, Matt Malthouse. Lance Edmonds has made the top 12. He'd be happy about that. Kyle Elphingston. Mitch Curtis. Noel Verning. Paul Hill. Nate Mullen, Tyler O'Day and Mike Hessel will all make up the top 12 for the LS category. All unlimited vessels have gone through, only 6, so they're not having a top 12, straight into the top 6. And in the Group A, Justin Roylance didn't make it. Obviously, big bingle early on in the day. Rampage, Pole's gone nuts. 4-0 Racing, Let's Boogie, Toughen Up, and the Matrix was missing out. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. So in the Group A, just to recap there, Outlaw is out and Matrix is out, meaning that the rest are in. 4-0 Racing won't be making it. Paul Kelly, oil issues. We haven't seen Darren Casper in the Lex Boogie machine since qualifying 2. So we'll have to get some information out of there. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to set the clocks. We're going to get our top 12 LS class boats down onto the ramp as we check out Eliza Roylance out on track in the junior development class. And this young lady, I like the way she's going about it.
We're just getting the rotation right. Like, seriously? I wouldn't do it first up. She did it first up.
Oh, no. Mate, you've done it again. 4-5.
I wasn't talking about her. I was talking about me.
Right, okay.
I was talking about me, because it's all about me.
You are a slippery customer.
I was saying how amazing a job.
Yourself right up, haven't you?
How amazing a job she did in that first practice run where she got the rotation correct.
So,
sorry.
No, well done, Eliza. It's just great. I really do love seeing the kids out there. It's just so awesome. But, like, how far into the day, we have seen how many rotations now? There's 30-odd boats in the day, maybe 35.
Times 4.
Times 5, in fact, because there was also a practice. So what does that add up to? 35 times 5. So we've seen a lot, and I'm still not sure of it.
160-ish.
Right, okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll just take a short break. We'll catch our breath and just wait for our unlimited category to get into the sudden death top 12. So, from 12, we go down to 6. So, we'll take a break. Be back in a second.
So what is a V8 Superboat?
Straight into the top 12 with the LS class, led off by Bastian Mullen, Talia James. So they set their best lap to consolidate P1 into the 12 in the previous round, the last round of qualifying. This is now the eliminations. This is where it gets serious. Make a mistake and you are gone.
Oh, jeez,
just
I tell you
about.
what, that was nearly that mistake.
21-2 to the split. 21-2 to the split. He's been 20.8, so he's lost 4 tenths, but that was a pretty wild moment there.
Yeah, so Bastian Mullen, I tell you, he's 2 from 2 so far this season. He had a big misstep during qualifying 3, but he's come back from that, had a couple of moments in this lap, but he will post a time of 55.82, not his best, 55.82, but it puts him right in that mix to get into the top 6. So all the times that we're seeing today, ladies and gentlemen, are now only for reference. It's only the times from now on that count, because this is finals time.
So everything that we've done time-wise doesn't matter now, because that takes them through to the top 12s and the 6s in the case of 400 and Unlimited. That's still going to be pretty tough to knock out of the 6. That ain't going to happen.
Yeah, no, that'll be, that's certainly laying it down. So it will be, they got the Spartan in there. They just got the, everybody just checking all the safety equipment, making sure they're strapped in, strapped down. They got the fireproof gloves. They got the neck braces. They use the harness devices these days, which is a connection between a piece of plastic almost that goes over the shoulders and down the spine that's connected to the helmet to stop the head bobble sideways.
Yeah, there's some different variations of that as well. Simpson do what they call a hybrid one, which mounts a little bit differently. There are a couple of different ones, but it's more about trying to stop that lateral motion with the head, obviously, with the restraints. No different to circuit racing, sprint cars, all that sort of stuff now, running similar devices with the safety. Good effort here from the boys in the Spartan boat, Luke and Jazzy, because they went to Camberita for the first round, round 2, had starter motor problems, didn't actually pretty much cut a lap, and to come back down here now and actually make the 12 on their first appearance, I believe, here at Keith is a very, very good effort.
Yeah, it is definitely the first appearance here at Keith, so a little bit of a fist pump there from the crew chiefs as the boat gets pushed off the trailer. So the Spartan, Luke Walters, Juzzy Colvert, time that they want to be getting around is a 55, 56.
It's going to be in there, isn't it, really? If you look at the top, yeah, it's. I think sub 56 is going to be needed to get into the 6.
Yep, so it's always really tight at the top of the LS, and these guys have just grown throughout the course of the day. Little bit squared it off. Oh, geez, I tell you what, he was late into there. Is he going to play catch-up? Try to play catch-up, can get you caught unawares, but it looks like Luke Walters really just into it, has settled into this lap a little bit. The nerves are gone, the split is
23.05, so it's down certainly on Bastian Mullen. Needs to tidy it up a little bit and bring it home, but we're thinking it's got to be sub 56 to make the 6, and their best lap to this point has been a 59.9.
So, they've just gone the wrong way, and in this
Game
tight
over.
LS class, that will more than likely be time spent of the rest of the meeting sitting on the trailer lamenting what may have been. They are back on the rotation proper now. However, they have realised the error of their ways. You can see the disappointment in the shake of the head. I can see the eyes just about welling up from here.
Last time they came in, they were headbutting each other, congratulating themselves, but yeah, that's not...
Yeah, but you know what? They're smiling. They are still smiling.
None of their friends are clapping for them out here in the pit area now. They got their arms folded and they're winding them up.
Yep, and yet there's still plenty of laughter down there in this, the frustration of a mistake. But, well, and that's the beauty of it. Everybody makes them. You just don't want to make it this time of the day. As Matt Moldhouse and Leighton Collins, your locals, these guys finally lay. Oh, Matt Moldhouse, where were you going? He's nearly about to drive it to Adelaide.
That was the second time he's done that. He did that on the previous lap.
Jeez, I tell you what, he doesn't like getting into that corner too early. He doesn't like the apex of it. There must be something in there.
20.866. That is on Bastian Mullen's best lap pace from the previous round.
Just a little bit. Nudged the grass. Carrying on. But Matt Moldhouse and his good mate Leighton Collins. Jeez, I tell you what, they just want to calm the farm. Keep it pointed in the right direction. So far, so good.
That is their best split of the day.
That is unbelievable because there's been a few little missteps in there, but these guys gaining in confidence as they close the lap out with a 55.40 and straight to the top of the table.
4 tenths.
That is a guaranteed entry into the top 6.
Just put 4 tenths on Bastian Mullen.
So the boys will be very happy with that indeed, but there's not a lot of movement in the boat. Because as you local guys who would know Matt Moldhouse and Leighton would suggest that there's not a lot of movement in there, they're getting old.
So that was their best split, but I think with some of that little untidiness you spoke about actually cost them some time in the end. While he's gone quicker than Bastian in this elimination run, he's actually been in the 54s.
All right, Daniel Salter coming up next, the man from the west. And I'll tell you, last time out, Daniel didn't look particularly fast, and that is where the deception therein lies. Because sometimes these laps that just look okay are actually very quick indeed. And at the moment, Daniel has it looking pretty good. The picture is...
He's only a touchdown on Bastian's best split of the day, so he's been solidly into the 54s.
So Dan Salter.
This is just to get him into the 6. Doesn't need to do anything silly, just to get into the 6. So that mid 55 second bracket is going to be on it with the guys that we've seen so far, you would think. But it's a nice lap.
This is definitely going to rattle the cages. There's not going to be much in it. At the moment, it's only 0.4. Daniel Salter, 54.45, straight to the top of the table. So he is 1 second clear of Matt Moldhouse. Bastian Mullen in his into P3. Luke Walters, well, that was a DNF, but we've still got more to come. This is top 12. We are looking for the fastest 6 to progress.
His last 2 laps have been a 54.433 and a 54.455. How close is that, back to back?
Not bad at all. These guys are really showing their mettle to the end of it. TJ just sent a message. He said he tried to book flights to get out from the wedding down here today. He couldn't make it, but he'll be out tomorrow, so that'll be a splendiferous. Quiet time coming up now, and the time that they need to be getting in around is that 55s is going to have to do it. Noel Verning and Nathan Garrett, what can they achieve here? Oh no, he's got it wide right up on the grass, and that you might as well just throw away. And I think the boys have just decided, you know what, we have got so much weed on the intake that is the end of it. The safety crew were nearly dry. They were nearly warm.
Not now.
Wah, 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 wah. That was
I haven't
Pac-Man.
heard that noise for a while. I was about to compliment them on making the 12. That is a fantastic effort in their third only ever race meeting.
Yeah, so very well done, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for Noel Verning and Nathan Garrett.
Makes it a little bit easier for the following boats. So we've had 5 boats in the 12 to make the 6. We start talking about bump spots shortly and times to beat as we start eliminating boats. 2 of them have eliminated themselves.
Yeah, it's a bit
There
tough. Oh,
is
Kyle Elphingston.
blackout racing.
So what will Kyle lay down here? So again, the time that they want to do is 55s. So Kyle Elphingston and Jacob Bellamy off the line. This boat looks so good. It really sits very, very well, and right around that sweeper all day. I don't recall that Kyle Elphingston having put a foot wrong. It's usually coming down here where things start getting a little bit untidy for him, but that was about it right there.
21.07, a little bit down on the best splits that we've seen, but should be enough, but he's got to get it home.
Straight line, the flip-flop there beautifully. So gaining speed, gaining confidence in the rotation. The right time, obviously, the day to do it, because now it is sudden death. I'll tell you what, these guys really work very, very well together as driver and navigator.
Very, very well together, and a very, very quick sprint tech. This should be a solid time to get him in. No mistakes. I'll bring it down a little bit late on that final right-hander.
54.34, 54.34. Kyle Elphingston straight to the top, 0.11 quicker than Daniel Salter.
And that's only, okay, we talk about consistency, okay, and we talked about this before. Their last 3 laps, 4 laps of this one included, 54.50, 54.29, 54.69, 54.34. Wow.
So that's all within 0.4 of a second.
Last 4 laps that they've done.
It's Rain the Slicer out now. And I'll tell you what, these guys have just been getting better and better and better all day. So the Slicer with Paul Hill and Alex Singleton out on track at the moment. So interestingly, it is Bastian Mullen down the bottom of this group at the moment, with the 7 boats having run, including this one on the track, the split at a 22.04. That's a little bit outside of where they need to be. They'll need to tighten it up.
Definitely needs to be sub 56. Split was a 22.04.
They are certainly pushing. There is no doubt about that. As this Stinger Hull straight towards Coventry now out to the far side. They've gone the wrong way and they realise it.
That's the 3rd boat in the 12 to do it.
But you know what? They're carrying on with the lap, because by way of attrition, sometimes by continuing on, you can get through. But, Slicer, Paul Hill, 63.15, and there is an enormous amount of frustration in that boat. They threw in an extra little bit of rotation. There was an error, and they're just sitting there going. But as I said, the good thing is they continued on with the lap.
Yep. So they're not out,
They're
because
not
we've
out.
only got 5 times registered out of the 7 boats that have hit the line, with 5 to come. 5 boats to come. So at the moment we don't have a bubble to talk about because we've only got 5 boats with a time. So this one's going to be the 6th boat in if they get to the end. Smoke and Mirror.
So this is always interesting because these guys have had some very interesting runs, particularly off the start line. They've been getting it right up there. Have Mitch Curtis and Georgia Ungle.
So what's their best been? They have gone... No, that's Hot Shot. I'm looking at the wrong one. Smoke and Mirror, best time of the 63.07. Now at the moment you wouldn't think that would be enough to get them through to the 6, but get a lap booked and anything can happen with 4 more boats left to come after this.
Absolutely so. Or have a look at how far the nose is out of the water with this boat. It's really just hanging on the delta there, isn't it? It's just really right up out of the water. And so they've got this shotgun hull just tuned unbelievably, all things considered.
So to the split with a 24.183, so they're down a couple of seconds on what we just saw from Slicer, and it was the second part of the lap that went wrong with Slicer. So get the lap in and they'll be in the 6th with 4 boats left to come, and we'll be starting to talk about times to beat and eliminations.
They've still got that, they've fixed that genuine, no, they haven't. I really want to see that reverse bucket lifted up, and they're going to gain so much more time from that. But Mitch Curtis in the latter part of this
nice smooth
now,
lap.
so where are they going to find themselves? 62.02, and it'd be very surprising if they make it through 60.
Well, they're not. So they're actually the 5th boat at the moment. So Slicer now becomes the bubble at 63.15.
So we've got Aggravation, Borrowed Time, Nate Mullen still to come as well in the rib shift machine. So
I've got to say,
Aggravation, Tyler
that was a nice smooth lap in what is an older boat.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. No doubt. They'll be really happy with that. So what can Tyler O'Day achieve here?
So what's Tyler done? So his best lap was the last time out in Aggravation, 58.472. Needs to now go quicker than a 63.15.
Getting it up the top there. Grabbed it out a little bit wide. Has that unsettled him a little bit. But geez, I tell you what, when he gets the bit between the teeth, he really chops down on it, gets that really aggressive momentum. And have a look at that wheel movement into the Aggravation machine.
22.815 to the split, so certainly not the worst. It's on similar pace, just a little bit down on Slicer. So needs to go quicker here than a 63.15.
And that is certainly doable. Just keep this momentum going, Tyler. And, oh yeah, look, I tell you what, they've finally sorted this rotation out properly. They haven't been listening to the old man, which is wonderful. So
they've gone quicker than the 63, so they're going to do this easy.
58.03. And that puts them into P5. That is the end of Slicer as we would have expected with that rotational error. That puts Mitch Curtis in Smoke and Mirrors on the bubble when we've still got Mike Hessel in Borrowed Time and Nate Mullen now coming back down onto the ramp as well.
So Tyler just went his best time of the day by 0.4. Right into the day to do it.
Absolutely.
So the time we need to look for here is a 62.02. That is now the bubble. Mitch Curtis and Smoke and Mirror. And here is my prize winners so far today for the most spectacular keeping it on the water. Borrowed Time.
Well, is it going to be Borrowed Time or is it going to be Saving Time? Mike Hessel, Rory Grilling. Geez, these guys. I wonder if there will be a lesson learned or a lesson forgotten. Wow, he's just turned that little tricky bit through the dog leg into there, gone through there down on where they need to be, but you just never know.
Faster than Curtis, so a tenth up on what Curtis did to the split. That's sitting on the bubble at 62.02. Oh, that was a big skip across the island.
Jeez, I tell you what, it is.
They've gone 60.38, so they have the speed to be able to get in, but do not make a mistake.
No, from here, well, he really opened up that drive into the roundabout, and the run saw the line, puts him into 60.09. That is the end of Mitch Curtis in smoke and mirrors. Mike Hessel puts himself in a P6. They are now on the bubble with Bastian Mullen.
They are on the Michael. They are on the Michael Bublé.
And this should be one more because there is 10. Bastian is coming out.
Time rip shift.
All right, so Nate Mullen is the final boat in this round. So Lance made it through, but just didn't make it to the ramp.
Not 100% sure on that one, but yeah, my understanding was that Solid Gold had got through to the 12.
Yeah, so there may be engine issues there that we are unaware about. However, it is now all eyes on Nate Mullen.
So Nate's gone 58.77 for his best, so needs to go quicker than a 60.09 to get into the 6.
They're having a lot of trouble getting this boat off the trailer. There was about 3 or 4 guys just rocking that boat to get it off the trailer. So Nate Mullen, the time to beat 1 minute .096 to be able to progress into the top 6. I'm sure he has it in him.
So unfortunately for Lance Edmonds, they did have a problem with the boat, so that's why we won't see 12 going out in the 12. Last opportunity to qualify. Borrowed time on the bubble at a 60.09.
All right, so Nate Mullen now, the B driver in the Ripship Machine GM Motorsport Gill Engineering, the young man from Melton. Time perfection. So what will he be able to achieve here? I would suggest on his previous performance today that he will make it through to the top 6. However, we cannot guarantee it.
23.04 to the split. Compare that to a 23.2 for Mike Hessel. There's not a lot in it.
Not a lot in it at all.
It's only 0.2.
Nate Mullen really going to have to get a giddy up. He's going to have to get the whip up coming down the front straight.
Needs to go quicker than a 60.09.
So at the moment they are on rotation proper and looking confident, but it is all about the final push for home. Nate Mullen
easy
across the line.
Easy.
And it is 57.57, bought up a heap of time. That is the end of Tyler O'Day. No, Tyler O'Day made it through into the top 6. They will be stoked down there at Aggravation. That is
borrowed
the
time
end of the day for borrowed time with Mike Hessel. So here's how it's going to go. Top 6 LS. It will go Tyler O'Day, Nate Mullen, Bastian Mullen, Matt Moldhouse, Daniel Salter, Kyle Elphingston. We are going to take a breath as we reset for the top 6 in the LS. Then we'll go top 6 Group A. Then we'll go top 6 Unlimited. So this looks with one of the juniors coming out for their final lap, I would suggest. So this is their final for the juniors. So it is Connor Smith out on the water.
So Connor's best lap of the day was a 59.67 in the 4th and final qualifier. Absolutely destroying his previous run at a 76.1. He's running the little Sea-Doo Rotax jet ski unit in the back of it with the jet unit and everything. Basically everything that fits inside a jet ski in a smaller jet sprint hull. So the split was a 24.681 and a rotation error. Whoa! Does that open the door up for our young lady? So he's going to try and correct. He needs to correct this and get a lap at least booked in. No, still hasn't by the sound of it. No, he realises it and he's pulled the pin, so Connor's going to get no time in the final. That is going to make it interesting with Eliza Roylance to come back out. All she needs to do is complete the lap to actually win here at Keith. It's the last I'm saying of that, because if anything else goes wrong, I'll get the blame. All right, so I think we got a little break while we get these boats turned around. So now we're into the top 6. So we saw the top 12 because we've already got 6 in 400 and Unlimited. Didn't need to run them as a 12. No point in doing that because we already had a 6. So we've seen the top 6 in LS. We are now down to the top 6 eliminations in LS, 400 Group A and Unlimited. So just a little break as Rip Shifts just come out of the water. They'll refuel, get Bastien back in the boat, and we will have the top 6 to find our 3s as we head towards the business end of the 3rd round of the Australian V8 Superboat Championship, Jet Sprint Championship here at Keith, brought to you by Penrite.
Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since 1926.
Hi, I'm Grant. Hope to see you in store soon.
Hi, I'm Peter, Royal Answers Track Replacements in Fyshwick. Hope to see you in store soon.
Hey, Michael from Tractor Replacements.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the top 6 of the LS category. So, Bastion Mullen. Now, Jamie, you said that they had the gentle persuader at the back of the boat.
I thought they were making some adjustments to the back of Rip Shift, and then Fonzie got the hammer out. So, I don't know if on the back of the boat with the extender plates maybe off the back of the hull, they were getting those straighter because they were sort of lining back and sighting underneath the boat to see if everything was sort of still straight.
Yeah, righto. So, we're going to now see what is going on. So, Bastion Mullen in Rip Shift. So, what will he be able to achieve here? So, he's not having it all his own way here today. This is top 6 of LS. We are going to then cut these down to 3. So, Bastion Mullen now under starters' orders. Business end of the day. Flying start. Have a look at the speed straight up into that sweeper, carrying plenty of momentum.
Beautiful through that tight right-hander off the end.
Really very good indeed.
This should be a good split. It should be sub 21. And it is a 20.586. He's just gone 3/10 quicker than he's been all day.
So, Bastion Mullen on a flyer at the right end of the day. And this is what happens out of the GM Motorsport Garage out of Melton down there in Victoria. The father is a 7-time world champion, reigning world champion. And, the sons are emulating Dad. And have a look at Bastion in his rip ship machine just ripping through the course. And that is just better have a look at that. We've got a time.
Hold that thought. That was fast, but I can't give you a time at the moment.
We are going to come back to you. $53.35 for Bastion Mullen.
Wow.
So
took 3/10, so he was up 3/10 at the split, carried that momentum to take 3/10 off his best today.
All right, so now it is going to get very interesting because top 6 in the LS, then we're going to cruise into the top 6 of the Group A, then the top 6 of the Unlimited, then we're going to go top 3 of each category. Whew, I love this time of day.
That was a final lap. Like, that was a top 3 lap.
So, who will be out next? Will it be Tyler O'Day? No. It looks as though, just trying to work out who is doing what down there at the moment.
I think we've just got a slight hold due to a timing issue.
Okay, so there is a bit of discussion here, ladies and gentlemen. We've got movement in the tower. But it is Tyler O'Day in the aggravation machine. Moves into the top 6. He's going to be very happy with that. What will he be able to achieve out of this? Grown in confidence and stature right throughout the course of the day. Been posting some very fast times, and that is what we expect to continue. He's had a bit of a rough start to the day, but coming good at the right end of it. So how is this going to unfold? So, aggravation. Tyler O'Day, Xavier Jackson, and away they go. And have a look at the speed. Oh, geez, that
gone.
is too quick.
How did he save it?
Save that? The hands have gone to heads right around the whole arena here at Spitwater Arena in Keith. That is unbelievable.
Holy snap-on ring spanner.
Ringtail possums. That is a ringer, 22.999.
Oh, there was a split there, by the way.
yeah, 22.99. So, Tyler O'Day, I'll tell you what, team aggravation there on the ramp. They thought it was all over. What a phenomenal drive coming out of the aggravation team at the moment. Keep it on course, young man. Oh, I tell you what, these guys really working very well together. Xavier Jackson and Tyler O'Day, a little bit of an oversteer coming down to the corner. But now in the final push for home, Tyler O'Day, he's ripped one out. 57-2-1, 57-2-1 for Tyler O'Day in aggravation. And that is a cracking lap from those guys. And what a save.
Put your hands together for that, Keith. That is the save of the day. Tyler, go and buy a lotto ticket. Holy. Woo! 57.215. That is comfortably their best lap of the day. Previous to that, it was a 58.472. So again, he's doing the right thing at the right end of the day.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of Keith, this is your local man, Matt Malthouse. Millie, they call him. Leighton Collins sitting in right alongside him. This is the business end of the day, the new Nuts Racing team. Between them, their combined age is about 148.
You said that, not me. Oh, he's using all of the track.
Yeah, absolutely. Really starting to get his eye in. And this is quite traditional, the way Matt Malthouse goes about it. The sweet
29. He's on similar pace to what we saw in the last one. That was a 54, sorry,
oh, he's grabbed the wide sideways bang. Oh, Matt Malthouse, he's taken his hands off the wheel as he was sliding across the grass in pure and utter frustration.
He was on it for the split to match the 55.4. I was about to say, I'm thinking here you're going to have to go sub 55.
Yeah, that'll be the end of the day for Matt Malthouse and Leighton Collins.
You're going to have to go sub 55 to make the 3.
Oh, that is a very disappointing way. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for your local guys, Matt Malthouse and Leighton Collins. Just having a look at Leighton and Matt, and they might need some tissues.
They were up on their split. Like, they matched their best split in the previous run, so they were on a lap. But if you're not trying hard, then
you're not trying hard.
Like that don't end up, yeah, not trying hard enough.
That's it. Isn't it funny that people can say, oh, you know, why would you do this sport? It's quite dangerous, and things might happen. You know what? Things only happen when you get off the couch.
They're out there doing it.
They're having a great time. They're going to be a bit disappointed about it, but I tell you what, this is just another bank of stories that they'll be telling over campfires later tonight and right into the next race meeting, which will be at Temora on the 5th of October. No,
November.
5th of November.
What's today?
I don't know. Saturday. Today's Saturday.
That was
Fifth
3
of
days. That was 3 days ago.
I was so confident in that too.
You delivered it so well.
Delivered it beautifully, but I delivered it wrong. So the next meeting, ladies and gentlemen, will be the 5th of November in Temora. The one after that will be the 4th of December in Temora. Then we move to Griffith and then come back here on the 25th of March for the Diesel and Dirt Derby for the final round of the Australian Jet Sprinting Series. But now we are going to Daniel Salter in the Hustler. Now this bloke has just been getting better and better and better. And when he came over from WA, a few of the East Coasters went, oh yeah, what's this bloke from WA got? Well, I tell you what, he's got pace, he's got calm, he's got good setup, and he's got a good split at a 20.92.
He's gone 54.43, 54.45. That should be enough to get him in the 3, but like to go better than Bastian in the final, he's going to have to find a little bit, but get it to the end of this one and complete the lap to get him into the 3 first.
Yeah, look, these guys are really all over it at the moment. The rotation, they know that is not the concern. He's just trying to find those finite bits to tidy it up, to move forward, to bring the time down. Daniel Salter with a 54.29, straight to the top of the table. So, Daniel Salter will make... Daniel Salter, he's actually in P2. My apologies. The machine that we're looking at is actually put that over there, and that should have been up there. But anyway,
all right. So we have a bubble.
So it is Bastian Mullen, Daniel Salter, Tyler O'Day, and Tyler O'Day is on the bubble.
Best lap of the day for Hustler by 2/10.
Fantastic.
So we now have a bubble. Next boat, which is Blackout, needs to go quicker than a 57.215.
So
Agro on the bubble.
Jacob Bellamy, have a look. I love the way that this guy is just so smooth around the top. Have a look at how tight he went around the Spitwater roundabout. Really just driving some beautiful, beautiful lines. At the minute is the man from Queensland.
Bastian Mullen went 20.5 to the split. Elphinston just went 20.6 to the split.
Oh, geez. The little bit of a wobble in that transitional shoot from crowd side to commentary might have cost a little bit of time. He's put it behind him. He's looking forward, not backwards, which is why the windscreen is bigger than the rear vision mirror. And these guys driving very nice indeed.
Needs to go better than a 57.215. You would think he should be able to do that comfortably. Knock aggravation out of the 3 with a
53.76, so he will be there. That is the end of Tyler O'Day. So 53.76. Bastian Mullen still quicker by 0.4, 53.3.
Oh, that gap's closed.
Hasn't it?
That gap has just
so
closed.
That is Daniel Salter on the bubble.
That is an excellent lap from Kyle Elphinston and Blackout Racing. Come on, guys, put your hands together. Very, very consistent and fast. But the split, notably, it was only a 10th down on Bastian at the split.
So it is now going to be Nate Mullen. So the time that he needs to beat to move into the top 3 is that 54.293
for
by
Hustler.
Daniel.
So what's Nate been able to do today so far? He's gone 58.7, no time to get into the 6. Nate went 57.57. So look for another improvement here from Rip Shift B. Nate Mullen trying to make the 3. Daniel Salter on the bubble, 54.293.
All right, so Nate Mullen in the Rip Shift machine. Now, does he play the team game? Because the brother is already in the top 3. What are the crew chief's instructions? Go out there, give it a red hot crack, or does the crew chief say, mate, do your best, but don't bin it.
21.76 to the split, and I actually think that's probably Nate's best.
So,
Can he go quicker than a 54.29?
Change of direction there. So really got to see the right underneath that particular hull. Shoots out of the roundabout to the far side of the track through the sweeper. Oh, then tell you what, this will be touch and go. There's not much in these top lot of LS class boats.
Needs to be under 55 seconds. 54.29 is the number we're looking to beat. Nate Mullen down to the line.
So Nate Mullen blown it out to a 55.72. So that is the end of the day for Nate Mullen. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for that young man. So the top three in the LS will be Kyle Elphingston, Daniel Salter and Bastian Mullen. All right, now we will reset our clocks and get ready to go top 6 Group A.
Nate just improved by another 2 seconds though.
So certainly a good run, and brought the boat back for the brother. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is our final runner for the junior development, Eliza Roylands. She just needs to get the rotation correct to take the round win, and I'm not going to say anything more than that.
I already stopped about 10 minutes ago. Unfortunately, Connor with a no time in the final for junior development. All eyes on this run.
Now, this is, I'll tell you what, if I was mum and dad, I would be out there following her around, going, right, go this way, go that way, go this way. But I don't think that's allowed in the rules of fair racing.
No, no.
But you know what, I'd do it.
Seriously, I'm just going to shut up.
No, she's the Patriot Campers. We'll talk about the sponsors, because Drop Bear Racing involved in this. I had a chat to Laurie Hewitt before. I said, hey, mate, you should learn a few tips from these youngsters. And he just looked at me and didn't say a lot. So, come on. There's everybody's with bated breath down there on the pit wall, especially mum and dad and the rest of the Roylands family. Even Laurie Hewitt's down there going, oh, she's going the right way. How do I go about that?
Oh, that's dark.
I know, that is dark. Sorry, Laurie, but oh, well, bad luck. So come on, Eliza. Come on.
Come on, Eliza.
We are riding this pony with you. 215 ponies when you take the lead.
There's a number one Spitwater 400 waiting for you.
Once it gets repaired.
Sorry, Justin. She's
don't
out towards the bank. Come on, Eliza, keep it going. She kept it off the bank. She kept it off the bank.
Squeeze it in there.
There's no arms up here.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Eliza Roylands takes the win in the junior development class in her first ever race meeting, emulating her uncle Mitch when he first raced a Group A 400. He took the win in the first round. I don't think he's been cited since anyway. G'day, Uncle Mitch. Eliza, well done. That is awesome. Everybody down there is so proud. And Connor Smith, well done to you, young man. That is awesome. We love the kids in this sport. So, ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for our juniors.
Well done, Eliza. Right, Group A, 400.
Toughen up, Danny Nappy, Darren Tickell. So, there's only 5 boats in the top 6 here. So, this is going to be very, very interesting. So, what can Danny Nappy do? 5 becomes 3.
So Pulse has been fastest so far at a 55.04. That doesn't matter anymore because we're in eliminations, but that is sort of the times that we're going to be looking at to get through to the 3 at least.
So Danny Nappy and Darren Tickell what is the split here, and he's a 24.26, so down from where they'd like to be.
Those splits are going to need to be in the mid-21s, mid to high 21s to get you into the 3, but you've also got to get to the end of the lap too. Sounds nice and crisp. Doing everything right so far.
So far, so good. So it is a nice, tidy lap. Not record-breaking speed, but we do know that this is attrition racing.
Considering the last lap they did was a no time with a navigational error, they're going to get a lap banked here with a
61.84. 61.84. So that opens the account. That is now the time to beat for Rampage Pulse Gone Nuts.
So about a second off what we saw from them earlier on today. Their best was a 60.9. Still 4 more boats left to go here in Group A, 400. Looks like Gone Nuts will be next out of the pit area.
So we only have Andrew Medlicott Gone Nuts. He's out of the chute now. Now, interesting, you would have potentially thought that this old sleek line may not get there at the start of the day. However, we've seen Justin Roiland's out, we've seen PK out, we've seen Let's Boogie out with an oil problem. We've seen Hugh Gilchrist also go out. So it might be Andrew Medlicott, who hasn't raced his boat in 22 years. It's a 30-odd-year-old boat. Might make it into the top 3.
Could do. 25.55 to the split. Just needs to go as fast as he can possibly go and get to the end of this one to get a lap in. So we've seen a 61.84 from Danny Nappick and Toughen Up. Last part of the lap coming up, a little bit of a bounce on that right-hander through the infield. Their best so far today has been...
They've been very consistent, and no doubt about that.
68.98.
So it's in about there. So where's the time? So it is a 66.11. 66.11 there for Andrew Medlicott. So 5 seconds, 4.2 slower. But we now only have Pulse and Rampage.
Best lap of the day for them. Fastest
well
lap they've done. Again, at the right end of the day.
So Rampage, Jody Ely coming out. So I've only got a top 4 moving into the 6, or moving into the, so from 6 we only had 4, we're moving into the 3. So Jody Ely, Jess Webb doing the navigational duties. Jody hasn't had it all his own way, but this jet speed hull, he knows what to do. He'll be ramping it up now, putting on the pressure on the Brendan Doyle, who comes into this top 6 of the Group A as the fastest time and is yet to run.
Doesn't need to do anything silly. Again, the old adage, we keep talking about it, he just needs to get a good lap back to get to the 3 first. Split was a 21.1. 21.1, so actually that is right on the money. That was up there with Royland's split before he went over earlier on today, so he's on a lap.
Yeah, so Jody will be very happy with how this is unfolding at the moment. He's gone out there with a little bit of pace and certainly doesn't need to put any pressure on himself at this point, knowing that the 2 previous guys are well beyond the times that he's been posting. But it is a racer's attitude, isn't it? You can get it really wrong with me, but Jody Ely won't. With a 54.87 cracking time. So that means that it is Andrew Medlicott in Gone Nuts that he's on the bubble with a 106.54.87.
Fastest 400 lap of the day.
Wow, that is going to put pressure on Brendan and Rory Doyle.
So that split was up there with one of the fastest of the day in Group A as well. That matched Royland's 21.1 before he went over earlier on this afternoon. So that is an outstanding lap for the championship leader. What can Brendan Doyle do in Pulse? He's gone 55.04, so only less than 0.2 down. but again, just needs to get a solid lap in to get into the 3.
Now, this is a pressure situation for Brendan. He knows where this is. So will he go out there and have the racer's mindset, or is he going to play it safe? We're about to find out. The Pulse race boat has just been developed so beautifully indeed. And have a look at the way that Brendan and Rory are really dealing with this very well. So Pulse, the machine, the colours are wicked, the speed has been awesome all day, the development, the drive. So where's the split?
21.10 on the split. He's gone faster than Ely.
I tell you what, game on.
He is well and truly on it.
Geez, he's really pushing this because he knows he has to push Jody to stand on the top step.
Listen to it. It is humming. Absolutely humming. Looking to go quicker than a 54.8 to sort of put the exclamation mark on it, but here it is down to the line. Should go quicker than a 66. Oh!
54.322, 54.322.5 quicker than Jody.
Wow.
Danny Napick makes it through into the top 3, toughen up, and Andrew Medlicott, great having you today, mate. You'll be sitting on the trailer for the rest of it.
How was that for a lap, team? Hey, we have got a final on our hands in Group A/400. That was a heck of a lap.
Yeah, he did.
Even
really
Jody
well.
Ely's on the boat ramp clapping.
Yeah, geez, I tell you what. Now Jody's trying to psych him out as well. He's giving him the confidence, giving him the congratulations. Now he's in there trying to wing him out as we now move to the top 6 for your unlimited category. So this is game on.
It's going to be a quick
Darryl
turnaround.
Hutton is in the boat on the hazardous machine at the moment. Mick Parry is sitting right alongside him. So this is top 6. Driver being told to bring the boat further into the water, ease it off the trailer. So what can be achieved here in this hazardous machine? This boat only has about 900 horsepower compared to some of the others that have got over 1,000.
We say only 900 horsepower.
Just imagine trying to line
It's where
900.
it's got the ability to make it that counts.
Yep.
Weight of the boat, design of the boat as well. Again, with
Set
Slade
up.
Stanley at the wheel, it was one of the fastest unlimited boats in the world.
And now Darryl Hutton is gaining confidence, and have a look at that speed and just that constant radius around there. This is really smooth driving style here.
Can he go
Darryl
sub
Hutton.
50?
I reckon he can. I reckon he's into it.
Here's the split.
19.5.
19.5.
Oh, that is an absolute cracking split.
Best split for Darryl Hutton.
So very nice through the flip-flops. Really got that line lined up beautifully. Darryl Hutton around the Spitwater roundabout, slingshot to the far side of the track. This is looking like a very quick time. Really finding himself comfortable once again in this boat around the roundabout for the final time.
Little bounce out.
So Darryl Hutton into the finish at 50.52.
Guess what he did in the last qualifying run? 50.52.
Well, that's consistent. 50.52. That is now the time to beat the top 6 in the unlimited.
He did actually go quicker, KV. He had by 2 1,000ths of a second.
I'll say 0.002.
Yeah, that one. It was a good looking lap though, but you definitely have to go sub 50 with Fonzie up next, and it looks like Rob Coley's about to hit the water next.
It's blown budget on the water,
Budget's
and
on the
he's
water.
sitting there. Glenn Spider Roberts, Daniel Kelly. So they're going to have to really rip one out here. Really rip one out.
So
Will
quick
Glenn.
turnaround for the hazardous team, non-hazardous team, because they've got to put Chris Edmonds in the boat now, refuel it and get it ready to go out for the top 6.
So Glenn Spider Roberts, if you're watching the live stream at home, he is the man on the screen at the moment.
Smooth.
Daniel Kelly's really tightened this boat up.
21.874. 21.874.
Yeah, geez, he's in the mix. He's really brought that time down, hasn't he?
That'll be their best split. That'll be their best split of the day easily.
So, Spider in this blown budget machine, he's had a shocking year at the moment. Started off the day in not great shape, bringing it home towards the end of the day. We do want to see this man end up into the top three. He's a bit of a crowd favourite. He's a bit of a paddock favourite.
Nice smooth lap though.
Yeah, Glenn Spider Roberts across the line, 56.26. So, yeah, 5.7 down on the time that Daryl Hutton posted, but 5.7 behind that time, so 56.26.
Just found 3.5 seconds from his previous best.
And that is not unlikely to see move into the top three when we've still got 3 boats left to run.
Looks like he's got a smile on his dial. He's pretty happy with it. Now it's Rob Coley.
Poison Ivy, Scotty Munro, sitting in the Navigator's seat.
Never guesses.
Yeah, that's what they do. They guess, they hope, they wish.
So their best previously was a 51.004. Little nav error in Q4, but the boat was super fast up until that point.
Yeah, really well settled this boat at the moment, this Nissan Twin Turbo.
Oh, navigation error!
Oh,
nav error!
And he's realised it. And he's continued it. He's done it again. Back here, Rob, the frustration will be born now. He's not realised it. He thinks he's corrected it. Oh, now he's just absolutely bamboozled himself, has he? He has just thrown
Game over.
away Rob Coley, Scotty Munro. Oh, I don't know if they can recover that from here, because if they can still get the rotation correct and post a time, you just never know what we do now, because he's coming back to the trailer.
No,
so Rob Coley, just disappointment, frustration, and tell you what, this bloke, he races in New Zealand series, races in the Australian series, so I'll tell you what, he plays hard, works hard, plays hard, has a crack, and will be pretty frustrated.
Yeah,
let's be honest.
Steam coming out of the helmet.
At the moment, 2 to go. You never know. Glenn Spider Roberts with a 56 as opposed to
You
Carol's
never
up
know.
50 might make it.
His best lap of the weekend with Chris Edmonds to come. They're frantically refueling hazardous up in the pits. Well, with Daryl Hutton's boat, it's Phoenix Lubricants, but we know it is hazardous. Fonzie's warming up here on the boat ramp. He's already gone sub 49. He got into the 48s in Q3 with a 48.725. Backed it up a touch to a 55.22, 50.522. And that's pretty much what Daryl Hutton's done. Actually, I was looking at the wrong one before. Daryl went 50.561 in Q4. So he did improve by 0.04.
Very well.
But
Fonzie
pretty much matched what Fonzie did in Q4.
So Fonzie Mullen out now.
Hazardous is already in the chute, so they're backing up. They're fueled. It's definitely warmed up.
So Lee Stewart sitting in the silly seat of the Ramjet machine. As we know, Fonzie's best time of the day is a 48.72.
As it just jets out of the start booth. Oh my God, that was accelerating hard.
Point and shoot, and that is Fonzie Mullen's style. They've got the fighter jet helmets, providing a constant supply of
Not
oxygen.
much lifting going on.
Tell you what, the split is an
18.8.
That is an absolute cracker. So Fonzie Mullen seems to have the little gremlins from
Two
the top
tenths down on his previous best, but he's on it.
So Fonzie Mullen, he will progress into the top 3, all things going well. So all he's going to do is just ease it home. But this is not the Fonzie Mullen style. He always wants to win.
It'll be in the 49.
Well, so Fonzie Mullen across the line, 49.8. And we sort of go 49.8 because he's gone 48.7. 49.8.
Yeah, we sort of sound disappointed with that.
That is.
Come on, Keith, put your hands together for the reigning Australian champ. 49.8. That'll comfortably see them through to the top 3. So, blown budgets 56.261 is now the bubble with Chris Edmonds to come.
But Chris Edmonds has only posted one time today.
Had a couple of nav errors in a boat that he's never driven before, he now owns.
So he's got to get over that.
Needs to get one in and go quicker than Spider's 56.261. So Chris has been 56.59. 3 slower earlier on today. Last boat out in the 6 for Unlimited.
Chris Edmonds, James Moroney. So what will they achieve here? They just need to beat the 56 to move through. And, well, Chris just got to keep a level head here. And he doesn't want to throw the boat out and knock nuts his chances either. So this could be very, very interesting. Oh, what's he doing?
Oh, he's nabbed it.
He's almost doing a victory lap. He's putting in an extra couple of laps around the roundabout. The split's blown out to a 24, but he's still in the money.
Well, Glenn was at 21.8 and he's done it again.
Nah, he's thrown that away. That will be the end of the day for Chris Edmonds. He will be spending the rest of the afternoon on the trailer.
And Glenn,
what if Glenn Spider Roberts will now make it through into the top 3?
We talked about it. It was possible.
Yep.
So I think he's corrected it finally. So it will be a time, but it definitely ain't going to be a 56.26. I think he's angry now.
Yeah, but he's got to remember that Daryl Hutton.
Big cavitation.
Yeah, Nutsy's sitting there going, don't bin it. So Nutsy, are you happy about that, mate? Because I tell you what, that could have gone, no, I'm not in the top 3 anymore. I can see Daryl Hutt from here. I didn't realise he was a religious man, but I think he's been looking to the heavens just then.
I think he was praying to Allah. So the first mistake on the rotation, he actually went around 360 around the smallest island down here in front of the commentary tower, corrected that, but then made another mistake, and Spider's through to the final. So it will be Daryl Hutton, Spider Roberts, Fonzie Mullen.
But now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to the top 3 of our LS category. And it looks as though the first boat to face the water will be Daniel Salter in the Hustler. So, Bastian Mullen gets the choice as the fastest. In what position he runs, 1, 2 or 3.
What would you do?
Mate, this time of the day with a bit of cloud cover, I don't think it really matters. Some people like to chase, some people like to set the time and be chased.
I don't think they're going to be first in the water because Hustler and Blackout are both already on the ramp.
Yep, they are, but Nate gets the choice. So when that boat comes down onto the ramp, we will then find out. We haven't been given the order up here at the moment, so we will see. But remember, there's a short turnaround time for Rip Shift as well. After, sorry, I'm been saying Nate Mullen. Bastian is actually
all the time.
Yeah, Bastian is the one in the final. So
Time-wise,
turnaround time from Nate Mullen. His last run in the top 6 to turn that boat around and get the A driver in.
So in the 6, Bastian Mullen went 53.37. Kyle Elphinston and Blackout went 53.76. So there's 4 tenths there. Daniel Salter and Hustler went 54.293. All right, so there's not a whole lot. It's like a second. The 3 boats covered by just 1 second. But sometimes in this sport, we start talking about tenths, hundreds and thousands of a second.
I reckon Bastian Mullen is taking spot number 1 first off. Otherwise, one of these two would be going. I'm going to grab a quick breath of fresh air. Be back in a second.
go.
Daniel Salter off the line. Very smooth start and very nice around the first roundabout. So when we start getting into the crosswash after the second loop around the roundabout, things start getting a bit hectic behind the wheel. Daniel Salter isn't going to worry about that. Moving into the split.
20.8.
So Daniel Salter.
That's on Bastian's
Oh, he had a bit of a hesitation. He was looking into it. He was looking to go right. He nearly went right a little bit early. He just waited that split second, got him in the channel proper.
He's only 3/10 down on Bastian's split from his fastest lap in the previous top 6, so he's not far away.
He's looking the goods at the minute. Around the roundabout, slingshot to the finish. He's going to set the time for him to chase. Daniel Salter with a 54.6. 54.6 for Daniel Salter. That is the time to chase.
So he's lost some time in the second part of the lap there.
Yeah, look, but
54.6, so we have seen a 54.293 from the Hustler.
He's making them chase. That is the thing. Because now the pressure is off him. To a degree.
He's got the lap in, so that's the important part first up. All right, so Kyle, Blackout Racing is on the water next, so Bastian's decided to go last. Elphinston has gone 53.76 to be within 4/10 of Bastian Mullen's time in the top 6 run. These guys went at it at round 2 at Cabarita a month or so ago.
So Kyle Elphinston and Jacob Bellamy off the line. This boat has been handling well all day. It is certainly within this man's capability to take this win. But what is going to happen now? Kyle Elphinston really very smooth through this part of the track. Very nice line there into the split.
27.94 to the split, 20.794. He's only 2/10 down on Bastian's previous best in the top 6.
That line from that right-hander down through the middle there, very, very well executed as well. These are the things that we've come to expect from the man that is Kyle Elphinston. Now into that right hand to get you back up into this final part of the rotation around the Spitwater roundabout for the final time today.
Oh, he caught the bank!
He caught the bank and he's thrown
One
it
corner.
out.
One corner.
No. What has gone on there? He's got a gut full of weeds.
It's just taken a
Ladies and gentlemen,
big
that
chunk.
is the end of Blackout Racing. Although he still theoretically can trickle to the line, he's only got, I reckon, 50 metres. 50 metres to get from there to there.
1.5 corners. Literally 1.5 corners. Is he going to go? He needs to go to the line.
Go for it. Go for it.
Turn
to
right,
the line,
Kyle.
To the line.
Turn
and
right.
There's a lot of people.
Right, he's going to get a lap.
Yep, so he'll get the lap in.
Boy, it's ingested some stuff. He will get a lap. He was 2/10 down on Bastian's best split and on a lap.
So there is the, there's a bit of a Bronx cheer, but also a cheer and one of those just, oh no, how gutting. So Daniel Salter guaranteed at least P2.
1 minute 40.835. You gotta feel for Kyle Elphinston because that was just going so well, and it just caught.
I'm wondering if there hasn't been a break in the back of that boat, because by now we would have dropped out of there. So I'm just curious. We will find out later. But Kyle Elphinston, very, very disappointed, as is his navigator, Jacob Bellamy. But you know what? They are going to get at least P3.
Which side did it catch? Did it catch the left or the right? Because if it caught the right, there's a huge divot out of the bank where it might have caught the back.
That's been there a bit earlier.
Yeah, okay, so it must have been this side that he's caught. But, wow, okay. Yeah, old adage, anything can happen. And if it's going to happen, it involves motorsport.
Yep, so Central Coast Kitchens and Wardrobes, Central Coast Batteries, KMC Performance, Blackout Racing, and everybody giving the boys a bit of a cheer as they get in. So now he's up the Bastion Mullen, a rip shift. What can the man from Melton provide here with Talia James as the navigator?
Needs to go quicker than a 54.60. Went 53.37 in the 6 to get them into the 3. Can the defending Australia 1 go 3 for 3 in the opening 3 rounds of the championship here at Keith? Won it at Cabarita round 1, won it at round 2 at Cabarita. Looking for win number 3 on the championship for 22 here at Keith.
So, Talia James doing the navigational duties. Bastion Mullen behind the wheel. The time to beat 54.6.
Definitely doable. Can't make a mistake.
Bang, and away he goes. Oh, really dived into that first right-handed. Not as smooth as we've seen, but it is quick. There is no doubt about that. Stinger versus Stinger. Western Australian versus East Coast. The split.
20.3, he's up by 2/10 on his best.
It's an absolute cracker. Got to keep this momentum. Keep pushing. So Bastion Mullen and Talia
Could he go quicker than a 53? Could he get into the 52s?
He might be able to. I'll tell you what, he's brimming full of confidence at the moment. It is not going to be surprising if he does. But the time he needs to beat is a 54.6, and I think he's on target for it.
That's where it went wrong for Kyle. He's down to the line and home.
Bang, ladies and gentlemen, Bastion Mullen takes the win. Talia James is the navigator. In P2 is Daniel Salter from the Hustler, and P3 Kyle Elphingston. That winds out our LS category, ladies and gentlemen, and Bastion Mullen won it by 1.8 seconds.
I asked the question about going sub 53. Yeah, might have done it with a 52.77.
That is a cracking time.
Booyah with a capital B.
All right, so very, very well done from the Rip Shift guys, GM Motorsport. So they will be very happy indeed.
0.6 of a second quicker than his fastest lap in the 6 to get him into the 3.
Yes.
Well done. That boat on that run was on rails.
Well, considering he had a bit of a misstep during Q3 and really has come back very strongly.
And I saw Fonzie hitting the back of the boat with a hammer before the 6.
So at the moment, we are now getting the Group A boys down on to the launch ramp. Brendan Doyle, Jody, Ellie, Danny Napick. So they are wandering on down, and then we will see these 3 runs. So this is going to be very tight as well. So what's a bated breath? I always wondered what bated breath means, but that's what we've got. It's a bated breath.
Silent anticipation.
Yes. Oh, geez, I tell you what, mate, we are almost Shakespearean.
Oh, yeah, nah.
Yeah, nah.
So Doyle's warming up first, so we might see him in the water first. So from the 6, Toughen Up went 61.84, Rampage went 54.87, Pulse went 54.32.
So Brendan Doyle, actually Jody, came in quickest here, didn't he?
Brendan did.
Brendan did. So Brendan gets the choice to go first, second or third.
So there is still a possibility here. Jody now can go 3 for 3. We've just seen it from Bastion. Fonzie's got the chance of doing it as well.
So it is Danny Napick. He's been told to hold. So it is actually the choice is down to Brendan, and he has taken the choice to, well, Pete, the ramp manager down there, just trying to work out who's going where, who's doing what. It looks as though he's down there just checking the belts, making sure the safety systems are in place. He's going to be ducking around to the navigator's chair, checking Rory's, all her gear as well. So it looks as though maybe Brendan Doyle's played a bit of a mind game there with Danny Napick.
Well,
God,
Napick
right,
was backing down the trailer, and
They
the boys
were ready
about
to
the
get
boys
off.
about to tow it back up. Yeah, Doyle's going to go first.
So Brendan Doyle finishing fastest in the moving into the top three, takes the choice to make them chase. And I tell you what, this is a real good one out of the box, because certainly these Pulse race boats, new development, along with JRE engines. So it is absolutely brilliant. What can Brendan and Rory Doyle do here?
So these guys have been chased all day. They've been the benchmark, especially this afternoon. Brendan Doyle.
Well, a little bit rough on that left-hander, but that is being really picky to say that. But this is the time of the day we need to be spot on.
29.44 to the split.
That's good.
And that's better than what we saw earlier on. Was the best split. So they're on a lap again. I've been saying it all day.
Yeah, this Pulse hull and the development that is coming out of the JRE garage, as well as Brendan and Rory Doyle from Balrental here in New South Wales, really just coming along beautifully.
How's the confidence going out first?
And he's what you do.
Oh, a little bit untidy.
Make him chase, and it is the final corner across the line, 53.55, 53.55. And so that is a cracker. That is the benchmark now for Jody Ellie,
Wow.
Jody Ely, and Danny Napick.
0.8 of a second better than what they did in the 6.
Geez, they're going okay.
53.552, and they went first.
So it is now Danny Napick being pushed off the trailer in Toughen Up. Darren Tickell doing the navigational duties, and wow, their previous best time coming into here was sort of somewhere in the 54, 55 range, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, it was 60.9 through qualifying. To get into the 3, they went 61.84.
Yeah, right. So unlikely they are going to have to pull one out here, but it doesn't matter, because they are guaranteed P3 at worst.
That's not a bad thing.
That's a great day at the office, because remember, a bad day on the water is better than a good day at work, and they've had a great day on the water so far. The split will be down with
22.8. 22.8 to the split, and that's actually, it'll be up there with probably one of their best.
So they just need to bring it home strongly. It's in this latter part of the lap where the time's been sort of flowing away.
Part of the jet units just come off the back of the boat through the centre of the course. I don't know if it was the bucket, but there is a piece of the jet unit that just came off the back of the boat.
So we'll have to let race control know about that. But I'll tell you what, Danny Napick, he's not going to be worried about it until he tries to find reverse and discovers that the bucket is in the channel.
I think it was the bucket, I'm not sure, but down to the line.
And across the line there with a 59.39, his best time of the day. 59.39. Those boys are going to be absolutely wrapped. So good run there from Danny Napick and Darren Tickell.
What was that come off the back?
We are about to find out whether this boat goes into reverse or not.
It looks like, well, it's sitting so low in the water, it's hard to see.
Yeah, can't see. There's
Well,
reverse.
it
But
doesn't
Jody
matter.
Ely,
Jody
Jody E-L-Y is off like a dog shot in the bum.
Listen to it.
He's absolutely got this thing dialed right up.
Guarantee they've thrown all the new stuff at it.
Thumping it. Jess Webb doing the navigational duties. The time that they need to beat is set by Brendan Doyle's at 53.55.
20.9.
So just off the time that Brendan posted. Oh no, they are right there. This is neck and neck. Jody was 0.01 quicker at the split.
0.01, there was nothing in it.
There is I'll tell you what.
He lost a little bit of time out of that hairpin on the run to the split.
So, Jody, will he make it 3 from 3? Or will Brendan and Rory Doyle be standing on top of the podium?
This is going to be close.
Corners to go, and we're about to find out. Jody Eli in the pushman line, 54.68. Brendan and Rory Doyle take the win.
So the second half of the lap, Pulse
Jody,
has put a second on them.
So, Brendan and Rory Doyle in the Pulse machine, 1.1 seconds quicker than Jody Eli and Jess Webb and Danny Nabick and Darren Tickle in P3. So, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Pulse team. Wow, I tell you, that is one for the books.
Well, Jody was up by 0.01 on the split to the first half. Lost a second in the second half of the lap.
Yep.
1 second.
I don't know. I reckon you can pass wind, it takes longer than that.
Our age, you've got to be very careful.
So now, right, ladies and gentlemen, 3 to go. So we have Glenn Roberts in the blown budget. We've got Daryl Hutton in Hazardous and Fonzie Mullen in Ramjet.
So it was Nafik's reversing bucket that came off. It's just down on the edge of the water by the cone.
Oh, righto.
Right, Spider, unlimited final.
Daniel Kelly doing the navigational duties. A surprise entrance into the top 3, but certainly he's going to be happy about it nonetheless. Don't worry about that. So Glenn Spider Roberts had a bit of a rough start to the day, but really just picking it up now. So he needs to bring the times down significantly, but it doesn't matter. He's made the top 3, and the way this day started off with this team, it doesn't matter how it goes.
So came into the 3 with a 56.261, their best lap of the day.
That's his best split of the day.
21.45. So yeah, again, like the previous. Oh, just caught the bank.
Yep,
it's messed it up.
Massive amount of weed on the intake. It is unforgiving, this track. The couch grass gets caught up into the intake of the jet unit, and that's the outcome that you're seeing there. Slows everything down. No water going into the jet unit, limited water going out of the back of the jet unit.
How long, even as big as that thing is at 632 cubic inches, is it taking to clear all that material?
See, once it gets jammed in there, you kind of need to decelerate, almost stop. And I've seen this done a few times. Guys will just stop, restart the boat, enough to allow the weed to fall out. Well, Spider, he owned the record for the slowest lap on this track at about 3 minutes, and he's going to do pretty much exactly sort of something like that as well.
114.522. Hazardous / Phoenix Lubricants. Daryl Hutton next. Fonzie's just backing up to the boat ramp now. So we saw in the 6, Fonzie Mullen with a 49.8 versus Daryl Hutton at a 50.52.
So Daryl Hutton, Mick Parry off the trailer. So it is between 2.
The reigning champ, the reigning world champ, up against a former Australian champ in a borrowed boat. Go Nutsy.
So Daryl Hutton and Mick Parry, the Quasi, the Kiwi and the Aussie mixed together in this vessel.
Birthday boy.
They are searching the birthday boy. We can't tell you how old he is because we don't have Roman numerals that go that high.
He's older than I am.
So Daryl Hutton, or the sun just peeking out behind the cloud. That is going to make vision quite difficult. It's been overcast.
19.643. 19.643
is an absolute cracker.
Within a tenth of his best. Went 19.5 in the previous run. So he's on a similar sort of lap. But will it be enough for Fonzie Mullen?
Well, I tell you, you would be absolutely gutted having a look at this cloud. cloud coverage and the sun poking out. It's going to make it a little bit harder. That visionary sort of look through the goggles is going to be harder, but Nutsy in the run to the line, 50.52.
Another one?
That is 3 at 50.52 that Daryl Hutton has run 3 in a row. 50.52 3 times in a row.
Pretty much. It got a little bit untidy out of that third to last corner on the sharp left-hander. Just got the bounce and just got it a little bit unsettled, lost a little bit of traction. Folks, put your hands together for Daryl Hutton. He's got his head in his hands. I think he's pretty happy. 50.525. You can say he's definitely consistent, but is it enough for Fonzie Mullen? We've already seen a sub 49 earlier on today. Will he let it all hang out now? 48.7 in qualifying 3. Then went 55.22 in the 4. To get him into the 6 went 49.8, and you'd have to say that was probably somewhat conservative.
Fonzie likes to take an emphatic win. He's not one of these guys, even if he knows he's got it in the bag, that's going to go out and drive like driving Miss Daisy.
We can't muck around because a 50.5 is still right there on the money.
He needs to push on with it. There is no doubt about that, but he will always push hard, and this time will be no different at all. They don't have the fire in the belly of it just yet. Still the covers over the trumpets there. So you can see the guys down there, Sean Henshelwood doing the TV work with the GoPro on the stick right down there in Fonzie's face. So they're trying to capture all the moments for the viewing on 7 Mate and then the catch-up on 7 Plus.
You won't see much of Fonzie's face because he's one of the drivers that uses the oxygen system over the face mask.
So certainly some interesting times down there on the ramp at the moment. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, we hope you've enjoyed the jet sprinting here. We will be back here at Keith on the 25th of March next year. That'll be the final round of the Keith Diesel and Dirt Derby. We really look forward to seeing you then. Want you to put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, please, particularly for this side of the safety crew, the commentary side. The other guys, not so much. They haven't done anything all day. But ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for all of our safety crew who've just done a fantastic job. We'd also like to thank the Keith and Tintinara District for putting on the Keith show here this year. It has been troubling times with COVID, as we all know, and they have worked tirelessly to be able to put this on for you. We'd like to thank all of the volunteers that have put today on from both the V8 Superboats side of things, as well as all of the volunteers that have been helping out here from the Keith and surrounding communities. We really thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, I reckon the biggest round of applause goes to you guys. So give yourselves a massive round of applause. Oh, come on, three people went on here, right?
3 people back themselves.
Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since 1926.
So Fonzie Mullen certainly making sure the cameras are on him, making sure that he's that all the side riding gets plenty of airtime. Don't worry about that. But Lee Stewart sitting in the silly seat. Just remember, Fonzie Mullen may have posted a 48.72 earlier in the day, but the time to beat now is a 50.52. Now, this is going to be a pressure situation. Fonzie Mullen, reigning world champion, multiple 7 or 8 times Australian champion. He's been in these positions before. What can he do? Ladies and gentlemen, let's see Fonzie Mullen in a Ramjet.
Look for the split to be down in the 18.6 has been the best. To the split. Oh, he's using the full width of the track.
Oh,
early.
absolutely, and the wind has picked up just that little bit more in the last 5 minutes. The sun has become
you're
brighter.
joking. 18.45.
18.45 of the split. Fonzie Mullen is absolutely flying.
Can you say 48?
Oh, this is going to be 48.5. I'm having a tip. Will I beat David Armas or will I be wrong? It doesn't really matter, because this is awesome to watch.
Look how the boat's sitting on the water and the acceleration. Last couple of corners, I think this is going to be something special.
Ladies and gentlemen, Fonzie Mullen takes the win with a 48.37, fastest time of the day. Fonzie Mullen in P1, Daryl Hutton and Mick Parry in P2, Glenn Roberts and Daniel Kelly in P3. But ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Fonzie Mullen and Lee Stewart.
48.374, the fastest lap ever on this rotation at Keith. This time, however, he didn't crash on the warm-down lap, looking at the scoreboard going, what the hell did I just do?
Yeah, I like those ones. So that's a phenomenal time, isn't it?
Wow, well, the split was up.
48.37.
He went 18.4 to the split.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attendance. We are going to have the prize giving over here in the pit area very quickly. Really enjoy the rest of your afternoon and evening here. Thank you very much. I'm Caveman. And Jamie, thanks for working with me, mate. It's been
Thank you,
great.
Caveman.
Thank you,
Great to be
Gordo.
here.
Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you, Keith.
Thank you, bunches.
Thank you to all of those watching the live stream. Hope you enjoyed the drama and the action. It's definitely given us all that this afternoon.
So now we've just got our victory laps, ladies and gentlemen. So each of our winners will be given the checkered flag and the well-deserved victory lap.
Once again, you and I. Wish me luck as you wait till we meet. Once again, you and I.
Hang on. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise to your feet as Fonzie Mullen and Lee Stewart take the checkered flag for a well-deserved victory lap. 3 from 3 for Ramjet Racing, brought to you by GM Motorsport. The men from Melton and nail another one.
Just waiting for a couple more of these boats to come out and take the checkered flag around the circuit. Pulse boys just about to back into the water and waiting for the Ripshift boys. Boys and girls, Bastian and Talia to take the checkered flag around, and Eliza as well in our junior development boat to take the checkered flag around as well. Make sure you make some noise and show your appreciation when they come around with the checkered flag. Please put your hands together for Pulse, winners of our 400 class, Brendan and Rory Doyle. Doing some donuts. Fantastic victory. As the tank's circulating back around over behind us. So Eliza Roylance is going to come out. Special moment for the young 15-year-old. First ever race meeting in junior development here at Keith. She got the rotation correct and got the job done. And her first checkered flag at her first ever race meeting. So please make sure you make some noise and put your hands together for Eliza as she makes her way around for the first time with the checkered flag. And we'll look forward to seeing her at Temora in the #1 Spitwater Group A boat. Awesome stuff, Eliza. Big grin. I don't think there's a bigger smile in the place. And the last boat to come out will be Ripshift, taking out the LS class here at Keith for round 3. Just to call out to the pit area, guys, if you can hear this, if you could bring your GoPros up, please, to Sean for the TV coverage. If you got your GoPros available, get them up to Sean as soon as possible. As Bastian Mullen and Talia James come out to celebrate their victory in the LS class in Rip Shift. 3 starts, 3 wins for the 2022 championship. Like Fonzie, Dad, in the Unlimited class, and now in 400 we've had Jody Ely with 2 wins, Brendan Doyle with 1 victory here at Keith. So as Caveman said, we're going to do a brief podium down here in the pit area for our victors today, and that should pretty much be it from us up here in race control and commentary. And just again, another call down to the pit area, guys. If you got your GoPros, please bring them up to Sean so we can guarantee you get some TV coverage with your onboards. Thank you. Podium in the pits in 15 minutes, guys. 15 minutes, so 25 to 6. 15 minutes for the podium in the pit area, guys. 25 to 6. Be there or be square.
Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since 1926.
Hope to see you in store soon.
Hi, I'm Peter at Royal Answers Tractor Replacements in Fyshwick. Hope to see you in store soon.
G'day, it's Michael from Tractor Replacements.